Gurge told the limiting factor to acknowledge the communications, but did not reply directly. The calls left him feeling a little alone, but he threw himself back into the game each time, and everything else was washed from his mind but that. He talked to the ship. It was more approachable than its remote drone had been. As Werthel had said, it was likeable, but not in any way brilliant, except at Azad. In fact, it occurred to Gurge that the old warship was getting more out of the game than he was. It had learned it perfectly, and seemed to enjoy teaching him as well as simply glorying in the game itself as a complex and beautiful system. The ship admitted it had never fired its effectors in anger, and that perhaps it was finding something in Azad that it had missed in real fighting. The limiting factor was Murderer Class General Offensive Unit number 50017, and as such was one of the last built, constructed 716 years earlier in the closing stages of the Adiran War, when the conflict in space was almost over. In theory, the craft had seen active service, but at no point had it ever been in any danger. After 30 days, Gurge started to handle the pieces. A proportion of Azad game pieces were biotechs, sculpted artifacts of genetically engineered cells which changed character from the moment they were first unwrapped and placed on the board. Part vegetable, part animal, they indicated their values and abilities by colour, shape and size. The limiting factor claimed the pieces it had produced were indistinguishable from the real things, though Gurge thought this was probably a little optimistic. It was only when he started to try to gauge the pieces, to feel and smell what they were and what they might become, weaker or more powerful, faster or slower, shorter or longer-lived, that he realised just how hard the whole game was going to be. He simply could not work the biotechs out. They were just like lumps of carved, coloured vegetables, and they lay in his hands like dead things. He rubbed them until his hands stained. He sniffed them and stared at them, but once they were on the board, they did quite unexpected things, changing to become cannon fodder when he thought they were battleships, altering from the equivalent of philosophical premises stationed well back in his own territories to become observation pieces best suited for the high ground or a front line. After 4 days, he was in despair, and seriously thinking of demanding to be returned to Chark, admitting everything to Contact and just hoping they would take pity on him and either keep Morinskell on or keep it silenced. Anything rather than go on with this demoralising, appallingly frustrating charade. The limiting factor suggested he forgot about the biotechs for the moment and concentrated on the subsidiary games, which, if he won them, would give him a degree of choice over the extent to which biotechs had to be used in the following stages. Gurge did as the ship suggested, and got on reasonably well, but he still felt depressed and pessimistic, and sometimes he would find that the limiting factor had been talking to him for some minutes while he'd been thinking about some quite different aspect of the game, and he had to ask the ship to repeat itself. The days went by, and now and again the ship would suggest Gurge handled a biotech and would advise him which secretions to build up beforehand. It even suggested he take some of the more important pieces into bed with him, so that he would lie asleep, hands clutched or arms cradled round a biotech as though it was a tiny baby. He always felt rather foolish when he woke up, and he was glad there was nobody there to see him in the morning. But then he wondered if that was true. His experience with Morinskell might have made him oversensitive, but he doubted he would ever be certain again that he wasn't being watched. Perhaps the limiting factor was spying on him, perhaps Contact was observing him, evaluating him, but, he decided, he no longer cared if they were or not. He took every 10th day off, again at the ship's suggestion. He explored the vessel more fully, though there was little enough to see. Gurge was used to civilian craft, which could be compared in density and design to ordinary human habitable buildings, with comparatively thin walls enclosing large volumes of space. But the warship was more like a single solid chunk of rock or metal, like an asteroid with only a few small hollowed-out tubes and tiny caves fit for humans to wander about in. He walked along or clambered through or floated up and down what corridors and passageways it did have, though, and stood in one of the 3 nose blisters for a while, gazing at the congealed-looking clutter of still unremoved machinery and equipment. The primary effector, surrounded by its associated shield disruptors, scanners, trackers, illuminators, displacers and secondary weaponry systems, bulked large in the dim light, and looked like some gigantic cone-lensed eyeball encrusted with gnarled metallic growths. The whole massy assemblage was easily 20 metres in diameter, but the ship told him, he thought with some pride, that when it was all connected up, it could spin and stop the whole installation so fast that to a human it would appear only to flicker momentarily, blink, and you'd miss it. He inspected the empty hangar in one of the waste blisters. It would eventually house a contact module, which was being converted on the GSV they were on their way to meet. That module would be Gergie's home when he arrived on Ia. He'd seen the hollows of how the interior would look. It was passably spacious, if hardly up to the standards of Icro. He learned more about the Empire itself, its history and politics, philosophy and religion, its beliefs and mores, and its mixtures of subspecies and sexes. It seemed to him to be an unbearably vivid tangle of contradictions. At the same time, pathologically violent and lugubriously sentimental, startlingly barbaric and surprisingly sophisticated, fabulously rich and grindingly poor, but also, undeniably, unequivocally fascinating. And it was true that, as he'd been told, there was one constant in all the numbing variety of Azadian life. The game of Azad permeated every level of society, like a single steady theme nearly buried in a cacophony of noise, and Gergie started to see what the drone Worthil had meant when it said contact suspected it was the game that held the Empire together. Nothing else seemed to. He swam in the pool most days. The effector housing had been converted to include a hollow projector, and the limiting factor started out by showing a blue sky and white clouds on the inside surface of the 25-metre broad blister. But he grew tired of looking at that, and told the ship to produce the view he would see if they were travelling in real space, the adjusted equivalent view, as the ship called it. So he swam beneath the unreal blackness of space and the hard little light motes of the slowly moving stars, pulling himself through and diving beneath the gently underlit surface of the warm water, like a soft, inverted image of a ship himself. By about the 19th day, he felt he was just starting to develop a feel for the biotechs. He could play a limited game against the ship on all the minor boards and one of the major boards, and when he went to sleep, he spent the whole 3 hours each night dreaming about people and his life, reliving his childhood and his adolescence and his years since then in a strange mixture of memory and fantasy and unrealized desire. He always meant to write to, or record something for, Chambliss or Ye or any of the other people back at Chark who'd sent messages, but the time never seemed quite right, and the longer he delayed, the harder the task became. Gradually, people stopped sending to him, which made Gergie feel guilty and relieved at once. 101 days after leaving Chark, and well over 2,000 light-years from the orbital, the limiting factor made its rendezvous with the River-class superlifter Kiss My Ass. The tandemed craft, now enclosed within one ellipsoid field, began to increase their speed to match that of the GSV. This was going to take a few hours, apparently, so Gergie went to bed as normal. The limiting factor woke him halfway into his sleep. It switched his cabin screen on. "What's happening?" Gergie said sleepily, just starting to worry. The screen, which made up one wall of the cabin, was in-hollowed, so that it acted like a window. Before he had switched it off and gone to sleep, it had shown the rear end of the superlifter against the starfield. Now, it showed a landscape, a slowly moving panorama of lakes and hills, streams and forests, all seen from directly overhead. An aircraft flew slowly over the view like a lazy insect. "I thought you might like to see this," the ship said. "Where's that?" Gergie asked, rubbing his eyes. He didn't understand. He'd thought the whole idea of meeting the superlifter was so that the GSV, which they were due to meet soon, didn't have to slow down. The superlifter was supposed to haul them along even faster so they could catch up with the giant craft. Instead, they must have stopped over an orbital or a planet or something even bigger. "We have now rendezvoused with the GSV little rascal," the ship told him. "Have we? Where is it?" Gergie said, swinging his feet out of bed. "You're looking at its topside rear park." The view, which must have been magnified earlier, retreated, and Gergie realized that he was looking down at a huge craft, over which the limiting factor was moving slowly. The park seemed to be roughly square. He couldn't guess how many kilometers to a side. In the hazy distance forward, there was the hint of immense, regular canyons. Ribs on that vast surface, stepping down to further levels. The whole sweep of air and ground and water was lit from directly above, and he realized that he couldn't even see the limiting factor's shadow. He asked a few questions, still staring at the screen. Although it was only 4 kilometers in height, the plate-class General Systems vehicle Little Rascal was fully 53 in length and 22 across the beam. The topside rear park covered an area of 400 square kilometers, and the craft's overall length from end to end of its outermost field, was a little over 90 kilometers. It was ship construction rather than accommodation biased, so there were only 250 million people on it. In the 500 days it took the little rascal to cross from the main galaxy to the region of the clouds, Gurgey gradually learned the game of Azad, and even found sufficient spare time to meet and casually befriend a few people. These were contact people. Half of them formed the crew of the GSV itself. They're not so much to run the craft, any one of its triumvirate of minds was quite capable of doing that, as to manage their own human society on board, and to witness, to study the never-ending torrent of data delivered on new discoveries by distant contact units and other GSVs. To learn and be the culture's human representatives among the systems of stars and the systems of sentient societies Contact was there to discover, investigate, and, occasionally, change. The other half was composed of the crews of smaller craft. Some were there for recreation and refit stops. Others were hitching a ride, just as Gurgey and the limiting factor were. Some left en route to survey more of the clusters and clumps of stars which existed between the galaxy and the clouds, while other people were waiting for their vessels to be built. The ships and smaller systems vehicles they would one day crew existing only as another number on a list of craft to be built on board at some point in the future. The little rascal was what Contact termed a throughput GSV. It acted as a kind of marshalling point for humans and material, picking people up and assembling them into crews for the units, LSVs, MSVs, and smaller classes of GSVs which it constructed. Other types of large GSVs were accommodation-biased and effectively self-sufficient in human crews for their offspring craft. Gurgey spent some days in the park on top of the vessel, walking through it or flying over it in one of the real-winged, propeller-driven aircraft which were the fashion on the GSV at the time. He even became a proficient enough flyer to enter himself in a race, during which several thousand of the flimsy planes flew figures of 8 over the top of the vehicle, through one of the cavernous access ways that ran the length of the craft, out the other end and underneath. The limiting factor, housed in one of the main bays just off away, encouraged him in this, saying it provided Gurgey with much-needed relaxation. Gurgey accepted none of the offers to play people at games, but did take up a trickle from the flood of invitations to parties, events, and other gatherings. He spent some days and nights off the limiting factor, and the old warship was, in turn, host to a select number of young female guests. Most of the time, though, Gurgey spent alone inside the ship, poring over tables of figures and the records of past games, rubbing the biotechs in his hands and striding over the 3 great boards, gaze flickering over the lay of land and pieces, his mind racing, searching for patterns and opportunities, strengths and weaknesses. He spent 20 days or so taking a crash course in Iachic, the imperial language. He had originally envisaged speaking Moraine as usual and using an interpreter, but he suspected there were subtle links between the language and the game, and for that reason alone learned the tongue. The ship told him later it would have been desirable anyway. The culture was trying to keep even the intricacies of its language secret from the Empire of Azad. Not long after he'd arrived, he'd been sent a drone, a machine even smaller than Morin's Skell. It was circular in plan and composed of separate revolving sections, rotating rings around a stationary core. It said it was a library drone with diplomatic training, and it was called Trebel Flir Imsaho Ephandra Lorgin Estral. Gurgey said hello and made sure his terminal was switched on. As soon as the machine had gone again, he sent a message to Chambliss Amalgnay, along with a recording of his meeting with the tiny drone. Chambliss signalled back later that the device appeared to be what it claimed, one of a fairly new model of library drone. Not the old-timer they might have expected, but probably harmless enough. Chambliss had never heard of an offensive version of that type. The old drone closed with some gavant gossip. Ye Maristinu was talking about leaving Chark to pursue her landscaping career elsewhere. She'd developed an interest in things called volcanoes. Had Gurgey heard of those? Haflis was changing sex again. Professor Boruelal sent her regards but no more messages until he wrote back. Morin's Skell still thankfully absent. Hub was piqued it appeared to have lost the ghastly machine. Technically the wretch was still within the orbital mine's jurisdiction, and it would have to account for it somehow at the next inventory and census. For a few days after that first meeting with Flir Imsaho, Gurgey wondered what it was that he found disturbing about the tiny library drone. Flir Imsaho was almost pathetically small. It could have hidden inside a pair of cupped hands. But there was something about it which made Gurgey feel oddly uncomfortable in its presence. He worked it out, or rather he woke up knowing one morning, after a nightmare in which he'd been trapped inside a metal sphere and rolled around in some bizarre and cruel game. Fleer Imsaho, with its spinning outer sections and its disc-like white casing, looked rather like a hidden piece wafer from a possession game. Gurgey lounged in an envelopingly comfortable chair set underneath some lushly canopied trees and watched people skating in the rink below. He was dressed only in a waistcoat and shorts, but there was a leak field between the observation area and the ice rink itself, keeping the air around Gurgey warm. He divided his time between his terminal screen, from which he was memorizing some probability equations, and the rink, where a few people he knew were sweeping about the sculpted pastel surfaces.
"Good day, Journal Gurgey,"
said the drone Fleer Imsaho in its squeaky little voice, settling delicately on the plump arm of the chair. As usual, its aura field was yellow-green, mellow approachability. "Hello," Gurgey said, glancing at it briefly. "And what have you been up to?" He touched the terminal screen to inspect another set of tables and equations.
"Oh, well, actually, I've been studying some of the species of birds which live here within the interior of the vessel. I do find birds interesting, don't you?"
Gurgey nodded vaguely, watching the tables change. "What I haven't been able to work out," he said, "is when you go for a walk in the topside park, you find droppings, as you'd expect to, but inside here everything's spotless. Does the GSV have drones to clean up after the birds, or what? I know I could just ask it, but I wanted to work it out for myself. There must be some answer."
"Oh, that's easy," the little machine said. "You just use birds and trees with a symbiotic relationship. The birds soil only in the balls of certain trees. Otherwise, the fruit they depend on doesn't grow."
Gurgey looked down at the drone. "I see," he said coldly. "Well, I was growing tired of the problem anyway." He turned back to the equations, adjusting the floating terminal so that its screen hid Fleer Imsaho from his sight. The drone stayed silent, went a confused medley of contrite purple and do not disturb silver, and flew away. Fleer Imsaho kept itself to itself most of the time, only calling on Gurgey once a day or so, and not staying on board the limiting factor. Gurgey was glad of that. The young machine, it said it was only 13, could be trying at times. The ship reassured Gurgey that the little drone would be up to the task of preventing social gaffes and keeping him informed on the finer linguistic points by the time they arrived at the Empire, and, it told Gurgey later, reassured Fleer Imsaho that the man didn't really despise it. There was more news from Gavant. Gurgey had actually written back to a few people, or recorded messages for them, now that he felt he was finally coming to grips with Azad and could spare the time. He and Chambliss corresponded every 50 days or so, though Gurgey found he had little to say, and most of the news came from the other direction. Hafliss was fully changed, broody but not pregnant. Chambliss was compiling a definitive history of some primitive planet it had once visited. Professor Boruelal was taking a half-year sabbatical, living in a mountain retreat on Osmalon Plate, terminalless. Altz Hap, the Wunderkind, had come out of her shell. She was already lecturing on games at the university and had become a brilliant regular on the best party circuits. She had spent some days staying at Icro just to be better able to relate to Gurgey. She'd gone on record as claiming he was the best player in the culture. Hap's analysis of the famous Stricken game at Hafliss's that night was the best received first work anybody could remember. Iain sent to say she was fed up with Chark. She was off, away. She'd had offers from other plate-building collectives, and she was going to take up at least one of them, just to show what she could do. She spent most of the communication explaining her theories on artificial volcanoes for plates, describing in gesticulatory detail how you could lend sunlight to focus it on the underside of the plate, melting the rock on the other side, or just use generators to provide the heat. She enclosed some film of eruptions on planets with explanations of the effects and notes on how they could be improved. Gurgey thought the idea of sharing a world with volcanoes made floating islands look like not such a bad idea after all.
"Have you seen this?"
Fleer Imsaho yelped one day, floating quickly up to him in the pool's airstream cabinet, where Gurgey was drying off. Behind the little machine, attached to it by a thin strand of field, still coloured yellow-green, but speckled with angry white, there floated a large, rather old-fashioned and complicated-looking drone. Gurgey squinted at it. What about it?
"I've got to wear the damn thing,"
Fleer Imsaho wailed. The field strand joining it to the other drone flicked, and the old drone's casing hinged open. The old body shell appeared to be completely empty. But as Gerge, puzzled, looked closer, he saw that in the centre of the casing there was a little mesh cradle, just the right size to hold Flir Imsaho. "Oh," Gerge said, and turned away, rubbing the water from his armpits and grinning.
"They didn't tell me this when they offered me the job,"
Flir Imsaho protested, slamming the body shell shut again.
"They say it's because the Empire isn't supposed to know how small us drones are. Why couldn't they just have got a big drone then? Why saddle me with this...
"Fancy dress?" Gerge suggested, rubbing a hand through his hair and stepping out of the airstream.
"Fancy?" the little drone screamed. "Fancy? Dowdy's what it is. Rags. Worse than that. I'm supposed to make a humming noise and produce lots of static electricity just to convince these barbarian dingbats we can't build drones properly."
The small machine's voice rose to a screech.
"A humming noise, I ask you."
"Perhaps you could ask for a transfer," Gerge said calmly, slipping into his robe.
"Oh, yes,"
Flir Imsaho said bitterly, with a trace of what might have almost been sarcasm.
"And get all the shit jobs from now on because I haven't been cooperative."
It lashed a field out and thumped the antique casing.
"I'm stuck with this heap of junk."
"Drone," Gerge said, "I can't tell you how sorry I am." The limiting factor nosed its way out of the main bay. 2 lifters nudged the craft round until it faced down the 20-kilometre length of corridor. The ship and its little tugs eased their way forward, exiting from the body of the GSV at its nose. Other ships and craft and pieces of equipment moved inside the shell of air surrounding the little rascal. GCUs and superlifters, planes and hot air balloons, vacuum dirigibles and gliders, people floating in modules or cars or harnesses. Some watched the old warship go. The lifter tugs dropped away. The ship went by, passing level upon level of bay doors, blank hull, hanging gardens, and whole jumbled arrays of opened accommodation sections, where people walked or danced or sat eating or just gazing out, watching the fuss of airborne activity, or played sports and games. Some waved. Gerge watched on the lounge screen and even recognized a few people he'd known, flying past in an aircraft, shouting goodbye. Officially, he was going on a solo cruising holiday before travelling to the Pardathalisian Games. He had already dropped hints he might forego the tournament. Some of the theoretical and news journals had been interested enough in his sudden departure from Chark and the equally abrupt cessation of his publications to have representatives on the little rascal interview him. In a strategy he'd already agreed with Contact, he'd given the impression he was growing bored with games in general, and that the journey, and his entry into the great tournament, were attempts to restore his flagging interest. People seemed to have fallen for this. The ship cleared the top of the GSV, rising beside the cloud-speckled topside park. It rose on into the thinner air above, met with the superlifter prime mover, and together they gradually dropped back and to the side of the GSV's inner atmospheric envelope. They went slowly through the many layers of fields, the bump field, the insulating, the sensory, the signalling and receptor, the energy and traction, the hull field, the outer sensory, and finally the horizon, until they were free in hyperspace once more. After a few hours of deceleration to speeds the limiting factor's engines could cope with, the disarmed warship was on its own, and the prime mover was powering away again, chasing its GSV.
"So, you'd be well advised to stay celibate. They'll find it difficult enough taking a male seriously, even if you do look bizarre to them. But if you try to form any sexual relationships, they'd almost certainly take it as a gross insult."
"Any more good news, drone?"
"Don't say anything about sexual alterations either. They do know about drug glands, even if they don't know about their precise effects, but they don't know about most of the major physical improvements. I mean, you can mention blister-free callousing and that sort of thing. That isn't important. But even the gross replumbing involved in your own genital design would cause something of a furor if they found out about it."
"Really?" Gerge said. He was sitting in the limiting factor's main lounge. Flir Imsaho and the ship were giving him a briefing on what he could and couldn't say and do in the Empire. They were a few days' travel from the frontier.
"Yes, they'd be jealous,"
the tiny drone said in its high, slightly grating voice.
"And probably quite disgusted, too."
"Especially jealous, though," the ship said through its remote drone, making a sighing noise.
"Well, yes," Flir Imsaho said, "but definitely
"The thing to remember, Gerge," the ship interrupted quickly, "is that their society is based on ownership. Everything that you see and touch, everything you come into contact with will belong to somebody or to an institution. It will be theirs. They will own it. In the same way, everyone you meet will be conscious of both their position in society and their relationship to others around them. It is especially important to remember that the ownership of humans is possible too, not in terms of actual slavery, which they are proud to have abolished, but in the sense that according to which sex and class one belongs to, one may be partially owned by another or others by having to sell one's labor or talents to somebody with the means to buy them. In the case of males, they give themselves most totally when they become soldiers. The personnel in their armed forces are like slaves, with little personal freedom, and under threat of death if they disobey. Females sell their bodies, usually entering into the legal contract of marriage to intermediates, who then pay them for their sexual favors by, "Oh, ship, come on." He laughed. He had done his own research into the Empire, reading its own histories and watching its explanatory recordings. The ship's view of the Empire's customs and institutions sounded biased and unfair and terribly culture-prim. Fleer Imsaho and the ship remote made a show of looking at each other. Then the small library drone flushed grey-yellow with resignation and said in its high voice,
"All right, let's go back to the beginning."
The limiting factor lay in space above Ia, the beautiful blue-white planet Gerge had seen for the first time almost 2 years earlier in the screen room at Icro. On either side of the ship lay an Imperial battlecruiser, each twice the length of the culture craft. The 2 warships had met the smaller vessel at the limits of the star clump Ia's system lay in, and the limiting factor, already on a slow warp drive rather than its normal hyperspace propulsion, something else the Empire was being kept in the dark about, had stopped. Its 8 effector blisters were transparent, showing the 3 game boards, module hangar and pool in the waste housings, and the empty spaces in the 3 long nose emplacements, the weaponry having been removed on the little rascal. Nevertheless, the Azadians sent a small craft over to the ship with 3 officers in it. 2 stayed with Gerge, while the 3rd checked each of the blisters in turn, then took a general look round the entire ship. Those or other officers stayed on board for the 5 days it took to get to Ia itself. They were much as Gerge had expected, with flat, broad faces and the shaven, almost white skin. They were smaller than he was, he realized when they stood in front of him, but somehow their uniforms made them look much larger. These were the first real uniforms Gerge had ever seen, and he felt a strange dizzying sensation when he saw them, a sense of displacement and foreignness, as well as an odd mixture of dread and awe. Knowing what he did, he wasn't surprised at the way they acted toward him. They seemed to try to ignore him, rarely speaking to him, and never looking him in the eyes when they did. He had never felt quite so dismissed in life. The officers did appear to be interested in the ship, but not in either Fleer Imsaho, which was keeping well out of their way anyway, or in the ship's remote drone. Fleer Imsaho had, only minutes before the officers arrived on board, finally, and with extreme and voluble reluctance, enclosed itself in the fake carapace of the old drone casing. It had fumed quietly for a few minutes while Gerge told it how attractive and valuably antique the ancient, auraless casing looked. Then it had floated quickly off when the officers came aboard. So much, thought Gerge, for its helping with awkward linguistic points and the intricacies of etiquette. The ship's remote drone was no better. It followed Gerge around, but it was playing dumb, and made a show of bumping into things now and again. Twice, Gerge had turned round and almost fallen over the slow and clumsy cube. He was very tempted to kick it. It was left to Gerge to try to explain that there was no bridge or flight deck or control room that he knew of in the ship, but he got the impression the Azadian officers didn't believe him. When they arrived over Ia, the officers contacted their battlecruiser and talked too fast for Gerge to understand. But the limiting factor broke in and started speaking too. There was a heated discussion. Gerge looked round for Fleer Imsaho to translate, but it had disappeared again. He listened to the jabbering exchange for some minutes with increasing frustration. He decided to let them argue it out and turned to go and sit down. He stumbled over the remote drone which was floating near the floor just behind him. He fell into rather than sat on the couch. The officers looked round at him briefly, and he felt himself blush. The remote drone drifted hesitantly away before he could aim a foot at it. So much, he thought, for Fleer Imsaho. So much for Contact's supposedly flawless planning and stupendous cunning. Their juvenile representative didn't even bother to hang around and do its job properly. It preferred to hide, nursing its pathetic self-esteem. Gurgay knew enough about the way the Empire worked to realize that it wouldn't let such things happen. Its people knew what duties and orders meant, and they took their responsibilities seriously, or if they didn't, they suffered for it. They did as they were told. They had discipline. Eventually, after the three officers had talked among themselves for a while, and then to their ship again, they left him and went to inspect the module hangar. When they'd gone, Gurgay used his terminal to ask the ship what they'd been arguing about.
They wanted to bring some more personnel and equipment over, the limiting factor told him. I told them they couldn't. Nothing to worry about. You'd better get your stuff together and go to the module hangar. I'll be heading out of Imperial space within the hour.
Gurgay turned to head toward his cabin. Wouldn't it be terrible, he said, if you forgot to tell Pt.2 you were going, and I had to visit Iain all by myself? He was only half joking.
It would be unthinkable, the ship said.
Gurgay passed the remote drone in the corridor, spinning slowly in mid-air and bobbing erratically up and down. And is this really necessary, he asked it.
Just doing what I'm told,
the drone replied testily. Just overdoing it, Gurgay muttered, and went to pack his things. As he packed, a small parcel fell out of a cloak he hadn't worn since he'd left Icro. It bounced on the soft floor of the cabin. He picked it up and opened the ribbon-tied packet, wondering who it might be from. Any one of several ladies on the little rascal, he imagined. It was a thin bracelet, a model of a very broad, fully completed orbital, its inner surface half light and half dark. Bringing it up to his eyes, he could see tiny, barely discernible pinpricks of light on the nighttime half. The daylight side showed bright blue sea and scraps of land under minute cloud systems. The whole interior scene shone with its own light, powered by some source inside the narrow band. Gurgay slipped it over his hand. It glowed against his wrist. A strange present for somebody on a GSV to give, he thought. Then he saw a note in the package, picked it out and read, "Just to remind you when you're on that planet. Chambliss." He frowned at the name, then, distantly at first, but with a growing and annoying sense of shame, remembered the night before he'd left Gavant 2 years earlier. Of course. Chambliss had given him a present. He'd forgotten. "What's that?" Gurgay said. He sat in the front section of the converted module the limiting factor had picked up from the GSV. He and Pt.2 had boarded the little craft and said their au revoirs to the old warship, which was to stand off the Empire, waiting to be recalled. The hangar blister had rotated, and the module, escorted by a couple of frigates, had fallen toward the planet, while the limiting factor made a show of moving very slowly and hesitantly away from the gravity well with the 2 battlecruisers.
What's what?
Pt.2 said, floating beside him, disguise discarded and lying on the floor. That, Gurgay said, pointing at the screen, which displayed the view looking straight down. The module was flying over land toward Grosnacek, Eir's capital city. The Empire didn't like vessels entering the atmosphere directly above its cities, so they'd come in over the ocean.
Oh,
Pt.2 said.
That's the Labyrinth prison.
A prison, Gurgay said. The complex of walls and long geometrically contorted buildings slid away beneath them as the outskirts of the sprawling capital invaded the screen.
Yes. The idea is that people who've broken laws are put into the labyrinth, the precise place being determined by the nature of the offense. As well as being a physical maze, it is constructed to be what one might call a moral and behavioristic labyrinth as well. Its external appearance offers no clues to the internal layout, by the way. That's just for show. The prisoner must make correct responses, act in certain approved ways, or he will get no further, and may even be put further back. In theory, a perfectly good person can walk free of the labyrinth in a matter of days, while a totally bad person will never get out. To prevent overcrowding, there's a time limit which, if exceeded, results in the prisoner being transferred for life to a penal colony.
The prison had disappeared from beneath them by the time the drone finished. The city swamped the screen instead, its swirling patterns of streets, buildings and domes like another sort of maze. Sounds ingenious, Gurgay said. Does it work?
So they'd have us believe. In fact, it's used as an excuse for not giving people a proper trial. And anyway, the rich just bribe their way out. So yes, as far as the rulers are concerned, it works.
The module and the two frigates touched down at a huge shuttle port on the banks of a broad, muddy, much-bridged river, still some distance from the centre of the city, but surrounded by medium-rise buildings and low geodesic domes. Gurgey walked out of the craft with Flir Imsaho, in its fake antique guise humming loudly and crackling with static, at his side. He found himself standing on a huge square of synthetic grass which had been unrolled up to the rear of the module. Standing on the grass were perhaps 40 or 50 Azadians in various styles of uniform and clothing. Gurgey, who'd been trying hard to work out how to recognize the various sexes, reckoned they were mostly of the intermediate or apex sex, with only a smattering of males and females. Beyond them stood several lines of identically uniformed males carrying weapons. Behind them, another group played rather strident and brash-sounding music.
"The guys with the guns are the honor guard,"
Flir Imsaho said through its disguise.
"Don't be alarmed."
"I'm not," Gurgey said. He knew this was how things were done in the Empire, formally, with official welcoming parties composed of imperial bureaucrats, security guards, officials from the games organizations, associated wives and concubines, and people representing news agencies. One of the apices strode forward toward him.
"This one is addressed as Sir in Iain,"
Flir Imsaho whispered. "What?" Gurgey said. He could hardly hear the machine's voice over the humming noise it was making. It was buzzing and crackling loud enough to all but drown the sound of the ceremonial band, and the static the drone was producing made Gurgey's hair stick out on one side.
"I said he's called Sir in Iain,"
Flir Imsaho hissed over the hum.
"Don't touch him, but when he holds up one hand, you hold up two and say your bit. Remember, don't touch him."
The apex stopped just in front of Gurgey, held up one hand and said, "Welcome to Grosnashek Ea, in the Empire of Azad, Murat Gurgi." Gurgey controlled a grimace, held up both hands to show they were empty of weapons, the old books explained, and said, "I am honoured to set foot upon the holy ground of Ea," in careful Iachic.
"Great start,"
muttered the drone. The rest of the welcoming passed in something of a daze. Gurgey's head swam. He sweated under the heat of the bright binary overhead while he was outside. He was expected to inspect the honor guard, he knew, though quite what he was supposed to be looking for had never been explained. And the alien smells of the shuttleport buildings, once they passed inside to the reception, made him feel more strongly than he'd expected that he really was somewhere quite foreign. He was introduced to lots of people, again mostly apices, and sensed they were delighted to be addressed in what was apparently quite passable Iachic. Flir Imsaho told him to do and say certain things, and he heard himself mouth the correct words and felt himself perform the acceptable gestures. But his overall impression was of chaotic movement and noisy, unlistening people, rather smelly people too, though he was sure they thought the same of him. He also had an odd feeling that they were laughing at him somewhere behind their faces. Apart from the obvious physical differences, the Azadians all seemed very compact and hard and determined compared to culture people, more energetic and even, if he was going to be critical, neurotic. The apices were, anyway. From the little he saw of the males, they seemed somehow duller, less fraught and more stolid, as well as being physically bulkier, while the females appeared to be quieter, somehow deeper and more delicate-looking. He wondered how he looked to them. He was aware he stared a little at the oddly alien architecture and confusing interiors as well as at the people. But on the other hand, he found a lot of people, mostly apices again, staring at him. On a couple of occasions, Flir Imsaho had to repeat what it said to him before he realized it was talking to him. Its monotonous hum and crackling static, never far away from him that afternoon, seemed only to add to the air of dazed, dreamlike unreality. They served food and drink in his honor. Culture and Azadian biology was close enough for a few foods and several drinks to be mutually digestible, including alcohol. He drank all they gave him, but bypassed it. They sat in a long, low shuttleport building, simply styled outside, but ostentatiously furnished inside, around a long table loaded with food and drink. Uniformed males served them. He remembered not to speak to them. He found that most of the people he spoke to either talked too fast or painstakingly slowly, but struggled through several conversations nevertheless. Many people asked why he had come alone, and after several misunderstandings, he stopped trying to explain he was accompanied by the drone and simply said he liked travelling by himself. Some asked him how good he was at Azad. He replied truthfully he had no idea. The ship had never told him. He said he hoped he would be able to play well enough not to make his hosts regret they had invited him to take part. A few seemed impressed by this, but Gerge thought only in the way that adults are impressed by a respectful child. One apex, sitting on his right and dressed in a tight, uncomfortable-looking uniform similar to those worn by the 3 officers who'd boarded the limiting factor, kept asking him about his journey and the ship he'd made it on. Gerge stuck to the agreed story. The apex continually refilled Gerge's ornate crystal goblet with wine. Gerge was obliged to drink on each occasion a toast was proposed. Bypassing the liquor to avoid getting drunk meant he had to go to the toilet rather often, for a drink of water as much as to urinate. He knew this was a subject of some delicacy with the Azadians, but he seemed to be using the correct form of words each time. Nobody looked shocked, and Fleer Imsaho seemed calm. Eventually, the apex on Gerge's left, whose name was Lo Pequil Moninine Sr., and who was a liaison official with the Alien Affairs Bureau, asked Gerge if he was ready to leave for his hotel. Gerge said he thought he was supposed to be staying on board the module. Pequil began to talk rather fast and seemed surprised when Fleer Imsaho cut in, talking equally quickly. The resulting conversation went a little too rapidly for Gerge to follow perfectly, but the drone eventually explained that a compromise had been reached. Gerge would stay in the module, but the module would be parked on the roof of the hotel. Guards and security would be provided for his protection, and the catering services of the hotel, which was one of the very best, would be at his disposal. Gerge thought this all sounded reasonable. He invited Pequil to come along in the module to the hotel, and the apex accepted gladly.
"Before you ask our friend what we're passing over now," Fleer Imsaho said, hovering and buzzing at Gerge's elbow, "that's called a shantytown, and it's where the city draws its surplus unskilled labor from."
Gerge frowned at the bulkily disguised drone. Lo Pequil was standing beside Gerge on the rear ramp of the module, which had opened to make a sort of balcony. The city unrolled beneath them. "I thought we weren't to use moraine in front of these people," Gerge said to the machine.
"Oh, we're safe enough here. This guy's bugged, but the module can neutralize that."
Gerge pointed at the shantytown. "What's that?" he asked Pequil.
"That is where people who have left the countryside for the bright lights of the big city often end up. Unfortunately, many of them are just loafers. Driven off the land,"
Fleer Imsaho added in moraine,
"by an ingeniously unfair property tax system and the opportunistic top-down reorganization of the agricultural production apparatus."
Gerge wondered if the drone's last phrase meant farms, but he turned to Pequil and said, "I see."
"What does your machine say?"
Pequil inquired. "It was quoting some poetry," Gerge told the apex, "about a great and beautiful city."
"Ah."
Pequil nodded, a series of upward jerks of the head.
"Your people like poetry, do they?"
Gerge paused and said, "Well, some do and some don't, you know." Pequil nodded wisely. The wind above the city drifted in over the restraining field around the balcony and brought with it a vague smell of burning. Gerge leaned on the haze of field and looked down at the huge city slipping by underneath. Pequil seemed reluctant to come too near the edge of the balcony.
"Oh, I have some good news for you,"
Pequil said, with a smile, rolling both lips back. "What's that?"
"My office,"
Pequil said, seriously and slowly,
"has succeeded in obtaining permission for you to follow the progress of the main series games all the way to Ekronidal."
"Ah, where the last few games are played?"
"Why, yes. It is the culmination of the full 6-year grand cycle on the Fire Planet itself. I assure you, you are most privileged to be allowed to attend. Guest players are rarely granted such an honor."
"I see. I am indeed honored. I offer my sincere thanks to you and your office. When I return to my home, I shall tell my people that the Azadians are a most generous folk. You have made me feel very welcome. Thank you. I am in your debt." Pequil seemed satisfied with this. He nodded, smiled. Gerge nodded too, though he thought the better of attempting the smile. "Well?"
"Well, what, Jernau Gerge?"
Fleer Imsaho said, its yellow-green fields extending from its tiny casing like the wings of some exotic insect. It laid a ceremonial robe on Gerge's bed. They were in the module, which now rested on the roof garden of Grosnashek's Grand Hotel. "How did I do?"
"You did very well. You didn't call the minister sir when I told you to, and you were a bit vague at times, but on the whole you did all right. You haven't caused any catastrophic diplomatic incidents or grievously insulted anybody. I'd say that's not too bad for the first day. Would you turn round and face the reverser? I want to make sure this thing fits properly.
Gergely turned round and held out his arms as the drone smoothed the robe against his back. He looked at himself in the reverser field. "It's too long and it doesn't suit me," he said.
You're right, but it's what you have to wear for the grand ball in the palace tonight. It'll do. I might take the hem up. The module tells me it's bugged, incidentally, so watch what you say once you're outside the module's fields.
Bugged? Gergely looked at the image of the drone in the reverser.
Position monitor and mic. Don't worry, they do this to everybody. Stand still. Yes, I think that hem needs to come up. Turn around.
Gergely turned round. "You like ordering me around, don't you, machine?" he said to the tiny drone.
Don't be silly. Right. Try it on.
Gergely put the robe on, looked at his image in the reverser. "What's this blank patch on the shoulder for?"
That's where your insignia would go if you had one.
Gergely fingered the bare area on the heavily embroidered robe. "Couldn't we have made one up? It looked a bit bare."
I suppose we could,
Fleer Imsaho said, tugging at the robe to adjust it.
You have to be careful doing that sort of thing, though. Our Azadian friends are always rather nonplussed by a lack of a flag or a symbol, and the culture rep here, you'll meet him tonight if he remembers to turn up, thought it was a pity there was no culture anthem for bands to play when our people came here. So he whistled them the first song that came into his head, and they've been playing that at receptions and ceremonies for the last 8 years.
"I thought I recognized one of the tunes they played," Gergely admitted. The drone pushed his arms up and made some more adjustments.
Yes, but the first song that came into the guy's head was Lick Me Out. Have you heard the lyrics?
Ah, Gergely grinned. That song. Yes, that could be awkward.
Damn right. If they find out, they'll probably declare war. Usual contact snafu.
Gergely laughed, and I used to think contact was so organized and efficient. He shook his head.
Nice to know something works,
the drone muttered. "Well, you've kept this whole empire secret 7 decades, that's work too."
More luck than skill,
Fleer Imsaho said. It floated round in front of him, inspecting the robe.
Do you really want an insignia? We could wrestle something up if it'd make you feel happier.
Don't bother.
Right. We'll use your full name when they announce you at the ball tonight. Sounds reasonably impressive. They can't grasp we don't have any real ranks either, so you may find they use Morat as a kind of title.
The little drone dipped to fix a stray gold thread near the hem.
It's all to the good in the end. They're a bit blind to the culture, just because they can't comprehend it in their own hierarchical terms. Can't take us seriously.
What a surprise.
I've got a feeling it's all part of a plan. Even this delinquent ambassador, is part of it. You too, I think.
You think? Gergely said.
They've built you up, Gergely,
the drone told him, rising to head height and brushing his hair back a little. Gergely in turn brushed the meddlesome field away from his brow.
Contacts told the Empire you're one hotshot game player. They've said they reckon you can get to Colonel Bishop Junior Ministerial level.
What? Gergely said, looking horrified. That's not what they told me.
Or me,
the drone said.
I only found it myself looking at a news roundup an hour ago. They're setting you up, man. They want to keep the Empire happy, and they're using you to do it. First, they get them good and worried, telling them you can beat some of their finest players. Then, when, as is probably going to happen, you get knocked out in the first round, they thereby reassure the Empire the culture's just a joke. We get things wrong. We're easily humiliated.
Gergely looked levelly at the drone, eyes narrowed. First round, you think, do you? He said calmly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The little drone wavered back a little in the air, looking embarrassed.
Are you offended? I was just assuming. Well, I've watched you play. The
machine's voice trailed off. Gergely removed the heavy robe and dropped it onto the floor. I think I'll take a bath, he told the drone. The machine hesitated, then picked up the robe and quickly left the cabin. Gergely sat on the bed and rubbed his beard. In fact, the drone hadn't offended him. He had his own secrets. He was sure he could do better in the game than Contact expected. For the last 100 days on the limiting factor, he knew he hadn't been extending himself. While he hadn't been trying to lose or make any deliberate mistakes, he also hadn't been concentrating as much as he intended to in the coming games. He wasn't sure himself why he was pulling his punches in this way, but somehow it seemed important not to let contact know everything, to keep something back. It was a small victory against them, a little game, a gesture on a lesser board, a blow against the elements and the gods. The great palace of Grosnacek lay by the broad and murky river which had given the city its name. That night there was a grand ball for the more important people who would be playing the game of Azad over the next half-year. They were taken there in a ground car, along broad tree-lined boulevards lit by tall floodlights. Gurge sat in the back of the vehicle with Peckwill, who'd been in the car when it arrived at the hotel. A uniformed male drove the car, apparently in sole control of the machine. Gurge tried not to think about crashes. Flir Imsaho sat on the floor in its bulky disguise, humming quietly and attracting small fibres from the limousine's furry floor covering. The palace wasn't as immense as Gurge had expected, though still impressive enough. It was ornately decorated and brightly illuminated, and from each of its many spires and towers, long, richly decorated banners waved sinuously, slow, brilliant waves of heraldry against the orange-black sky. The ball itself was for over 1,000 people, about half of them game players. The rest were mostly partners of the players, or officials, priests, officers and bureaucrats who were sufficiently content with their present position and who had earned the security of tenure, which meant they could not be displaced, no matter how well their underlings might do in the games, not to want to compete. The mentors and administrators of the Azad colleges, the game's teaching institutions, formed the remainder of the gathering and were similarly exempt from the need to take part in the tournament. The night was too warm for Gurge's taste, a thick heat filled with the city smell and stagnant. The robe was heavy and surprisingly uncomfortable. Gurge wondered how soon he could politely leave the ball. They entered the palace through a huge doorway flanked by massive open gates of polished, jewel-studded metal. The vestibules and halls they passed through glittered with sumptuous decorations standing on tables or hanging from walls and ceilings. The people were as fabulous as their surroundings. The females, of whom there seemed to be a great number, were ablaze with jewellery and extravagantly ornamented dresses. Gurge guessed that, measuring from the bottom of their bell-shaped gowns, the women must have been as broad as they were tall. They rustled as they went by and smelled strongly of heavy, obtrusive perfumes. Many of the people he passed glanced or looked or actually stopped and stared at Gurge and the floating, humming, crackling Flir Imsaho. Every few metres along the walls, and on both sides of every doorway, gaudily uniformed males stood stock still, their trousered legs slightly apart, gloved hands clasped behind their rod-straight backs, their gaze fixed firmly on the high, painted ceilings. "What are they standing there for?" Gurge whispered to the drone in Iachik, low enough so that Peckwill couldn't hear. "Show?" the machine said. Gurge thought about this. Show? Yes. To show that the Emperor is rich and important enough to have hundreds of flunkies standing around doing nothing. Doesn't everybody know that already? The drone didn't answer for a moment. Then it sighed. You haven't really cracked the psychology of wealth and power yet, have you, Journal Gurge? Gurge walked on, smiling on the side of his face Flir Imsaho couldn't see. The APCs they passed were all dressed in the same heavy robes Gurge was wearing, ornate without being ostentatious. What struck Gurge most strongly, though, was that the whole place and everybody in it seemed to be stuck in another age. He could see nothing in the palace or worn by the people that could not have been produced at least 1,000 years earlier. He had watched recordings of ancient imperial ceremonies when he'd done his own research into the society and thought he had a reasonable grasp of ancient dress and forms. It struck him as strange that despite the Empire's obvious, if limited technological sophistication, its formal side remained so entrenched in the past. Ancient customs, fashions and architectural forms were all common in the culture too, but they were used freely, even haphazardly, as only parts of a whole range of styles, not adhered to rigidly and consistently, to the exclusion of all else. Just wait here, you'll be announced, the drone said, tugging at Gurge's sleeve, so that he stopped beside the smiling low Peckwill, at a doorway leading down a huge flight of broad steps into the main ballroom. Peckwill handed a card to a uniformed apex standing at the top of the steps, whose amplified voice rang round the vast hall. The Honourable Law Pequil Mononine, AAB, Level 2 Main, Empire Medal, Order of Merit and Bar, with Chalk Gavant Shah Gurnau Morat Gurgi Dam Haziz. They walked down the grand staircase. The scene below them was an order of magnitude brighter and more impressive than any social event Gurge had ever witnessed. The culture simply didn't do things on such a scale. The ballroom looked like a vast and glittering pool into which somebody had thrown 1,000 fabulous flowers and then stirred. That announcer murdered my name, Gurge said to the drone. He glanced at Pequil. But why does our friend look so unhappy?
I think because the senior in his name was missed out,
Fleer Imsaho said. Is that important?
Gurge, in this society everything is important, the drone said, then added glumly, at least you both got announced.
Hello there, a voice shouted as they got to the bottom of the stairs. A tall male-looking person pushed between a couple of Azadians to get beside Gurge. He wore garish flowing robes. He had a beard, bunned brown hair, bright staring green eyes, and he looked as though he might come from the culture. He stuck one long-fingered and many-ringed hand out, took Gurge's hand, and clasped it. Shehoba Hamza, pleased to meet you. I used to know your name too until that delinquent at the top of the stairs got his tongue around it. Gurge, isn't it? Oh, Pequil, you here too, eh? He pushed a glass into Pequil's hands. Here, you drink this muck, don't you? Hi, drone. Hey, Gurge. He put his arm around Gurge's shoulders. You want a proper drink, yeah?
Janau Morat Gurge, Pequil began, looking awkward. Let me introduce,
but Jehovah Hamza was already steering Gurge away through the crowds at the bottom of the staircase. How's things anyway, Pequil? He shouted over his shoulder at the dazed-looking apex. Okay, yeah, good. Talk to you later. Just taking this other exile for a little drink. A pale-looking Pequil waved back weakly. Fleer Imsaho hesitated, then stayed with the Azadian. Jehovah Hamza turned back to Gurge, removed his arm from the other man's shoulders, and in a less strident voice said, Boring, bladder, old Pequil. Hope you don't mind being dragged away. I'll cope with the remorse, Gurge said, looking the other culture man up and down. I take it you're the ambassador? The same, Za said and belched. This way. He nodded, guiding Gurge through the crowds. I spotted some Griff bottles behind one of the drink tables, and I want to dock with a couple before the Emp and his cronies snaffle the lot. They passed a low stage where a band played loudly. Crazy place, isn't it? Za shouted at Gurge as they headed for the rear of the hall. Gurge wondered exactly what the other man was referring to. Here he is, Za said, coming to a stop by a long line of tables. Behind the tables, liveried males served drinks and food to the guests. Above them, on a huge arched wall, a dark tapestry sewn with diamonds and gold thread depicted an ancient space battle. Za gave a whistle and leaned over to whisper to the tall, stern-looking male who approached. Gurge saw a piece of paper being exchanged. Then Za slapped his hand over Gurge's wrist and breezed away from the tables, hauling Gurge over to a large circular couch set round the bottom of a fluted pillar of marble inlaid with precious metals. Wait till you taste this stuff, Za said, leaning toward Gurge and winking. Shehobaham Za was a little lighter in colour than Gurge, but still much darker than the average Azadian. It was notoriously difficult to judge the age of culture people, but Gurge guessed the man was a decade or so younger than he. You do drink, Za said, looking suddenly alarmed. I've been bypassing the stuff, Gurge told him. Za shook his head emphatically. Don't do that with Griff, he said, patting Gurge's hand. Would be tragic. Ought to be a treasonable offence, in fact. Gland crystal fugue state instead. Brilliant combination. Blows your neurons at your ass. Griff is stunning stuff. Comes from Ikranadal, you know, shipped over for the games. Only make it during the oxygen season. Stuff we're getting should be 2 great years old. Costs a fortune. Open more legs than a cosmetic laser. Anyway. Za sat back, clasping his hands and looking seriously at Gurge. What do you think of the Empire? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it? I mean, vicious but sexy, right? He jumped forward as a male servant carrying a tray with a couple of small stoppered jugs came up to them. Aha! He took the tray with its jugs in exchange for another scrap of paper. He unstoppered both jugs and handed one to Gurge. He raised his jug to his lips, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply. He muttered something under his breath that sounded like a chant. Finally, he drank, keeping his eyes tightly closed. When he opened his eyes, Gergely was sitting with one elbow on his knee, his chin in his hand, looking quizzically at him. "Did they recruit you like this?" he said. "Or is it an effect the Empire has?" Tsar laughed throatily, gazing up to the ceiling where a vast painting showed ancient sea ships fighting some millennia-old engagement. "Both," Tsar said, still chuckling. He nodded at Gergely's jug, an amused but, so it seemed to Gergely, more intelligent look on his face now, a look which made Gergely revise his estimation of the other man's age upward by several decades. "You gonna drink that stuff?" Tsar said. "I just spent an unskilled worker's yearly wage getting it for you." Gergely looked into the other man's bright green eyes for a moment, then raised the jug to his lips. "To the unskilled workers, Mr. Tsar," he said, and drank. Tsar laughed uproariously again, head back. "I think we're going to get along just fine, gameplay Gergely." The griff was sweet, scented, subtle and smoky. Tsar drained his own jug, holding the thin spout over his opened mouth to savour the last few drops. He looked at Gergely and smacked his lips. "Slips down like liquid silk," he said. He put the jug on the floor. "So, you're going to play the great game, eh, Journo Gergely?" "That's what I'm here for." Gergely sipped a little more of the heady liquor. "Let me give you some advice," Tsar said, briefly touching his arm. "Don't bet on anything. And watch the women, or men, or both, or whatever you're into. You could get into some very nasty situations if you aren't careful. But if you mean to stay celibate, you might find some of them, women especially, just can't wait to see what's between your legs, and they take that sort of stuff ridiculously seriously. You want any body games? Tell me. I've got contacts. I can set it up nice and discreet. Utter discretion and complete secrecy, totally guaranteed. Ask anybody." He laughed, then touched Gergely's arm again and looked serious. "I'm serious," he said. "I can fix you up." "I'll bear that in mind," Gergely said, drinking. "Thanks for the warning." "My pleasure. No problem. I've been here 9 years now. Envoy before me only lasted 20 days. Got chucked out for consorting with a minister's wife." Tsar shook his head and chuckled. "I mean, I like her style, but shit. A minister? Crazy bitch was lucky she was only thrown out. If she'd been one of their own, they'd have been up her orifices with acid leeches before the prison gate had shut. Makes me cross my legs just thinking about it." Before Gergely could reply or Tsar could continue, there was a terrific crashing noise from the top of the great staircase, like the sound of thousands of breaking bottles. It echoed through the ballroom. "Damn, the Emperor," Tsar said, standing. He nodded at Gergely's jug. "Drink up, man." Gergely stood up slowly. He pushed the jug into Tsar's hands. "You have it. I think you appreciate it more." Tsar restoppered the jug and shoved it into a fold in his robe. There was a lot of activity at the top of the stairs. People in the ballroom were milling about too, apparently forming a sort of human corridor which led from the bottom of the staircase to a large glittering seat set on a low dais covered with gold cloth. "Better get into your place," Tsar said. He went to grab Gergely's wrist again, but Gergely raised his hand suddenly, smoothing his beard. Tsar missed. Gergely nodded forward. "After you," he said. Tsar winked and strode off. They came up behind the group of people in front of the throne. "Here's your boy, Peckwell," Tsar announced to the worried-looking Apex, then went to stand further away. Gergely found himself standing beside Peckwell, with Fleer Imsaho floating behind him at waist level, humming assiduously. "Mr. Gergely, we were starting to worry about you," Peckwell whispered, glancing nervously up at the staircase. "Were you?" Gergely said. "How comforting." Peckwell didn't look very pleased. Gergely wondered if the Apex had been addressed strongly again. "I have good news, Gergely," Peckwell whispered. He looked up at Gergely, who tried hard to look inquisitive. "I have succeeded in obtaining for you a personal introduction to their Royal Highness, the Emperor Regent Nikosar." "I am greatly honoured." Gergely smiled. Indeed, a most singular and exceptional honour." Peckwell gulped. "So don't fuck up," Fleer Imsaho muttered from behind. Gergely looked at the machine. The crashing noise sounded again, and suddenly, sweeping down the staircase, quickly filling its breadth, a great gaudy wave of people flowed down toward the floor. Gergely assumed the one in the lead, carrying a long staff, was the Emperor, or Emperor Regent, as Peckwell had called him. But at the bottom of the stairs, that Apex stood aside and shouted, The Imperial Highness of the College of Kansev, Prince of Space, Defender of the Faith, Duke of Grosnachek, Master of the Fires of Ekronidal, the Emperor Regent Nikosar I. The Emperor was dressed all in black, a medium-sized, serious-looking apex, quite unornamented. He was surrounded by fabulously dressed Azadians of all sexes, including comparatively conservatively uniformed male and apex guards, toting big swords and small guns. Preceding the Emperor was a variety of large animals, 4- and 6-legged, variously collared and muzzled, and held on the end of emerald and ruby-chained leads by fat, almost naked males, whose oiled skins glowed like frosted gold in the ballroom lights. The Emperor stopped and talked to some people, who knelt when he approached, further down the line on the far side. Then he crossed with his entourage to the side Gurgey was on. The ballroom was almost totally silent. Gurgey could hear the throaty breathing of several of the tamed carnivores. Pekwil was sweating. A pulse beat quickly in the hollow of his cheek. Nikosar came closer. Gurgey thought the Emperor looked, if anything, a little less impressively hard and determined than the average Azadian. He was slightly stooped, and even when he was talking to somebody only a couple of meters away, Gurgey could only hear the guest's side of the conversation. Nikosar looked a little younger than Gurgey had expected. Despite having been advised about his personal introduction by Pekwil, Gurgey nevertheless felt mildly surprised when the black-clothed apex stopped in front of him. "Nil," Fleer Imsaho hissed. Gurgey knelt on one knee. The silence seemed to deepen. "Oh, shit," the humming machine muttered. Pekwil moaned. The Emperor looked down at Gurgey, then gave a small smile. "Sarwani, you must be a foreign guest. We wish you a good game." Gurgey realized what he'd done wrong and went down on the other knee too, but the Emperor gave a small wave with one ringed hand and said, No, we admire originality. You shall greet us on one knee in future." "Thank you, Your Highness," Gurgey said, with a small bow. The Emperor nodded and turned to walk further up the line. Pekwil gave a quivering sigh. The Emperor reached the throne on the dais, and music started. People suddenly started talking, and the twin lines of people broke up. Everybody chatted and gesticulated at once. Pekwil looked as though he was about to collapse. He seemed to be speechless. Fleer Imsaho floated up to Gurgey.
"Please," it said, "don't ever do something like that again."
Gurgey ignored the machine.
"At least you could talk, huh?"
Pekwil said suddenly, taking a glass from a tray with a shaking hand.
"At least he could talk, eh, machine?"
He was talking almost too fast for Gurgey to follow. He sank the drink.
"Most people freeze. I think I might have. Many people do. What does one knee matter, eh? What does that matter?"
Pekwil looked round for the male with a drinks tray, then gazed at the throne, where the Emperor was sitting, talking to some of his retinue.
"What a majestic presence,"
Pekwil said. "Why is he Emperor Regent?" Gurgey asked the sweating apex.
"Their Royal Highness had to take up the royal chain after the Emperor Molsha sadly died 2 years ago. As second-best player during the last games, our worshipped Nikosar was elevated to the throne, but I have no doubt they will remain there."
Gurgey, who'd read about Molsha dying, but hadn't realized Nikosar wasn't regarded as a full emperor in his own right, nodded, and looking at the extravagantly accoutred people and beasts surrounding the imperial dais, wondered what additional splendors Nikosar could possibly merit if he did win the games. "I'd offer to dance with you, but they don't approve of men dancing together," Jehoaham Zah said, coming up to where Gurgey stood by a pillar. Zah took a plate of paper-wrapped sweetmeats from a small table and held it out to Gurgey, who shook his head. Zah popped a couple of the little pastries into his mouth, while Gurgey watched the elaborate patterned dances surge in eddies of flesh and coloured cloth across the ballroom floor. Fleer Imsaho floated nearby. There were some bits of paper sticking to its static-charged casing. "Don't worry," Gurgey told Zah. "I shan't feel insulted."
"Good. Enjoying yourself?"
Zah leaned against the pillar.
"Thought you looked a bit lonely standing here. Where's Pekwil?"
"He's talking to some imperial officials, trying to arrange a private audience."
"Huh, he'll be lucky,"
snorted Zah. "What do you think of our wonderful emperor, anyway?" "He seems very imperious," Gurgey said, and made a frowning gesture at the robes he was wearing, and tapped one ear. Zah looked amused, then mystified. Then he laughed. Oh, the microphone. He shook his head and wrapped another couple of pastries and ate them. Don't worry about that. Just say what you want. You won't be assassinated or anything. They don't mind. Diplomatic protocol. We pretend the robes aren't bugged and they pretend they haven't heard anything. It's a little game we play. If you say so, Gurgay said, looking over at the imperial dais. Not much to look at the moment, young Nikasar, Za said, following Gurgay's gaze. He gets his full regalia after the game, theoretically in mourning for Malshir at the moment. Black's their colour for mourning, something to do with space, I think. He looked at the Emperor for a while. Odd setup, don't you think? All that power belonging to one person. Seems a rather potentially unstable way to run a society, Gurgay agreed. Of course it's all relative, isn't it? Really, you know, that old guy the Emp's talking to at the moment probably has more real power than Nikasar himself. Really? Gurgay looked at Za. Yes, that's Hammon, rector of Kansev College, Nikasar's mentor. You don't mean he tells the Emperor what to do? Not officially, but... Za belched. Nikasar was brought up in the college, spent 60 years, child and apex, learning the game from Hammon. Hammon raised him, groomed him, taught him all he knew about the game and everything else. So, when old Malshir gets his one-way ticket to the land of Nod, not before time, and Nikasar takes over, who's the first person he's going to turn to for advice? I see. Gurgay nodded. He was starting to regret not having studied more on Azad the political system rather than just Azad the game. I thought the colleges just taught people how to play. That's all they do in theory, but in fact they're more like surrogate noble families. Where the Empire gains over the usual bloodline setup is they use the game to recruit the cleverest, most ruthless and manipulative apices from the whole population to run the show, rather than have to marry new blood into some stagnant aristocracy and hope for the best when the genes shake out. Actually, quite a neat system. The game solves a lot. I can see it lasting. Contact seems to think it's all going to fall apart at the seams one day, but I doubt it myself. This lot could outlast us. They are impressive, don't you think? Come on, you have to admit you're impressed, aren't you? Unspeakably, Gurgay said, but I'd like to see more before I come to any final judgment. You'll end up impressed. You'll appreciate its savage beauty. No, I'm serious, you will. You'll probably end up wanting to stay. Oh, and don't pay any attention to that dingbat drone they've sent to nursemaid you. They're all the same, those machines. Want everything to be like the culture, peace and love and all that same bland crap. They haven't got the... Za belched. The sensuality to appreciate the... He belched again. Empire. Believe me, ignore the machine. Gurgay was wondering what to say to that when a brightly dressed group of apices and females came up to surround him and Shahobaham Za. An apex stepped out of the smiling, shining group, and with a bow Gurgay thought looked exaggerated, said to Za, "Would our esteemed envoy amuse our wives with his eyes?" "I'd be delighted," Za said. He handed the sweetmeat tray to Gurgay, and while the women giggled and the apices smirked at each other, he went close to the females and flicked the nicitating membranes in his eyes up and down. "There," he laughed, dancing back. One of the apices thanked him. Then the group of people walked away, talking and laughing. "They're like big kids," Za told Gurgay, then patted him on the shoulder and wandered off, a vacant look in his eyes. Flia Imsaho floated over, making a noise like rustling paper. "I heard what that asshole said about ignoring machines," it said. Gurgay said. "I said... Oh, it doesn't matter. Not feeling left out because you can't dance, are you?" "No, I don't enjoy dancing." "Just as well. It would be socially demeaning for anybody here even to touch you." "What a way with words you have, machine," Gurgay said. He put the plate of savouries in front of the drone and then let go and walked off. Flia Imsaho yelped and just managed to grab the falling plate before all the paper-wrapped pastries fell off. Gurgay wandered around for a while, feeling a little angry and more than a little uncomfortable. He was consumed with the idea that he was surrounded by people who were in some way failed, as though they were all the unpassed components from some high-quality system which would have been polluted by their inclusion. Not only did those around him strike him as foolish and boorish, but he felt also that he was not much different himself. Everybody he met seemed to feel he'd come here just to make a fool of himself. Contact sent him out here with a geriatric warship hardly worthy of the name, gave him a vain, hopelessly gauche young drone, forgot to tell him things which they ought to have known would make a considerable difference to the way the game was played. The college system, which the limiting factor had glossed over, was a good example, and put him at least partly in the charge of a drunken, loud-mouthed fool, childishly infatuated with a few imperialist tricks and a resourcefully inhumane social system. During the journey here, the whole adventure had seemed so romantic, a great and brave commitment, a noble thing to do. That sense of the epic had left him now. All he felt at this moment was that he, like Jehoboam Zar or Fleer Imsaho, was just another social misfit, and this whole spectacularly seedy empire had been thrown to him like a scrap. Somewhere, he was sure, minds were loafing in hyperspace within the field fabric of some great ship, laughing. He looked about the ballroom. Reedy music sounded. The paired apices and luxuriously dressed females moved about the shining marquetry floor in preset arrangements, their looks of pride and humility equally distasteful, while the servant males moved carefully around like machines, making sure each glass was kept full, each plate covered. He hardly thought it mattered what their social system was. It simply looked so crassly, rigidly over-organized. "Ah, Gurgi," Pekuil said. He came through the space between a large potted plant and a marble pillar, holding a young-looking female by one elbow.
"There you are. Gurgi, please meet Trinev Dudley's daughter."
The apex smiled from the girl to the man and guided her forward. She bowed slowly.
"Trinev is a game player too," Pekuil told Gurgi. "Isn't that interesting?"
"I'm honoured to meet you, young lady," Gurgi said to the girl, bowing a little too. She stood still in front of him, her gaze directed at the floor. Her dress was less ornate than most of those he'd seen, and the woman inside it looked less glamorous.
"Well, I'll leave you two odd ones out to talk, shall I?" Pekuil said, taking a step back, hands clasped. "Miss Dudley's daughter's father is over by the rear bandstand, Gurgi, if you wouldn't mind returning the young lady when you've finished talking."
Gurgi watched Pekuil go, then smiled at the top of the young woman's head. He cleared his throat. The girl remained silent. Gurgi said, I'd thought that only intermediates, apices, played Azad." The girl looked up as far as his chest.
"No, sir. There are some capable female players, of minor rank, of course."
She had a soft, tired-sounding voice. She still did not raise her face to him, so he had to address the crown of her head, where he could see the white scalp with the black tied hair. "Ah," he said. "I thought it might have been forbidden. I'm glad it isn't. Do males play too?"
"They do, sir. Nobody is forbidden to play. That is embodied in the Constitution. It is simply made. It is only that it is more difficult for either."
The woman broke off and brought her head up with a sudden, startling look.
"For either of the lesser sexes to learn, because all the great colleges must take only apex scholars."
She looked back down again.
"Of course, this is to prevent the distraction of those who study."
Gurgi wasn't sure what to say. "I see," was all he could come up with at first. "Do you hope to do well in the games?"
"If I can do well, if I can reach the second game in the main series, then I hope to be able to join the civil service and travel."
"Well, I hope you succeed."
"Thank you. Unfortunately, it is not very likely. The first game, as you know, is played by groups of 10, and to be the only woman playing 9 apices is to be regarded as a nuisance. One is usually put out of the game first to clear the field."
I was warned something similar might happen to me," Gurgi said, smiling at the woman's head and wishing she would look up at him again.
"Oh, no."
The woman did look up then, and Gurgi found the directness of her flat-faced gaze oddly disconcerting.
"They won't do that to you. It wouldn't be polite. They don't know how weak or strong you are.
She looked down again.
"They know that I am, so it is no disrespect to remove me from the board so that they may get on with the game."
Gurgi looked round the huge, noisy, crowded ballroom where the people talked and danced and the music sounded loud. "Is there nothing you can do?" he asked. "Wouldn't it be possible to arrange that 10 women play each other in the first round?" She was still looking down, but something about the curve of her cheek told him she might have been smiling.
"Indeed, sir, But I believe there has never been an occasion in the Great Games series when two lesser sexes have played in the same group. The draw has never worked out that way in all these years.
Ah, Gerge said. And single games, one against one?
They do not count unless one has gone through the earlier rounds. When I do practice single games, I am told that I'm very lucky. I suppose I must be. But then, I know I am, for my father has chosen me a fine master and husband, and even if I do not succeed in the game, I shall marry well. What more can a woman ask for, sir?
Gerge didn't know what to say. There was a strange tingling feeling at the back of his neck. He cleared his throat a couple of times. In the end, all he could find to say was, "I hope you do win. I really hope you do." The woman looked briefly up at him, then down again. She shook her head. After a while, Gerge suggested that he take her back to her father, and she assented. She said one more thing. They were walking down the great hall, threading their way through the clumps of people to where her father waited, and at one point they passed between a great carved pillar and a wall of battle murals. During the instant they were quite hidden from the rest of the room, the woman reached out one hand and touched him on the top of his wrist. With the other hand, she pressed a finger over a particular point on the shoulder of his robe, and with that one finger pressing and the others lightly brushing his arm, in the same moment whispered, "You win. You win." Then they were with her father, and after repeating how welcome he felt, Gerge left the family group. The woman didn't look at him again. He had had no time to reply to her.
"Are you all right, Jerna Gerge?"
Fleer Imsaho said, finding the man leaning against a wall and seemingly just staring into space, as though he was one of the liveried male servants. Gerge looked at the drone. He put his finger to the point on the robe's shoulder the girl had pressed. "Is this where the bug is on this thing?"
"Yes," the machine said. "That's right. Did Jehovah Hamzar tell you?"
I thought so," Gerge said. He pushed himself away from the wall. Would it be polite to leave now?
Now?
The drone started back a little, humming loudly.
"Well, I suppose so. Are you sure you're all right?"
"Never felt better. Let's go." Gerge walked away.
"You seem agitated. Are you really all right? Aren't you enjoying yourself? What did Zah give you to drink? Are you nervous about the game? Has Zah said something? Is it because nobody will touch you?"
Gerge walked through the people, ignoring the humming, crackling drone at his shoulder. As they left the great ballroom, he realized that apart from remembering that she was called somebody's daughter, he'd forgotten the woman's name. Gerge was due to play his first game of Azad 2 days after the ball. He spent the time working out a few set-piece maneuvers with the limiting factor. He could have used the module's brain, but the old warship had a more interesting game style. The fact that the limiting factor was several decades away by real space light meant there was a significant delay involved. The ship itself always replied instantly to a move, but the effect was still of playing an extraordinarily quick and gifted player. Gerge didn't take up any more invitations to formal functions. He told Peckwill his digestive system was taking time to adjust to the Empire's rich food, and that appeared to be an acceptable excuse. He even refused the chance to go on a sightseeing trip of the capital. He saw nobody during those days except Fleer Imsaho, which spent most of its time in its disguise, sitting on the hotel parapet, humming quietly and watching birds, which it attracted with crumbs scattered on the roof garden lawn. Now and again, Gerge would walk out onto the grassed roof and stand looking out over the city. The streets and the sky were both full of traffic. Grosnacek was like a great, flattened, spiky animal, awash with lights at night and hazy with its own heaped breath during the day. It spoke with a great garbled choir of voices, an encompassing background roar of engines and machines that never ceased, and the sporadic tearing sounds of passing aircraft. The continual wails, whoops, warbles and screams of sirens and alarms were strewn across the fabric of the city like shrapnel holes. Architecturally, Gerge thought, the place was a hopeless mix of styles, and far too big. Some buildings soared, some sprawled, but each seemed to have been designed without any regard to any other, and the whole effect, which might have been interestingly varied, was in fact gruesome. He kept thinking of the little rascal, holding 10 times as many people as the city in a smaller area, and far more elegantly, even though most of the craft's volume was taken up with shipbuilding space, engines and other equipment. Grosnacek had all the planning of a bird dropping, Gerge thought, and the city was its own maze. When the day came for the game to start, he woke feeling elated, as though he'd just won a game rather than being about to embark on the first real, serious match of his life. He ate very little for breakfast and dressed slowly in the ceremonial garments the game required. Rather ridiculous gathered-up clothes with soft slippers and hose beneath a bulky jacket with rolled gartered sleeves. At least, as a novice, Gerge's robes were relatively unornamented and restrained in colour. Peckwill arrived to take him to the game in an official ground car. The Apex chattered during the journey, enthusing about some recent conquest the Empire had made in a distant region of space, a glorious victory. The car sped along the broad streets, heading for the outskirts of the city where the public hall Gerge would play in had been converted into a game room. All over the city that morning, people were going to their first game of the new series, from the most optimistic young player lucky enough to win a place in the games in the state lottery, right up to Nikasar himself. Those 12,000 people faced that day knowing that their lives might change utterly and forever, for better or worse, starting from right now. The whole city was alive with a game fever which infected it every 6 years. Grosnacek was packed with the players, their retinues, advisors, college mentors, relations and friends, the Empire's press and news services, and visiting delegations from colonies and dominions, there to watch the future course of imperial history being decided. Despite his earlier euphoria, Gerge discovered that his hands were shaking by the time they arrived at the hall, and as he was led into the place with its high white walls and its echoing wooden floor, an unpleasant sensation of churning seemed to emanate from his belly. It felt quite different from the normal feeling of being keyed up which he experienced before most games. This was something else, keener and more thrilling and unsettling than anything he'd known before. All that lightened this mood of tension was discovering that Fleer Imsaho had been refused permission to remain in the game hall when the match was in progress. It would have to stay outside. Its display of clicking, humming, crackling crudity had not been sufficient to convince the imperial authorities that it was incapable of somehow assisting Gerge during the game. It was shown to a small pavilion in the grounds of the hall, to wait there with the imperial guards on security duty. It complained loudly. Gerge was introduced to the other 9 people in his game. In theory, they had all been chosen at random. They greeted him cordially enough, though one of them, a junior imperial priest, nodded rather than spoke to him. They played the lesser game of strategy cards first. Gerge started very cautiously, surrendering cards and points to discover what the others held. When it finally became obvious, he began playing properly, hoping he would not be made to look too silly in the rush. But over the next few turns, he realized the others were still unsure exactly who held what, and he was the only one playing the game as though it was in its final stages. Thinking that perhaps he'd missed something, he played a couple of more exploratory cards, and only then did the priest start to play for the end. Gerge resumed, and when the game finished before midday, he held more points than anybody else. "So far, so good, eh, Drone?" he said to Fleer Imsaho. He was sitting at the table where the players, game officials and some of the more important spectators were at lunch.
"If you say so," the machine said grumpily. "I don't get to see much, stuck in the outhouse with the jolly soldier boys."
"Well, take it from me. It's looking all right."
"Early days yet, Journal Gerge. You won't catch them that easily again."
"I knew I could rely on your support." In the afternoon, they played on a couple of the smaller boards in a series of single games to decide order of precedence. Gerge knew he was good at both these games and easily beat the others. Only the priest seemed upset by this. There was another break for dinner, during which Peckwill arrived unofficially on his way home from the office. He expressed his pleased surprise at how well Gerge was doing, and even patted him on the arm before he left. The early evening session was a formality. All that happened was that they were told by the game officials, amateurs from a local club with one imperial official in charge, the exact configuration and order of play for the following day on the board of origin. As had now become obvious, Gerge was going to start with a considerable advantage. Sitting in the back of the car with only Fleer Imsaho for company and feeling quite pleased with himself, Gerge watched the city go by in the violet light of dusk.
"Not too bad, I suppose," the drone said, humming only a little as it lay on the seat by Gerge. "I'd contact the ship tonight if I were you, to discuss what you're going to do tomorrow."
"Would you really?"
"Yes, you're going to need all the help you can get. They'll gang up on you tomorrow, bound to." This is where you lose out, of course. If any of them were in this situation, they'd be getting in touch with one or more of the less well-placed players and doing a deal with them to go for
Yes, but as you never seem to tire of telling me, they would all demean themselves doing anything of the sort with me. On the other hand, though, with your encouragement and the limiting factor's help, how can I lose? The drone was silent. Gurge got in touch with the ship that night. Fleer Imsaho had declared itself bored. It had discarded its casing, gone black body, and floated off unseen into the night to visit a city park where there were some nocturnal birds. Gurge talked over his plans with the limiting factor, but the time delay of almost a minute made the conversation with the distant warship a slow business. The ship had some good suggestions, though. Gurge was certain that at this level, at least, he must be getting far better advice from the ship than any of his immediate opponents were receiving from their advisors, aides, and mentors. Probably only the top 100 or so players, those directly sponsored and supported by the leading colleges, would have access to such informed help. This thought cheered him further, and he went to bed happy. 3 days later, just as play was closing after the early evening session, Gurge looked at the board of origin and realized he was going to be put out of the game. Everything had gone well at first. He'd been pleased with his handling of the pieces, and sure he'd had a more subtle appreciation of the game's strategic balance. With his superiority in position and forces resulting from his successes during the early stages, he'd been confident he was going to win, and so stay in the main series to play in the second round of single games. Then, on the third morning, he realized he had been overconfident, and his concentration had lapsed. What had looked like a series of unconnected moves by most of the other players suddenly became a coordinated mass attack with the priest at its head. He'd panicked, and they'd trounced him. Now he was a dead man. The priest came up to Gurge when the session's play was over, and Gurge was still sitting in his high stool seat, looking down at the shambles on the board and wondering what had gone wrong. The apex asked the man if he was willing to concede. It was the conventional course when somebody was so far behind in pieces and territory, and there was less shame attached to an honourable admission of defeat than to a stubborn refusal to face reality, which only dragged the game out longer for one's opponents. Gurge looked at the priest, then at Fleer Imsaho, who'd been allowed into the hall once the play had ended. The machine wobbled a little in front of him, humming mightily and fairly buzzing with static. "What do you think, drone?" he said tiredly.
"I think the sooner you get out of those ridiculous clothes, the better," the machine said.
The priest, whose own robes were a more gaudy version of Gurge's, glanced angrily at the humming machine but said nothing. Gurge looked at the board again, then at the priest. He took a long, sighing breath and opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Fleer Imsaho said,
"So, I think you should go back to the hotel and get changed and relax and give yourself an opportunity to think."
Gurge nodded his head slowly, rubbing his beard and looking at the mess of tangled fortunes on the board of origin. He told the priest he'd see him tomorrow. "There's nothing I can do. They've won," he told the drone once they were back in the module.
"If you say so, why not ask the ship?"
Gurge contacted the limiting factor to give it the bad news. It commiserated, and rather than come up with any helpful ideas, told him exactly where he'd gone wrong, going into considerable detail. Gurge thanked it with little good grace and went to bed dispirited, wishing he'd resigned when the priest had asked him. Fleer Imsaho had gone off exploring the city again. Gurge lay in the darkness, the module quiet around him. He wondered what they'd really sent him here for. What did Contact actually expect him to do? Had he been sent to be humiliated, and so reassure the Empire the culture was unlikely to be any threat to it? It seemed as likely as anything else. He could imagine Chark Hub rattling off figures about the colossal amount of energy expended in sending him all this way. And even the culture, even Contact, would think twice about doing all it had just to provide one citizen with a glorified adventure holiday. The culture didn't use money as such, but it also didn't want to be too conspicuously extravagant with matter and energy either, so inelegant to be wasteful. But to keep the Empire satisfied that the culture was just a joke, no threat, how much was that worth? He turned over in the bed, switched on the float field, adjusted its resistance, tried to sleep, turned this way and that, adjusted the field again, but still could not get comfortable, and so, eventually, turned it off. He saw the slight glow from the bracelet Chambliss had given him shining by the bedside. He picked the thin band up, turning it over in his hands. The tiny orbital was bright in the darkness, lighting up his fingers and the covers on the bed. He gazed at its daylight surface and the microscopic whirls of weather systems over blue sea and dun-coloured land. He really ought to write to Chambliss, say thank you. It was only then he realised quite how clever the little piece of jewellery was. He'd assumed it was just an illuminated still picture, but it wasn't. He could remember how it had looked when he'd first seen it, and now the scene was different. The island continents on the daylight side were mostly different shapes to those he remembered, though he recognised a couple of them near the Dawn Terminator. The bracelet was a moving representation of an orbital, possibly even a crude clock. He smiled in the darkness, turned away. They all expected him to lose. Only he knew, or had known, he was a better player than they thought. But now he'd thrown away the chance of proving he was right, and they were wrong. Fool, fool, he whispered to himself in the darkness. He couldn't sleep. He got up, switched on the module screen and told the machine to display his game. The board of origin appeared, through-hollowed in front of him. He sat there and stared at it. Then he told the module to contact the ship. It was a slow, dreamlike conversation, during which he gazed as though transfixed at the bright game board, seemingly stretching away from him, while waiting for his words to reach the distant warship, and then for its reply to come back. Journal Gurgay? I want to know something, ship. Is there any way out of this? Stupid question. He could see the answer. His position was an incoherent mess. The only certain thing about it was that it was hopeless. Out of your present situation in the game? He sighed. What a waste of time. Yes. Can you see a way? The frozen hollow in the screen in front of him, his displayed position, was like some trapped moment of falling. The instant when the foot slips, the fingers lose their last strength, and the fatal accelerating descent begins. He thought of satellites, forever falling, and the controlled stumble that bipeds call walking. You are more points behind than anybody who's ever come back to win in any main series game. You have already been defeated, they believe. Gurgay waited for more. Silence. Answer the question, he told the ship. You didn't answer the question, answer me. What was the ship playing at? Mess, a total mess. His position was a swirling, amorphous, nebulous, almost barbaric welter of pieces and areas, battered and crumbling and falling away. Why was he even bothering to ask? Didn't he trust his own judgment? Did he need a mind to tell him? Would only that make it real? Yes, of course there is a way, the ship said. Many ways, in fact, though they are all unlikely, near impossible. But it can be done. There isn't nearly enough time to— Good night, ship, he said as the signal continued. Explain any of them in detail, but I think I can give you a general idea what to do. Though, of course, just because it has to be such a synoptic appraisal, such a— Sorry, ship. Good night. Gurgay turned the channel off. It clicked once. After a little while, the closing chime announced the ship had signed off too. Gurgay looked at the hollow image of the board again, then closed his eyes. By morning, he still had no idea what he was going to do. He hadn't slept at all that night, just sat in front of the screen, staring at its displayed panorama of the game until the view was seemingly etched into his brain, and his eyes hurt with the strain. Later, he'd eaten lightly and watched some of the broadcast entertainments the Empire fed the population with. It was a suitably mindless diversion. Peckwill arrived smiling, and said how well Gurgay had done to stay in contention at all, and how, personally, Peckwill was sure that Gurgay would do well in the second series games for those knocked out of the main series, if he wished to take part. Of course, they were mostly of interest to those seeking promotion in their careers and led no further, but Gurgay might do better against other, unfortunates. Anyway, he was still going to Ekronadal to see the end of the games, and that was a great privilege, wasn't it? Gurgay hardly spoke, just nodded now and again. They rode out to the hall, while Peckwill went on and on about the great victory Nikosar had achieved in his first game the previous day. The Emperor Regent was already onto the second board, the Board of Form. The priest again asked Gurgay to resign, and again Gurgay said he wished to play. They all sat down around the great spread of board and either dictated their moves to the club players or made them themselves. Gurgay sat for a long time before placing his first piece that morning. He rubbed the biotech between his hands for minutes, looking down wide-eyed at the board for so long the others thought he'd forgotten it was his turn and asked the adjudicator to remind him. Gergely placed the piece. It was as though he saw two boards, one here in front of him and one engraved into his mind from the night before. The other players made their moves, gradually forcing Gergely back into one small area of the board, with only a couple of free pieces outside it, hunted and fleeing. When it came, as he'd known it would without wanting to admit to himself that he did know, he could only think of it as a revelation, made him want to laugh. In fact, he did rock back in his seat, head nodding. The priest looked at him expectantly, as though waiting for the stupid human to finally give up. But Gergely smiled over at the apex, selected the strongest cards from his dwindling supply, deposited them with the adjudicator, and made his next move. All he was banking on, it turned out, was the rest being too concerned with winning the game quickly. It was obvious that some sort of deal had been arranged which would let the priest win, and Gergely guessed that the others wouldn't be playing at their best when they were competing for somebody else. It would not be their victory. They would not own it. Certainly they didn't have to play well. Sheer weight of numbers could compensate for indifferent play. But the moves could become a language, and Gergely thought he could speak that language now, well enough, tellingly, to lie in it. So he made his moves, and at one moment, with one move, seemed to be suggesting that he'd given up. Then, with his next move, he appeared to indicate he was determined to take one of several players down with him, or two of them, or a different one. The lies went on. There was no single message, but rather a succession of contradictory signals, pulling the syntax of the game to and fro until the common understanding the other players had reached began to fatigue and tear and split. In the midst of this, Gergely made some at first sight inconsequential, purposeless moves which, seemingly suddenly, apparently without any warning, threatened first a few, then several, then most of the troop pieces of one player, but at the cost of making Gergely's own forces more vulnerable. While that player panicked, the priest did what Gergely was relying on him doing, rushing into the attack. Over the next few moves, Gergely asked for the cards he deposited with the game official to be revealed. They acted rather like mines in a possession game. The priest's forces were variously destroyed, demoralized, random move blinded, hopelessly weakened or turned over to Gergely or, in only a few cases, to some of the other players. The priest was left with almost nothing, forces scattering over the board like dead leaves. In the confusion, Gergely watched the others, devoid of their leader, squabble over the scraps of power. One got into serious trouble. Gergely attacked, annihilated most of his forces and captured the rest, and then kept on attacking without even waiting to regroup. He realized later he'd still been behind in points at that time, but the sheer momentum of his own resurrection from oblivion carried him on, spreading an unreasoning, hysterical, almost superstitiously intense panic among the others. From that point on, he made no more errors. His progress across the board became a combination of rout and triumphal procession. Perfectly adequate players were made to look like idiots as Gergely's forces rampaged across their territories, consuming ground and material as though nothing could be easier or more natural. Gergely finished the game on the board of origin before the evening session. He'd saved himself. He wasn't just through to the next board. He was in the lead. The priest, who'd sat looking at the game surface with an expression Gergely thought he'd have recognized as stunned, even without his lessons in Azadian facial language, walked out of the hall without the customary end-of-game pleasantries, while the other players either said very little or were embarrassingly effusive about his performance. A crowd of people clustered round Gergely, the club members, some press people and other players, some observing guests. Gergely felt oddly untouched by the surrounding, chattering apices. Crowding up to him, but still trying not to touch him, somehow their very numbers lent an air of unreality to the scene. Gergely was buried in questions, but he couldn't answer any of them. He could hardly make them out as individual inquiries anyway. The apices all talked too fast. Fleer Imsaho floated in above the heads of the crowd, but despite trying to shout people down to gain their attention, all it succeeded in attracting was their hair, with its static. Gergely saw one apex trying to push the machine out of his way and receive an obviously unexpected and painful electric shock. Peckwill shoved his way through the crowd and bustled up to Gergely, but instead of coming to rescue the man, he told him he'd brought another 20 reporters with him. He touched Gergely without seeming to think about it, turning him to face some cameras. More questions followed, but Gergely ignored them. He had to ask Peckwill several times if he could leave before the apex had a path cleared to the door and the waiting car.
Mr. Guggy, let me add my congratulations, Peckwell said in the car. I heard while I was in the office and came straight away. A famous victory.
Thank you, Gurgey said, slowly calming himself. He sat in the car's plushly upholstered seat, looking out at the sunlit city. The car was air-conditioned, unlike the game hall, but it was only now Gurgey found himself sweating. He shivered.
Me too, Flair Imsaho said. You raised your game just in time.
Thank you, Drone.
You were lucky as hell too, mind you. I trust you'll let me arrange a proper press conference, Mr. Gurgey, Peckwell said eagerly. I'm sure you're going to be quite famous after this, no matter what happens during the rest of the match. Heavens, you'll be sharing leaders with the Emperor himself tonight.
No thanks, Gurgey said. Don't arrange anything. He couldn't think that he'd have anything useful to tell people. What was there to say? He'd won the game. He'd every chance of taking the match itself. He was anyway a little uncomfortable at the thought of his image and voice being broadcast all over the Empire, and his story, undoubtedly sensationalized, being told and retold and distorted by these people.
Oh, but you must, Peckwell protested. Everybody will want to see you. You don't seem to realize what you've done. Even if you lose the match, you've established a new record. Nobody has ever come back from being so far behind. It was quite brilliant.
All the same, Gurgey said, suddenly feeling very tired. I don't want to be distracted. I have to concentrate. I have to rest.
Well, Peckwell said, looking crestfallen, I see your point. But I warn you, you're making a mistake. People will want to hear what you've got to say, and our press always gives the people what they want, no matter what the difficulties. They'll just make it up. You'll be better off saying something yourself.
Gurgey shook his head, looked out at the traffic on the boulevard. If people want to lie about me, that's a matter for their consciences. At least I don't have to talk to them. I really could not care less what they say. Peckwell looked at Gurgey with an expression of astonishment, but said nothing. Flair Imsaho made a chuckling noise over its constant hum. Gurgey talked it over with the ship. The limiting factor said that the game could probably have been won more elegantly, but what Gurgey had done did represent one end of the spectrum of unlikely possibilities it had been going to sketch out the previous night. It congratulated him. He had played better than it had thought possible. It also asked him why he hadn't listened after it had told him it could see a way out. All I wanted to know was that there was a way out. Again the delay, the weight of time while his beamed words lanced beneath the matter-dimpled surface that was real space.
But I could have helped you, said the ship. I thought it was a bad sign when you'd refused my aid. I began to think you had given up in your mind, if not on the board.
I didn't want help, ship. He played with the orbital bracelet, wondering absently if it betrayed any particular world, and if so, which. I wanted hope.
I see, the ship said eventually. I wouldn't accept it, the drone said.
You wouldn't accept what? Gurgey asked, looking up from a hollow-displayed board.
Zar's invitation.
The tiny machine floated closer. It had discarded its bulky disguise now they were back inside the module. Gurgey looked coldly at it. I didn't notice it was addressed to you too. Shahobaham Zar had sent a message congratulating Gurgey and inviting him out for an evening's entertainment.
Well, it wasn't, but I'm supposed to monitor everything.
Are you really? Gurgey turned back to the hollow-spread before him. Well, you can stay here and monitor whatever you like while I go out on the town with Shahobaham Zar tonight.
You'll regret it, the drone told him. You've been very sensible staying in and not getting involved, but you'll suffer for it if you do start gallivanting.
Gallivanting? Gurgey stared at the drone, realizing only then how difficult it was to look something up and down when it was just a few centimeters high. What are you, drone, my mother?
I'm just trying to be sensible about this, the machine said, voice rising. You're in a strange society. You're not the most worldly wise of people, and Zar certainly isn't my idea of you, opinionated box of junk,
Gurgey said loudly, rising and switching off the holoscreen. The drone jumped in midair. It backed off hastily.
Now, Journal Gurgey, don't you now me, you patronizing adding machine.
If I want to take an evening off, I will. And quite frankly, the thought of some human company for a change is looking more attractive all the time. He jabbed a finger at the machine. Don't read any more of my mail, and don't bother about escorting Zar and me this evening. He walked quickly past it, heading for his cabin. Now, I'm going to take a shower. Why don't you go watch some birds?" The man left the module's lounge. The little drone hovered steadily in midair for a while. "Oops," it said to itself, eventually. Then, with a shrug-like wobble, swooped away, fields vaguely rosy. "Have some of this," Tsar said. The car swept along the city streets beneath the iridescent skies of dusk. Gurgey took the flask and drank. "Not quite Griff," Tsar told him, "but it does the job." He took the flask back while Gurgey coughed a little. "Did you let that Griff get to you at the ball?" "No," Gurgey admitted. "I bypassed it, wanted a clear head." "Ah, heck," Tsar said, looking downcast. "You mean I could have had more?" He shrugged, brightened, tapped Gurgey on the elbow. "Hey, I never said congratulations on winning the game." "Thanks." "That showed them. Wow, did you give them a shock?" Tsar shook his head in admiration. His long brown hair swung across his loose tunic top like heavy smoke. "I had you filed as a prime loser, JG, but you're some kind of showman." He winked one bright green eye at Gurgey and grinned. Gurgey looked uncertainly at Tsar's beaming face for a moment, then burst out laughing. He took the flask from Tsar's hand and put it to his lips. "To the showman," he said, and drank. "Amen to that, my maestro." The Hole had been on the outskirts of the city once, but now it was just another part of one more urban district. The Hole was a set of vast artificial caverns burrowed out of the chalk centuries ago to store natural gas in. The gas had long since run out. The city ran on other forms of energy, and the set of huge linked caves had been colonized. First by Grosnachek's paw, then, by a slow process of osmosis and displacement, as though, gas or human, nothing ever really changed, by its criminals and outlaws, and finally, though not completely, by its effectively ghettoized aliens and their supporting cast of locals. Gurgey and Tsar's car drove into what had once been a massive above-ground gas storage cylinder, and it had become the housing for a pair of spiralling ramps taking cars and other vehicles down into and up out of the hole. In the centre of the still mostly empty, ringingly echoing cylinder, a cluster of variously sized lifts slid up and down inside ramshackle frameworks of girders, tubing and beams. The outer and inner surfaces of the ancient gasometer sparkled slatily under rainbow lights and the flickeringly unreal, grotesquely oversized images of advertising hollows. People milled about the surface level of the cavernous tower, and the air was full of shouting, screaming, haggling voices and the sound of labouring engines. Gurgey watched the crowds and the stalls and stands slide by as the car dipped and started its long descent. A strange, half-sweet, half-acrid smell seeped through the car's conditioning like a sweaty breath from the place. They quit the car in a long, low, crowded tunnel where the air was heavy with fumes and shouts. The gallery was choked with multifariously shaped and sized vehicles which rumbled and hissed and edged about among the swarmingly varied people like massive, clumsy animals wading in an insect sea. Tsar took Gurgey by the hand as their car trundled toward the ascending ramp. They went bustling through the buffeting crowds of Azadians and other humanoids toward a limily glowing tunnel mouth. "What do you think so far?" Tsar shouted back to Gurgey. "Crowded, isn't it? You should see it on a holiday." Gurgey looked round at the people. He felt ghost-like, invisible. Until now he'd been the centre of attention, a freak, stared and gawped and peered at, and kept entirely at arm's length. Now, suddenly, nobody gave a damn, hardly sparing him a second glance. They bumped into him, jostled him, shoved past him, brushed against him, all quite careless. And so varied, even in this sickly, sea-green tunnel light. So many different types of people mixed in with the Azadians he was becoming used to seeing. A few aliens that looked vaguely familiar from his memory of pan-human types, but mostly quite wildly different. He lost count of the variations in limbs, height, bulk, physiognomy and sensory apparatus he was confronted with during that short walk. They went down the warm tunnel and into a huge, brightly lit cavern, at least 80 metres tall and half as broad again. Lengthwise, its cream-coloured walls stretched away in both directions for half a kilometre or more, ending in great side-lit arches leading to further galleries. Its flat floor was chock-a-block with shack-like buildings and tents, partitions and covered walkways, stalls and kiosks, and small squares with dribbling fountains and gaily striped awnings. Lamps danced from wires strung on thin poles, and overhead brighter lights burned, high in the vaulted roof, a colour between ivory and pewter. Structures of stepped buildings and wall or roof-hung gantries lined the sides of the gallery, and whole areas of grimy grey wall were punctured by the irregular holes of windows, balconies, terraces and doors. Lifts and pulleys creaked and rattled, taking people to higher levels or lowering them to the bustling floor. "This way," Za said. They wove their way through the narrow streets of the gallery's surface until they came to the far wall, climbed some broad but rickety wooden steps, and approached a heavy wooden door guarded by a metal portcullis and a pair of lumberingly large figures, one a Zadian male and another whose species Gerge couldn't identify. Za waved, and without either guard appearing to do anything, the portcullis rose. The door swung ponderously open, and he and Za left the echoing cave behind for the relative quietness of a dim, wood-lined, heavily carpeted tunnel. The cavern light closed off behind them. A hazy cerise glow came through an arched ceiling of wafer-thin plaster. The polished wooden walls looked thick, were char-dark, and felt warm. Muffled music came from ahead. Another door, a desk set into an alcove where two apices eyed them both sullenly, then consented to smile at Za, who passed over a small hide pouch to them. The door opened. He and Gerge went through to the light and music and noise beyond. It was a jumble of a space, impossible to decide whether it was one confusingly subdivided, chaotically split-levelled hall, or a profusion of smaller rooms and galleries all knocked into one. The place was packed and loud with high-pitched atonal music. It could have been on fire, judging from the thick haze of smoke filling it, but the fumes smelled sweet, almost perfumed. Za guided Gerge through crowds to a wooden cupola raised a metre off a small covered walkway, and looking out from the rear onto a sort of staggered stage beneath. The stage was surrounded by similar circular boxes, as well as various stepped areas of seats and benches, all of which were crowded, mostly with Azadians. On the small, roughly circular stage below, some dwarfish alien, only vaguely pan-human, was wrestling, or perhaps copulating, with an Azadian female in a quivering tub full of gently steaming red mud, all seemingly held in a low-G field. The spectators shouted and clapped and threw drinks. "Oh, good," Za said, sitting down. "The fun started." "Are they fucking or fighting?" Gerge said, leaning over the rail and peering down at the struggling, heaving bodies of the alien and the female. Za shrugged. "Does it matter?" A waitress, an Azadian female wearing only a little cloth around her waist, took Za's drink order. The woman's puff-bald hair appeared to be on fire, surrounded by a flickering hologram of yellow-blue flames. Gerge turned away from the stage. The audience behind him yelled appreciatively as the woman threw the alien off and jumped on top of him, throwing him under the steaming mud. "You come here often?" he asked Za. The tall male laughed loudly. "No?" The great green eyes flashed. "But I leave quite a lot." "This way you relax?" Za shook his head emphatically. "Absolutely not. Common misconception that fun is relaxing. If it is, you're not doing it right. That's what the hole's for. Fun. Fun and games. Cools down a bit during the day, but it can get pretty wild, too. The drink festivals are usually the worst. Shouldn't be any trouble tonight, though. Fairly quiet." The crowd shrieked. The woman was holding the dwarfish alien's face under the mud. It struggled desperately. Gerge turned round to watch. The alien's movements weakened slowly as the naked, mud-slicked woman forced its head into the bubbling red liquid. Gerge glanced at Za. So they were fighting. Za shrugged again. "We may never know." He looked down too, as the woman forced the now limp alien's body further into the ochre mud. "Has she killed it?" Gerge asked. He had to raise his voice as the crowd screamed, stamping feet and beating fists on tables. "Nah," Shoham Za said, shaking his head. "The little guy is a Nyurkle." Za nodded down as the woman used one hand to keep the alien's head submerged and raised the other in triumph in the air, glaring bright-eyed at the baying audience. "See that little black thing sticking up?" Gerge looked. There was a little black bulb poking up through the surface of the red mud. "Yes, that's his dick." Gerge looked suspiciously at the other man. How exactly is that going to help him? The Unurkel can breathe through their dicks, Za said. That guy's fine. He'll be fighting in another club tomorrow night, maybe even later this evening. Za watched the waitress place their drinks on the table. He leaned forward to whisper something to her. She nodded and walked off. Try glanding expand with this stuff, Za suggested. Gerge nodded. They both drank. Wonder why the cultures never gene-affixed that, Za said, staring into his glass. What? Being able to breathe through your dick? Gerge thought. Sneezing at certain moments could be messy. Za laughed. There might be compensations. The audience behind them went, ooh. Za and Gerge turned round to see the victorious woman pulling her opponent's body up out of the mud by its penis. The alien being's head and feet were still under the glutinous, slowly slopping liquid. Ouch, Za muttered, drinking. Somebody in the crowd tossed the woman a dagger. She caught it, stooped, and sliced off the alien genitals. She brandished the dripping flesh aloft while the crowd went wild with delight, and the alien sank slowly beneath the cloying red liquid, the woman's foot on its chest. The mud gradually turned black where the blood oozed, and a few bubbles surfaced. Za sat back, looking mystified. Must have been some subspecies I haven't heard of. The low-G mud tub was trundled away, the woman still shaking her trophy at the baying crowd. Shehobaham Za rose to meet a party of 4 dramatically beautiful and stunningly dressed Azadian females who were approaching the cupola. Gerge had glanded the body drug Za had suggested and was just beginning to feel the effects of both that and the liquor. The women looked, he thought, quite the equals of any he'd seen the night of the welcoming ball, and much more friendly. The acts went on. Sex acts, mostly. Acts which outside the whole, Gerge was told by Za and 2 of the Azadian females, Inclate and Atsen, sitting on either side of him, would mean death for both participants, death by radiation or death by chemicals. Gerge didn't pay too much attention. This was his night out, and the staged obscenities were the least important part of it. He was away from the game. That was what mattered. Living by another set of rules. He knew why Za had had the women come to the table, and it amused him. He felt no particular desire for the 2 exquisite creatures he sat between. Certainly nothing uncontrollable, but they made good company. Za was no fool, and the 2 charming females, Gerge knew they would have been males or even apices had Za discovered Gerge's preferences lay in that direction, were both intelligent and witty. They knew a little about the culture, had heard rumours about the sexual alterations culture people possessed, and made discreetly roguish jokes about Gerge's proclivities and abilities compared to their own, and to both the other Azadian genders. They were flattering, enticing and friendly. They drank from small glasses, they sipped smoke from tiny, slender pipes. Gerge had tried a pipe too, but only coughed, much to everyone's amusement. And they both had long, sinuously curling blue-black hair, silkily membraned with near-invisibly fine platinum nets, and beaded with minute, glinting AG studs, which made their hair move in slow motion and gave each graceful movement of their delicately structured heads a dizzyingly unreal quality. Inclate's slim dress was the ever-shifting colour of oil on water, speckled with jewels which twinkled like stars. Atsen's was a video dress, glowing fuzzy red with its own concealed power. A choker round her neck acted as a small television monitor, displaying a hazy, distorted image of the view around her. Gerge to one side, the stage behind, one of Za's ladies on the other side, the other directly across the table. Gerge showed her the orbital bracelet, but she was not especially impressed. Za, on the other side of the table, was playing small games of forfeit with his 2 giggling ladies, handling tiny, almost transparent, sliced jewel cards, and laughing a lot. One of the ladies noted the forfeits down in a little notebook, with much giggling and feigned embarrassment. "But dear now," Atsen said from Gerge's left, "you must have a scar portrait, so that we may remember you when you have gone back to the culture and its decadent many orifaced ladies." Inclate on his right giggled. "Certainly not," Gerge said, mock serious. "It sounds quite barbaric." "Oh, yes, yes, it is." Atsen and Inclate laughed into their glasses. Atsen pulled herself together, put her hand on his wrist. "Wouldn't you like to think there was some poor person walking around on Ia with your face on their skin?" "Yes, but on which bit?" Gerge asked. They thought this hilariously funny. Za stood, One of his ladies packed the tiny slivers of the game cards away in a little chain purse. "Gergely," Za said, knocking back the last of his drink. "We're off for a more private chat. You three too?" Za grinned wickedly at Inklate and Atsen, producing gales of laughter and small shrieks. Atsen dipped her fingers in her drink and flicked some liquor at Za, who dodged.
"Yes, come, Jer now,"
Inklate said, taking hold of Gerge's arm with both hands.
"Let's all go. The air is so stuffy here, and the noise so loud."
Gerge smiled, shook his head. "No, I'd only disappoint you."
"Oh, no.
Slim fingers tugged at his sleeves, curled round his arms. The politely mocking argument went on for some minutes, while Za stood grinning, ladies draped on either side looking on, and Inklate and Atsen tried their hardest either to physically lift Gerge to his feet or, by pouting protestations, persuade him to move. All failed. Za shrugged. His ladies imitated the alien gesture before dissolving into laughter and said, "Okay, just stay there, all right, game player?" Za looked at Inklate and Atsen, who were temporarily subdued and petulant. "You two look after him, right?" Za told them. "Don't let him talk to any strangers." Atsen sniffed imperiously.
"Your friend declines all, strange or familiar."
Inklate snorted despite herself.
"Or both in one,"
she blurted. Whereupon she and Atsen started laughing again and reaching behind Gerge to slap and pinch each other's shoulders. Za shook his head. "Jer now, try and control those two as well as you control yourself." Gerge ducked a few flicked drops of drink while the female squealed on either side of him. "I'll try," he told Za. "Well," Za said, "I'll try not to be too long. Sure you won't join in? Could be quite an experience." "I'm sure, but I'm fine here." "Okay, don't wander. See you soon." Za grinned at the giggling girls on either side of him, and then they turned together, walked away. "Ish," Za shouted back over his shoulder. "Soon-ish, game player." Gerge waved goodbye. Inklate and Atsen quietened fractionally and set about telling him what a naughty boy he was for not being more naughty. Gerge ordered more drinks and pipes to keep them quiet. They showed him how to play the game of elements, chanting, "Blade cuts cloth, cloth wraps stone, stone dams water, water quenches fire, fire melts blade," like serious schoolgirls, and showing him the appropriate hand shapes so that he could learn. It was a truncated, two-dimensional version of the elemental die matching from the board of Becoming, minus air and life. Gerge found it amusing that even in the hole he could not escape the influence of Azad. He played the simple game because the ladies wanted to, and he took care not to win too many hands. Something, he realized, he'd never done before in his life. Still puzzling over this anomaly, he went to the toilets, of which there were 4 different types. He used the aliens, but took some time to find the right piece of equipment. He was still chortling over this when he came out to find Inklate standing outside the sphincter-like doorway. She looked worried. The oil film dress rippled dully. "What's wrong?" he asked her.
"Atsen,"
she said, kneading her little hands together.
"Her ex-master came, took her away. He wants to have her again, or it will be a 10th year since they are one, and she will be free."
She looked up at Gerge, small face contorted, distressed. The blue-black hair washed round her face like a slow and liquid shadow.
"I know Shoza said you must not move, but will you? This is not your concern, but she's my friend."
"What can I do?" Gerge said.
"Come, we two may distract him. I think I know why he's taken her. I shall not endanger you, Jer now."
She took his hand. They half walked, half ran down twisting wooden corridors, past many rooms and doors. He was lost in a maze of sensation, a welter of sounds, music, laughter, screams, sights, servants, erotic pictures, glimpsed galleries of packed, swaying bodies, and smells, food, perfume, alien sweats. Suddenly, Inklate stopped. They were in a deep, bold room, like a theatre, where a naked human male stood on stage, turning slowly, this way and that, in front of a giant screen, showing a close-up of his skin. Deep, booming music played. Inklate stood looking round the packed auditorium, still holding Gerge's hand. Gerge glanced at the man on stage. The lights were bright, sunlight spectred. The slightly plump, pale-skinned male had several enormous, multicoloured bruises, like huge prints on his body. Those on his back and chest were largest and showed Azadian faces. The mixture of blacks, Blues, purples, greens, yellows and reds combined to form portraits of uncanny accuracy and subtlety, which the flexings of the man's muscles seemed to make live, exactly as though those faces took on new expressions with each moment. Gurgey looked and felt his breath draw in.
"There!"
Inklate shouted over the pulsing music and tugged at his hand. They set off through the crowding people toward where Atsen stood near the front of the stage. She was being held by an apex who was pointing at the man on the stage and shouting at her, shaking her. Atsen's head was down, her shoulders quivered as if she was crying. The video dress was turned off, it hung on her, grey and drab and lifeless. The apex hit Atsen across the head. The slow black hair twisted languidly and shouted at her again. She fell to her knees. The beaded hair followed her as if she was sinking slowly under water. Nobody around the couple took any notice. Inklate strode toward them, pulling Gurgey after her. The apex saw them coming, tried to drag Atsen away. Inklate started to shout at the apex. She held up Gurgey's hand as they pushed people aside and drew closer. The apex looked suddenly fearful. He stumbled away, dragging Atsen with him to an exit beneath the raised stage. Inklate started forward, but her way was blocked by a cluster of large Azadian males, standing, staring open-mouthed at the man on the stage. Inklate beat at their backs with her fists. Gurgey watched Atsen disappear, dragged through the door beneath the stage. He pulled Inklate to one side and used his greater mass and strength to force a way between two of the protesting males. He and the girl ran to the swinging door. The corridor curved sharply. They followed the sounds of screams, down some narrow stairs, over a step where the broken monitor collar lay snapped and dead, down to a quiet corridor where the light was jade and there were many doors. Atsen was lying on the floor, the apex above her screaming at her. He saw Gurgey and Inklate, shook his fist at them. Inklate screamed incoherently at him. Gurgey started forward. The apex took a gun from a pocket. Gurgey stopped. Inklate went quiet. Atsen whimpered on the floor. The apex started talking, far too fast for Gurgey to follow. He pointed at the woman on the floor, then gestured at the ceiling. He began to cry, and the gun shook in his hand, and part of Gurgey, sitting back calmly, analysing, thought, "Am I frightened? Is this fear yet? I'm looking death in the face, staring at it through that little black hole, the little twisted tunnel in this alien's hand, like another element the hand can show. And I'm waiting to feel fear. And it hasn't happened yet. I'm still waiting. Does this mean that I shan't die now, or that I shall? Life or death in a finger's twitch, a single nerve pulse, just one, perhaps not fully willed decision by some jealous, irrelevant, one-credit sickhead, 100 millennia from home." The apex backed away, gesturing imploringly, pathetically to Atsen and at Gurgey and Inklate. He came forward and kicked Atsen once in the back with no great force, making her cry out, then turned and ran, shouting incoherently and throwing the gun down to the floor. Gurgey ran after him, vaulting over Atsen. The apex disappeared down a dark spiral staircase at the far end of the curved passage. Gurgey started to follow, then stopped. The sound of clattering footsteps died away. He went back to the jade-lit corridor. A door was open. Soft citrine light spilled out. There was a short hall, a bathroom off, then the room. It was small and mirrored everywhere, even the soft floor rippled with unsteady reflections the colour of honey. He walked in at the centre of a vanishing army of reflected Gurgeys. Atsen sat on a translucent bed, forlorn in her wrecked grey dress, head down and sobbing, while Inklate, kneeling by her, arm round the crying woman's shoulders, whispered gently. Their images proliferated about the shining walls of the room. He hesitated, glanced back at the door. Atsen looked up at him, tears streaming. "Oh, General!" She held out one shaking hand. He squatted by the bedside, his arm round her as she quivered, while both women cried. He stroked Atsen's back. She put her head on his shoulder, and her lips were warm and strange on his neck. Inklate left the bed, padded to the door and closed it, then joined the man and the woman, dropping the oil-film dress to the mirror floor in a glistening pool of iridescence. Shahobaham Zar arrived a minute later, kicking the door in, walking smartly into the middle of the mirrored room so that an infinitude of Zars repeated and repeated their way across that cheating space, and glared round, ignoring the three people on the bed. Inklate and Atsen froze, hands at Gerge's clothing ties and buttons. Gerge was momentarily shocked, then tried to assume an urbane expression. Tsar looked at the wall behind Gerge, who followed his gaze. He found himself looking at his own reflection, face dark, hair mussed, clothes half undone. Tsar leapt across the bed, kicking into the image. The wall shattered in a chorus of screams. The mirror glass cascaded to reveal a dark and shallow room behind, and a small machine on a tripod pointing into the mirror room. Inklate and Atsen sprang off the bed and raced out. Inklate grabbed her dress on the way. Tsar took the tiny camera off its tripod and looked at it. Record only, thank goodness, no transmitter. He stuffed the machine into a pocket, then turned and grinned at Gerge. Put it back in the holster, game player. We gotta run. They ran. Down the jade passage toward the same spiral steps Atsen's abductor had taken. Tsar stooped as he ran, scooping up the gun the apex had dropped and Gerge had forgotten about. It was inspected, tried and discarded within a couple of seconds. They got to the spiral steps and leapt up them. Another corridor, darkly russet. Music boomed above. Tsar skidded to a stop as two large apices ran toward them. Oops, Tsar said, doing an about-turn. He shoved Gerge back to the stairs and they ran up again, coming out in a dark space full of the beating, pulsing music. Light blazed to one side. Footsteps hammered up the stairs. Tsar turned and kicked down into the stairwell with one foot, producing an explosive yelp at a sudden clatter. A thin, blue beam freckled the darkness, lancing from the stairwell and bursting yellow flame and orange sparks somewhere overhead. Tsar dodged away. Fucking artillery, indeed. He nodded past Gerge toward the light. Exit stage center, maestro. They ran out onto the stage, flooded with sunlight brilliance. A bulky male in the center of the stage turned resentfully as they thundered out from the wings. The audience yelled abuse. Then the expression on the near-naked bruise artiste's face switched from vexation to stunned surprise. Gerge almost fell. He did stop, dead still, to gaze again at his own face. It was printed, twice life-size, in a bloody rainbow of contusions on the torso of the dumbstruck performer. Gerge stared, expression mirroring the amazement on the tubby artiste's face. No time for art now, Jernau. Tsar pulled him away, dragged him to the front of the stage and threw him off. He dived after him. They landed on top of a group of protesting Azadian males, tumbling them to the ground. Tsar hauled Gerge to his feet, then nearly fell again as a blow struck the back of his head. He turned and lashed out with one foot, fending off another punch with one arm. Gerge felt himself twirled round. He found himself facing a large, angry male with blood on his face. The man drew his arm back, made a fist of his hand, so that Gerge thought stone from the Game of Elements. The man seemed to move very slowly. Gerge had time to think what to do. He brought his knee up into the male's groin and heel-palmed his face. He shook the falling man's grip free, ducked a blow from another male, and saw Tsar elbow yet another Azadian in the face. Then they were sprinting away again. Tsar roared and waved his hands as he ran for an exit. Gerge fought a strange urge to laugh at this, but the tactic seemed to work. People parted for them like water round the bows of a boat. They sat in a small open-ceilinged bar, deep in the maze-like clutter of the main gallery, under a solid sky of chalky pearl. Shahobaham Tsar was dismantling the camera he'd discovered behind the false mirror, teasing its delicate components apart with a humming toothpick-sized instrument. Gerge dabbed at a graze on his cheek, incurred when Tsar had thrown him from the stage. Nah, my fault, game player. I should have known. Inklate's brother's in security and Atsen's got an expensive habit. Nice kids, but a bad combination, and not exactly what I asked for. Damn lucky for your ass, one of my sweeties dropped a sliced jewel card and wouldn't play anything else without it. Ah, well, half a fuck's better than none at all. He prized another piece out of the camera body. There was a crackle and a little flash.
And what time do you call this? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? You've got a game to play tomorrow, you know. Just look at the state of your clothes. And where did you pick up that graze? What have you been—
Machine, Gerge yawned, throwing his jacket down onto a seat in the lounge. Go fuck yourself. The following morning, Flair Imsaho wasn't talking to him. It joined him in the module lounge, just as the call came through that Peckwill had arrived with the car. But when Gerge said hello, it ignored him, and travelled down in the hotel elevator, studiously humming and crackling even louder than usual. It was similarly uncommunicative in the car. Gerge decided he could live with this.
Gerge, you have hurt yourself.
Peckwill looked with concern at the graze over Gerge's cheek. Yes, Gerge smiled, stroking his beard. I cut myself shaving. It was attrition time on the board of form. Gerge was up against the other 9 players from the start, until it became too obvious that that was happening. He'd used the advantage accrued on the previous board to set up a small, dense and almost impregnable enclave. He just sat in there for 2 days, letting the other players beat up against it. Done properly, this would have broken him, but his opponents were trying not to look too concerted in their actions, so attacked a few at a time. They were anyway each fearful of weakening themselves overmuch in case they were pounced upon by the others. By the end of those 2 days, a couple of the news agencies were saying it was unfair and discourteous to the stranger to gang up on him. Fleer Imsaho, over its huff by then and talking to him again, reckoned this reaction might be genuine and unprompted, but was more likely to be the result of imperial pressure. Certainly it thought the church, which had doubtless been instructing the priest as well as financing the deals he'd been making with the other players, had been leaned on by the imperial office. Whatever, on the 3rd day, the massed attacks against Gerge fell away, and the game resumed a more normal course. The game hall was crowded with people. There were many more paying spectators. Numerous invited guests had changed venue to come and see the alien play, and the press agencies had sent extra reporters and cameras. The club players, under the stewardship of the adjudicator, succeeded in keeping the crowd quiet, so Gerge didn't find the extra people caused any great distraction during the game. It was difficult to move around the hall during the breaks, though. People were constantly accosting him, asking him questions, or just wanting to look at him. Peckwill was there most of the time, but seemed more taken up with going in front of the cameras himself than shielding Gerge from all the people wanting to talk to him. At least he helped to divert the attentions of the news people and let Gerge concentrate on the game. Over the next couple of days, Gerge noticed a subtle change in the way the priest was playing, and, to a lesser degree, in the game style of another 2 players. Gerge had taken 3 players right out of the game. Another 3 had been taken by the priest, without much of a fight. The remaining 2 APCs had established their own small enclaves on the board and were taking comparatively little part in the wider game. Gerge was playing well, if not at quite the pitch he had when he'd won on the board of origin. He ought to be defeating the priest and the other 2 fairly easily. He was indeed gradually prevailing, but very slowly. The priest was playing better than he had before, especially at the beginning of each session, which made Gerge think that the Apex was getting some high-grade help during the breaks. The same applied to the other 2 players, though they were presumably being less extensively briefed. When the end came, though, on the 5th day of the game, it was sudden, and the priest's play simply collapsed. The other 2 players resigned. More adulation followed, and the news agencies began to run editorials worrying that somebody from outside could do so well. Some of the more sensational releases even carried stories that the alien from the culture was using some sort of supernatural sense or illegal technical device. They'd found out Fleer Imsaho's name and mentioned it as the possible source of Gerge's illicit skill.
"They're calling me a computer,"
the drone wailed. "And they're calling me a cheat," Gerge said thoughtfully. "Life is cruel, as they keep saying here."
"Here, they are correct."
The last game on the board of Becoming, the one Gerge felt most at home on, was a romp. The priest had filed a special objective plan with the adjudicator before the game commenced, something he was entitled to do as the player with the 2nd largest number of points. He was effectively playing for 2nd place. Although he would be out of the main series, he would have a chance to re-enter it if he won his next 2 games in the 2nd series. Gerge suspected this was a ruse, and played very cautiously at first, waiting for either the mass attack or some cunning individual set piece. But the others seemed to be playing almost aimlessly, and even the priest seemed to be making the sort of slightly mechanical moves he'd been making in the first game. When Gerge made a few light, exploratory attacks, he found little opposition. He divided his forces in half and went on a full-scale raid into the territory of the priest just for the sheer hell of it. The priest panicked and hardly made one good move after that. By the end of the session, he was in danger of being wiped out. After the break, Gerge was attacked by all the others, while the priest struggled, pinned against one edge of the board. Gerge took the hint. He gave the priest room to maneuver and let him attack 2 of the weaker players to regain his position on the board. The game finished with Gergely established over most of the board and the others either eradicated or confined to small, strategically irrelevant areas. Gergely had no particular interest in fighting the game out to the bitter end, and anyway guessed that if he tried to do so, the others would form a united opposition, no matter how obvious it was they were working together. Gergely was being offered victory, but he would suffer if he tried to be greedy or vindictive. The status quo was agreed. The game ended. The priest came second on points. Just. Peckwill congratulated him again outside the hall. He'd reached the second round of the main series. He was one of only 1,200 first winners, and twice that number of qualifiers. He would now play against one person in the second round. Again, the Apex begged Gergely to give a news conference, and again, Gergely refused. "But you must! What are you trying to do? If you don't say something soon, you'll turn them against you. This enigmatic stuff won't do forever, you know. You're the underdog at the moment. Don't lose that." "Peckwill," Gergely said, fully aware he was insulting the Apex by addressing him so, "I have no intention of speaking to anybody about my game, and what they choose to say or think about me is irrelevant. I am here to play the game and nothing else." "You are our guest," Peckwill said coldly, "and you are my hosts." Gergely turned and walked away from the official, and the ride back in the car was completed in silence, save for Fleer Imsaho's humming, which occasionally sounded to Gergely as if it barely concealed a chuckling laugh. "Now the trouble starts." "Why do you say that, Ship?" It was night. The rear doors of the module lay open. Gergely could hear the distant buzz of the police hoverplanes stationed over the hotel to keep news agency craft away. The smell of the city, warm and spicy and smoky, drifted in too. Gergely was studying a set-piece problem in a single game and taking notes. This seemed to be the best way of talking to the limited factor with a time delay. Talk, then switch off and consider the problem while the HS light flashed to and fro. Then, when the reply came, switch back to speech mode. It was almost like having a real conversation. "Because now you have to show your moral cards. It's the single match, so you have to define your first principles, register your philosophical premises. Therefore you'll have to give them some of the things you believe in. I believe this could prove troublesome." "Ship," Gergely said, writing some notes on a scratch tablet as he studied the hollow in front of him. "I'm not sure I have any beliefs." "I think you do, Journal Gergely, and the Imperial Game Bureau will want to know what they are for the record. I'm afraid you'll have to think of something." "Why should I? What does it matter? I can't win any posts or ranks. I'm not going to gain any power out of this, so what difference does it make what I believe in? I know they need to find out what people in power think, but I just want to play the game." "Yes, but they will need to know for their statistics. Your views may not matter a jot in terms of the elective properties of the game, but they do need to keep a record of what sort of player wins what sort of match. Besides which, they will be interested in what sort of extremist politics you give credence to." Gergely looked at the screen camera. "Extremist politics? What are you talking about?" "Journal Gergely," the machine said, making a sighing noise. "A guilty system recognizes no innocence. As with any power apparatus, which thinks everybody's either for it or against it, we're against it. You would be too if you thought about it. The very way you think places you among its enemies. This might not be your fault, because every society imposes some of its values on those raised within it. But the point is that some societies try to maximize that effect, and some try to minimize it. You come from one of the latter, and you're being asked to explain yourself to one of the former. Prevarication will be more difficult than you might imagine. Neutrality is probably impossible. You cannot choose not to have the politics you do. They are not some separate set of entities somehow detachable from the rest of your being. They are a function of your existence. I know that, and they know that. You had better accept it." Gergely thought about this. "Can I lie?" "I shall take it you mean, would you be advised to register false premises, rather than are you capable of telling untruths?" Gergely shook his head. "This would probably be the wisest course, though you may find it difficult to come up with something acceptable to them, which you didn't find morally repugnant yourself." Gergely looked back to the hollow display. "Oh, you'd be surprised," he muttered. "Anyway, if I'm lying about it, how can I find it repugnant?" "An interesting point, if one assumes that one is not morally opposed to lying in the first place, especially when it is largely, or significantly, what we term self-interested, rather than disinterested or compassionate lying. Then Gergely stopped listening and studied the hollow. He really must look up some of his opponent's previous games, once he knew who it would be. He heard the ship stop talking. "Tell you what, Ship," he said. "Why don't you think about it? You seem more engrossed in the whole idea than I do, and I'm busy enough anyway, so why don't you work out a compromise between truth and expediency we'll all be happy with, I'll agree to whatever you suggest, probably." "Very well, Turner Gergely. I'll be happy to do that." Gergely bade the ship good night. He completed his study of the single game problem, then switched the screen off. He stood and stretched, yawning. He strolled out of the module into the orange-brown darkness of the hotel roof garden. He almost bumped into a large, uniformed male. The guard saluted, a gesture Gergely never did know how to reply to, and handed him a piece of paper. Gergely took it and thanked him. The guard went back to his station at the top of the roof stairs. Gergely walked back into the module, trying to read the note. "Fleer Imsaho?" he called, uncertain whether the little machine was still around or not. It came floating through from another part of the module in its undisguised quiet form, carrying a large, richly illustrated book on the avian fauna of Ia.
"Yes?"
"What does this say?" Gergely flourished the note. The drone floated up to the piece of paper.
"Minus the Imperial embroidery, it says they'd like you to go to the palace tomorrow, so they can add their congratulations. What it means is they want to take a look at you."
"I suppose I have to go."
"I would say so."
"Does it mention you?"
"No, but I'll come along anyway. They can only throw me out. What were you talking to the ship about?"
"It's going to register my premises for me. It was also giving me a lecture on sociological conditioning."
"It means well," said the drone. "It just doesn't want to leave such a delicate task to someone like you."
"Just going out, were you, drone?" Gergely said, switching on the screen again and sitting down to watch it. He brought up the Game Players channel on the Imperial waveband and flicked through to the draw for the single matches in the second round. Still no decision. The draw was still being decided, expected any minute.
"Well,"
Fleer Imsaho said,
"there is a very interesting species of nocturnal fish hunter that inhabits an estuary just 100 kilometers from here, and I was thinking—"
"Don't let me keep you," Gergely said, just as the draw started to come through on the Imperial game channel. The screen started to fill with numbers and names.
"Right. I'll say good night then."
The drone floated away. Gergely waved without looking round. "Good night," he said. He didn't hear whether the drone replied or not. He found his place in the draw. His name appeared on the screen beside that of Lo Wishekebold Ram, governing director of the Imperial Monopolies Board. He was ranked as Level 5 Main, which meant he was one of the 60 best game players in the Empire. The following day was Peckwyll's day off. An Imperial aircraft was sent for Gergely and landed beside the module. Gergely and Fleer Imsaho, which had been rather late returning from its estuarial expedition, were taken out of the city to the palace. They landed on the roof of an impressive set of office buildings overlooking one of the small parks set within the palace grounds, and were led down wide, richly carpeted stairs to a high-ceilinged office where a male servant asked Gergely if he wanted anything to eat or drink. Gergely said no, and he and the drone were left alone. Fleer Imsaho drifted over to the tall windows. Gergely looked at some portrait paintings hanging on the walls. After a short while, a youngish apex entered the room. He was tall, dressed in a relatively unfussy and businesslike version of the uniform of the imperial bureaucracy.
"Mr. Gergely, good day. I'm Lo Shav Olos."
"Hello," Gergely said. They exchanged polite nods. Then the apex walked quickly to a large desk in front of the windows and set a bulky sheaf of papers down on it before sitting down. Lo Shav Olos looked round at Fleer Imsaho, buzzing and hissing away nearby.
"And this must be your little machine?"
"Its name is Fleer Imsaho. It helps me with your language."
"Of course."
The apex gestured to an ornate seat on the other side of the desk.
"Please, sit down."
Gergely sat, and Fleer Imsaho came to float near him. The male servant returned with a crystal goblet and placed it on the desk near Olos, who drank before saying,
"Not that you must need much help, Mr. Gergely."
The young apex smiled.
"Your Iachik is very good."
"Thank you."
"Let me add my personal congratulations to those of the Imperial Office, Mr. Gergely. You have done far better than many of us expected you to do. I understand you are learning the game only for about a third of one of our great years.
Yes, but I found Azad so interesting I did little else during that time, and it does share concepts with other games I've studied in the past.
Nevertheless, you've beaten people who've been learning the game all their lives. The priest, Lin Gofori of Tans, was expected to do well in these games.
So I saw. Gerge smiled. Perhaps I was lucky. The apex gave a little laugh and sat back in his chair.
Perhaps you were, Mr. Gerge. I'm sorry to see your luck didn't extend to cover the draw for the next round. Loeshekebold Ram is a formidable player, and many expect him to better his previous performance.
I hope I can give him a good game.
So do we all.
The apex drank from his goblet again, then got up and went to the windows behind him, looking out over the park. He scratched at the thick glass as though there was a speck on it.
While not, strictly speaking, my province, I confess I'd be interested if you could tell me a little about your plans for the registration of premises.
He turned and looked at Gerge. I haven't decided quite how to express them yet, Gerge said. I'll register them tomorrow, probably. The apex nodded thoughtfully. He pulled at one sleeve of the imperial uniform.
I wonder if I might advise you to be somewhat circumspect, Mr. Gerge.
Gerge asked the drone to translate circumspect. Olos waited, then continued.
Of course, you must register with the Bureau, but as you know, your participation in these games is in a purely honorary capacity, and so exactly what you say in your premises has only statistical value, shall we say.
Gerge asked the drone to translate capacity.
Garbleness, game playeroid, Flea Imsaho muttered darkly in Moraine. Twiddle-dee-dee, you that word capacity befoley used ish iachik in. Placey wacy's buggy-wuggied, stoppy-toppy-dees guys, spladdity-bliddity-data more cluettes on the lingo offering, righty?
Gerge suppressed a smile. Olos went on.
As a rule, contestants must be prepared to defend their views with arguments, should the Bureau find it necessary to challenge any of them. But I hope you will understand that this will hardly be likely to happen to you. The Imperial Bureau is not blind to the fact that the values of your society may be quite different from our own. We have no wish to embarrass you by forcing you to reveal things the press and the majority of our citizens might find offensive.
He smiled.
Personally, off the record, I would imagine that you could be quite, one might almost say, vague, and nobody would be especially bothered.
Especially? Gerge said innocently to the humming, crackling drone at his side.
More gibberish, Biltrivnik ner Plinfords. You're, constiplish, trying, nomono vertsishi, my zozlik zibidik dick fucking patience, Gerge.
Gerge coughed loudly. Excuse me, he said to Olos. Yes, I see. I'll bear that in mind when I draw up my premises.
I'm glad, Mr. Gerge, Olos said,
coming back to his chair and sitting again.
What I've said is my personal view, of course, and I have no links with the Imperial Bureau. This office is quite independent of that body. Nevertheless, one of the great strengths of the Empire is its cohesion, its unity, and I doubt that I could be very wide of the mark in judging what the attitude of another Imperial department might be.
Loshev Olos smiled indulgently.
We really do all pull together.
I understand, Gerge said.
I'm sure you do. Tell me, are you looking forward to your trip to Ekronadal?
Very much so, especially as the honour is extended so rarely to guest players.
Indeed.
Olos looked amused.
Few guests are ever allowed onto the Fire Planet. It is a holy place, as well as being itself a symbol of the everlasting nature of the Empire and the game.
My gratitude extends beyond the limits of my capacity to express it, Gerge purred, with a hint of a bow. Flea Imsaho made a spluttering noise. Olos smiled broadly.
I feel quite certain that having established yourself as being so proficient, indeed gifted, at our game, you will prove yourself to be more than worthy of your place in the game castle on Ekronadal. Now, the Apex said, glancing at his desk screen, I see it is time for me to attend yet another, doubtless insufferably tedious meeting of the Trade Council. I'd far prefer to continue our own exchange, Mr. Gerge, but unhappily it must be curtailed in the interests of the efficiently regulated exchange of goods between our many worlds.
I fully understand, Gerge said, standing at the same time as the apex.
I'm pleased to have met you, Mr. Gerge.
Olos smiled. And I you.
Let me wish you luck in your game against Lower Shekebold Ram,
the apex said, as he walked to the door with Gerge.
I'm afraid you'll need it. I'm sure it will be an interesting game.
I hope so, Gerge said. They left the room. Olos offered his hand. Gerge clasped it, allowing himself to look a little surprised.
Good day, Mr. Gerge.
Goodbye. Then Gerge and Fleer Imsaho were escorted back to the aircraft on the roof, while Loshav Olos strode off down another corridor to his meeting.
You asshole, Gerge,
the drone said in Moraine as soon as they were back in the module.
First you ask me 2 words you already know, and then you use both of them, and the—
Gerge was shaking his head by this time and interrupted. You really don't understand very much about game playing, do you, drone?
I know when people are playing the fool.
Better than playing a household pet machine. The machine made a noise like an indrawn breath, then seemed to hesitate and said,
Well, anyway, at least you don't have to worry about your premises now.
It gave a rather forced-sounding chuckle.
They're as frightened of you telling the truth as you are.
Gerge's game against Lower Shekebold Ram attracted great attention. The press, fascinated by this odd alien who refused to speak to them, sent their most acerbic reporters, and the camera operators best able to catch any fleeting facial expression which would make the subject look ugly, stupid, or cruel, and preferably all 3 at once. Gerge's off-world physiognomy was regarded as a challenge by some camera people, and as a large fish in a small barrel by others. Numerous paying game fans had traded tickets for other games so they could watch this one, and the guests' gallery could have been filled many times over, even though the venue had been changed from the original hall Gerge had played in before to a large marquee, erected in a park only a couple of kilometres from both the Grand Hotel and the Imperial Palace. The marquee held 3 times as many people as the old hall, and was still crowded. Peckwil had arrived as usual in the Alien Affairs Bureau car in the morning and taken Gerge to the park. The apex no longer tried to put himself in front of the cameras, but busily hurried them out of the way to clear a path for Gerge. Gerge was introduced to Lower Shekebold Ram. He was a short, bulky apex, with a more rugged face than Gerge had expected, and a military bearing. Ram played quick, incisive lesser games, and they finished 2 on the first day, ending about even. Gerge only realised how hard he'd been concentrating that evening when he fell asleep watching the screen. He slept for almost 6 hours. The next day, they played another 2 of the lesser games, but the play extended by agreement into the evening session. Gerge felt the apex was testing him, trying to wear him out, or at least see what the limits of his endurance were. They would be playing all 6 of the lesser games before the 3 main boards, and Gerge already knew he was under much more strain playing Ram alone than he'd been competing against 9 others. After a great struggle, almost to midnight, Gerge finished fractionally ahead. He slept 7 hours and woke up just in time to get ready for the next day's play. He forced himself awake, glanding the culture's favourite breakfast drug, Snap, and was a little disappointed to see Ram look just as fresh and energetic as he felt. That game became another war of attrition, dragging through the afternoon, and Ram didn't suggest playing into the evening. Gerge spent a couple of hours discussing the game with the ship during the evening, then, to wash it from his mind, watched the Empire's broadcast channels for a while. There were adventure programs and quizzes and comedies, news stations and documentaries. He looked for reports on his own game. He was mentioned, but the day's rather dull play didn't merit much space. He could see that the agencies were becoming less and less well-disposed to him, and he wondered if they now regretted standing up for him when he'd been ganged up on during the first match. Over the next 5 days, the news stations became even less happy with Alien Gerge. Iachik was phonetically less subtle than Moraine, so his name was always going to be spelled incorrectly. He finished the lesser games about level with Ram, then beat him on the board of origin after being well down at one stage, and lost on the board of form only by the most slender of margins. The news agencies at once decided that Gerge was a menace to the Empire and the common good, and began a campaign to have him thrown off Ea. They claimed he was in telepathic touch with the limiting factor, or with the robot called Fleer Imsaho, that he used all manner of disgusting drugs which were kept in the vice den and drug emporium he lived in on the roof of the Grand Hotel. Then, as though just discovering the fact, that he could make the drugs inside his own body, which was true, using glands, ripped out of little children in appalling and fatal operations, which was not. The effect of these drugs seemed to be to turn him into either a supercomputer or an alien sex maniac, even both in some reports. One agency discovered Gergely's premises, which the ship had drawn up and registered with the Games Bureau. These were held to be typically shifty and mealy-mouthed culture double-talk, a recipe for anarchy and revolution. The agencies adopted hushed and reverent tones as they appealed loyally to the Emperor to do something about the culture, and blamed the Admiralty for having known about this gang of slimy perverts for decades without, apparently, showing them who was boss, or just crushing them completely. One daring agency even went so far as to claim the Admiralty wasn't totally certain where the culture's home planet was. They offered up prayers that Lo Wishekebold Ram would wipe the alien Gerge off the board of becoming as decisively as the Navy would one day dispose of the corrupt and socialistic culture. They urged Ram to use the physical option if he had to. That would show what the namby-pamby alien was made of, perhaps literally. "Is all this serious?" Gerge said, turning amused from the screen to the drone.
"Deadly serious,"
Fleer Imsaho told him. Gerge laughed and shook his head. He thought the common people must be remarkably stupid if they believed all this nonsense. After 4 days of the game on the board of becoming, Gerge was poised to win. He saw Ram talking worriedly with some of his advisors afterward, and half expected the Apex to offer his resignation then after the afternoon session. But Ram decided to fight on. They agreed to forego the evening session and resume the next morning. The big tent ruffled slightly in a warm breeze as Fleer Imsaho joined Gerge at the exit. Peckwill supervised the way being cleared through the crowds outside to where the car was waiting. The crowd was composed mostly of people who just wanted to see the alien, though there were a few demonstrating noisily against Gerge, and an even smaller number who were cheering him. Ram and his advisors left the tent first.
"I think I see Shahab Hamza in the crowd,"
the drone said as they waited at the exit. Ram's entourage was still cluttering the far end of the ribbon of path, held clear by the 2 lines of policemen. Gerge glanced at the machine, then down the line of arm-linked police. He was still tensed from the game, bloodstream suffused with multifarious chemicals. As happened every now and again, everything he saw around him seemed to be part of the game. The way people stood like pieces, grouped according to who could take or affect whom. The way the pattern on the marquee was like a simple grid area on the board, and the poles like planted power sources waiting to replenish some exhausted minor piece and supporting a crux point in the game. The way the people and the police stood like the suddenly closed jaws of some nightmarish pincer movement. All was the game. Everything was seen in its light, translated into the combative imagery of its language, evaluated in the context its structure imposed upon the mind. "Tsar," Gerge said. He looked in the direction the drone's field was pointing, but couldn't see the man. The last of Ram's group cleared the pavement where the official cars waited. Peckwill gestured for Gerge to proceed. They walked between the lines of uniformed males. Cameras pointed, questions were shouted. Some ragged chanting began, and Gerge saw a banner waving over the heads of the crowd. "Go home, alien." "Seems I'm not too popular," he said.
"You aren't,"
Fleer Imsaho told him. In 2 steps, Gerge realized in a distant, game-sense way, even as he was speaking and the drone was replying, he was going to be adjacent to— it took 1 more step to analyze the problem— something bad, something jarring and discordant. There was something different, wrong about the 3 group he was about to pass on his left, like unplaced ghost pieces hiding in forest territory. He had no idea exactly what was wrong with the group, but he knew immediately, as the protagonizing structures of the game sense claimed precedence in his thoughts, that he wasn't going to risk putting a piece in there. Another half step, to realize that the piece he didn't want to risk was himself. He saw the 3 group start to move and split up. He turned and ducked automatically. It was the obvious replying move of a threatened piece with too much momentum to stop or bound back from such an attacking force. There were several loud bangs. The 3 group of people burst toward him through the arms of 2 policemen, like a composite piece suddenly fragmenting. He converted his ducking motion into a dive and roll, which he realized with some delight was the almost perfect physical equivalent to a trip piece tying up a light attacker. He felt a pair of legs thud into his side, not hard. Then there was a weight on top of him and more loud noises. Something else fell on top of his legs. It was like waking up. He'd been attacked. There had been flashes, explosions, people launching themselves at him. He struggled under the warm animal weight on top of him, the one he'd tripped up. People were shouting. Police moved quickly. He saw Peckwill lying on the ground. Zar was there too, standing looking rather confused. Somebody was screaming. No sign of Fleer Imsaho. Something warm was seeping into the hose he wore on his legs. He struggled out from under the body lying on top of him, suddenly revolted by the thought that the person, apex or male he couldn't tell, might be dead. Shahobaham Zar and a policeman helped him up. There was a lot of shouting still. People were moving or being moved back, clearing a space around whatever had happened. Bodies lay on the ground, some covered in bright red-orange blood. Gerge got dizzily to his feet. "All right, game player?" Zar asked, grinning. "Yes, I think so," Gerge nodded. There was blood on his legs, but it was the wrong colour to be his. Fleer Imsaho descended from the sky.
"General Gerge, are you all right?"
"Yes." Gerge looked around. "What happened?" he asked Shahobaham Zar. "Did you see what happened?" The police had drawn their guns and were clustered around the area. The people were moving away. The press cameras were being forced back by shouting police. 5 policemen were pinning somebody down on the grass. 2 APCs in civilian clothes lay on the path. The one Gerge had tripped was covered in blood. A policeman stood over each body. Another 2 were tending to Peckwill. "Those 3 attacked you," Zar said, eyes flicking around as he nodded at the 2 bodies and the figure under the pile of police. Gerge could hear somebody sobbing loudly in what was left of the crowd. Reporters were still shouting questions. Zar guided Gerge over to where Peckwill lay, while Fleer Imsaho fussed and hummed overhead. Peckwill lay on his back, eyes open, blinking, while a policeman cut away the blood-soaked sleeve of his uniform jacket. "Old Peckwill here got in the way of a bullet," Zar said. "You all right, Peckwill?" he shouted jovially. Peckwill smiled weakly and nodded. "Meanwhile," Zar said, putting his arm round Gerge's shoulders and looking round all the time, gaze darting everywhere, "your brave and resourceful drone here exceeded the speed of sound to get about 20 meters out of the way upward."
"I was merely gaining height, the better to ascertain what—"
"You dropped," Zar told Gerge, still without looking at him, and rolled. "I thought they'd got you, actually. I managed to knock one of these bards on the head, and I think the police burned the other one." Zar's gaze settled momentarily on the knot of people beyond the cordon of police, where the sobbing was coming from. Somebody in the crowd got hit too. The bullets meant for you. Gerge looked down at one of the dead APCs. His head lay at right angles to his body, across his shoulder. It would have looked wrong on almost any humanoid. "Yeah, that's the one I hit," Zar said, glancing briefly at the apex. "Bit too hard, I think."
"I repeat,"
Fleer Imsaho said, moving round in front of Gerge and Zar.
"I was merely gaining height in order to—"
"Yes, we're glad you're safe, drone," Zar said, waving the buzzing bulk of the machine away like a large and cumbersome insect, and guiding Gerge forward to where an apex in police uniform was gesturing toward the cars. Whooping noises sounded in the sky and the surrounding streets. "Ah, here's the boys," Zar said, as a wailing noise dopplered its way over the park, and a large orange-red air van rushed out of the sky to land in a storm of dust on the grass nearby. The marquee fabric flapped and banged and rippled in the blast of air. More heavily armed police jumped out of the van. There was some confusion about whether they ought to go back to the cars or not. Finally, they were taken back into the marquee, and statements were taken from them and some other witnesses. 2 cameras were confiscated from protesting newspeople. Outside, the 2 dead bodies and the wounded attacker were loaded onto the air van. An air ambulance arrived for Peckwill, who was likely wounded in the arm. As Gerge, Zar and the drone finally left the marquee to be taken back to the hotel in a police aircraft, a ground car ambulance was pulling in through the park gates to pick up the 2 males and a female, also injured in the attack. "Nice little module," Shahobaham Zar said, throwing himself into a form seat. Gerge sat down too. The noise of the departing police craft echoed through the interior. Fleer Imsaho went quiet as soon as they got in and disappeared through to another part of the module. Gerge ordered a drink from the module and asked Zar if he would like anything. "Module," Zar said, sprawling out over the seat and looking thoughtful. "I'd like a double standard measure of stale and chilled Shungusterian warp-wing liver wine bottoming a mouth of white Iflar Spin Cruchen spirit in a slush of medium Cascallo, topped with roasted weirberries and served in a number 3 strength Tiprolic Osmosis bowl, or your best approximation thereof.
Male or female warp-wing, the module said.
In this place? Za laughed. Hell, both.
It will take some minutes.
That is perfectly all right. Za rubbed his hands together and then looked at Gurge. So, you survived. Well done. Gurge looked uncertain for an instant, then said, Yes, thanks. Think comparatively little of it. Za flapped one hand. Quite enjoyed myself, actually. Just sorry I killed the guy. I wish I could take such a magnanimous view, Gurge said. He was trying to kill me, and with bullets. Gurge found the idea of being hit by a bullet particularly horrible. Well, Za shrugged, I'm not sure it makes much difference whether you're killed by a projectile or a crew. You're just as dead. Anyway, I still feel sorry for those guys. Poor bastards were probably just doing their jobs. Their jobs? Gurge said, mystified. Za yawned and nodded, stretching out in the folds of the accommodating form seat. Yeah, there'll be Imperial Secret Police or Bureau 9 or something like that. He yawned again. Oh, the story'll be they're disaffected civilians. Thought they might try to hang it on the Revs, but that'd be a bit unlikely. Za grinned, shrugged. Nah, they might try it anyway, just for a laugh. Gurge thought. No, he said finally. I don't understand. You said these people were police. How secret police, Jurnau? But how can you have a secret policeman? I thought one of the points of having a uniform for the police was so that they could be easily identified and act as a deterrent. Good grief, Za said, covering his face with his hands. He put them down and gazed at Gurge. He took a deep breath. Right. Well, the secret police are people who go about listening to what people say when they aren't being deterred by the sight of a uniform. Then, if the person hasn't actually said anything illegal, but has said something they think is dangerous to the security of the Empire, they kidnap them and interrogate them and, as a rule, kill them. Sometimes they send them to a penal colony, but usually they incinerate them or throw them down an old mine shaft. The atmosphere here is rich with revolutionary fervor, Jurno Gurge, and there are some rich seams of loose tongues beneath the city streets. They do other things as well, these secret police. What happened to you today was one of those other things. Za sat back and made an expansive shrugging gesture. Or, on the other hand, I suppose it isn't impossible they really were Revs or disaffected citizens, except that they moved all wrong. But that's what secret police do. Take it from me. Ah! A tray approached bearing a large bowl in a holder. Vapour rose dramatically from the frothing, multicoloured surface of the liquid. Za took the bowl. To the Empire, he shouted, and drained it in one go. He slammed the bowl back onto the tray. Ah! He exclaimed, sniffing and coughing and wiping his eyes with the sleeves of his tunic. He blinked at Gurge. Sorry if I'm being slow, Gurge said, but if these people were Imperial police, mustn't they have been acting on orders? What's going on? Does the Empire want me dead because I'm winning the game against Ram? Za said, coughing a little. You're learning, Jurna Gurge. Shit, I thought a game player would have a bit more natural deviousness about him. You're a babe among the carnivores out here. Anyway, yes, somebody in a position of power wants you dead. Think they'll try it again? Za shook his head. Too obvious. They'd have to be pretty desperate to try something like that again. In the short term, at least. I think they'll wait and see what happens in your next 10 game. Then, if they can't ditch you in that, they'll get your next single opponent to use the physical option on you, and hope you'll scare off, if you get that far. Am I really such a threat to them? Hey, Gurge. They realize now they've made a mistake. You didn't see the casts before you got here. They were saying you were the best player in the whole culture, and you were some sort of decadent slob, a hedonist who'd never worked a day in your life, that you were arrogant and totally convinced you were going to win the game, that you had all sorts of new glands sewn into your body, that you'd fucked your mother, men, animals for all I know, that you were half computer. Then the Bureau saw some of your games you'd been playing on the way here and announced—" "What?" Gergely said, sitting forward. "What do you mean they'd seen some of the games I'd been playing?" "They asked me for some recent games you'd played. I got in touch with the limiting factor. Isn't that thing a bore? And had it send me the moves in a couple of your recent games against it. The Bureau said on the strength of those they were more than happy to let you play, using your drug glands and everything else. I'm sorry. I'd assumed the ship asked your permission first. Didn't it?" "No," Gergely said. "Well, anyway, they said you could play without restrictions. I don't think they really wanted to. Purity of the game, you know. But the orders must have been handed down. The Empire wanted to prove that even with your unfair advantages, you still weren't capable of staying in the main series. Your first couple of days' play against that priest and his squaddies must have had them rubbing their little hands with glee. But then that out-of-the-hat stunt win dropped their chins in their soup. Having you drawn against Ram in the single game probably seemed like a really good wheeze too. But now you're about to kick his latrine boards out from under him and they've panicked." Zah hiccuped, hence the bungled splat job today. "So the draw against Ram wasn't really random either?" "God's balls, Gergely," Zah laughed. "No, man. Holy shit. Are you really this naive?" He sat shaking his head and looking at the floor and hiccuping every now and again. Gergely stood up and went to the opened module doors. He looked out at the city, shimmering in the late evening haze. Long tower shadows lay on it like widely spaced hairs on some near-bald pelt. Aircraft glinted sunset red above it. Gergely didn't think he'd ever felt so angry and frustrated in his life. Another uncomfortable feeling to add to those he'd been experiencing lately. Feelings he'd put down to the game and to really playing seriously for the first time. Everybody seemed to be treating him like a child. They happily decided what he need and need not be told. They kept things back from him that he ought to have been told, and when they did tell him, they acted as if he should have known all the time. He looked back at Zah, but the man was sitting rubbing his belly and looking distracted. He belched loudly, then smiled happily and shouted, "Hey, module, put up channel 10. Yeah, on the screen. Yo!" He got up and trotted forward to stand right in front of the screen and stood there, arms folded, whistling tunelessly, and grinning vacantly at the moving pictures. Gergely watched from the side. The news showed film of Imperial troopers landing on a distant planet. Towns and cities burned, refugee lines snaked, bodies were shown. There were interviews with the tearful families of slain troopers. The just-invaded locals, hairy quadrupeds with prehensile lips, were shown lying down, tied up in the mud or on their knees before a portrait of Nikasar. One was shorn, so the people back home could see what they looked like under all that fur. Their lips had become prized trophies. The following story was about Nikasar demolishing his opponent in the single game. The Emperor was shown walking from one part of the board to another, signing some documents in an office, then, from a distance, standing on the board again while a commentator enthused over the way he'd played. The attack on Gergely was next. He was amazed when he saw the incident on film. It was over in an instant. A sudden leap, him falling, the drone disappearing upward, some flashes, Zah springing forward out of the crowd, confusion and movement, then his face in close-up, a shot of Peckwill on the ground and another of the dead attackers. He was described as being dazed but unharmed, thanks to the prompt action of the police. Peckwill was not seriously wounded. He was interviewed in hospital, explaining how he felt. The attackers were described as extremists. "That means they might decide to call up revs later on," Zah said. He told the screen to turn off, then turned to Gergely. "Didn't you think I was quick there, though?" he said, grinning widely, and throwing his arms wide. "Did you see the way I moved? It was beautiful." He laughed and spun round, then half-walked, half-danced to the form seat again and fell into it. "Shit! I was only there to see what sort of loonies they had out protesting against you, but wow, am I glad I went. What speed! Fucking animal grace, maestro." Gergely agreed Zah had moved very quickly. "Let's see it again, module," Zah shouted. The module screen obliged, and Jehobaham Zah laughed and giggled as he watched the few seconds of action. He replayed it a few more times in slow motion, clapping his hands, then called for another drink. The frothing bowl came quicker this time, the module's synthesizers having wisely kept the previous coding. Gergely sat down again, seeing that Zah wasn't thinking of leaving just yet. Gergely ordered some snacks. Zah snorted in derision when offered food and crunched the roasted weird berries that came with his foaming cocktail. They watched Imperial broadcasts while Tsar slurped slowly at his drink. Outside, one sun went down and the city lights sparkled in the half-light. Fleer Imsaho appeared without its disguise. Tsar took no notice of it, and announced it was on its way out, making yet another foray into the avian population of the planet.
"Don't think that thing fucks birds, do you?" Tsar said after it had disappeared.
"No," Gurgay said, drinking his light wine. Tsar snorted.
"Hey, you want to come out again sometime? That visit to the hole was a real hoot. I really enjoyed it in a weird sort of way. How about it? Except let's go totally wild this time. Show these constipated bone brains what culture guys are like when they really put their minds to it."
"I don't think so," Gurgay said. "Not after that last time."
"You mean you didn't enjoy it?" Tsar said, astonished.
"Not that much."
"But we had a great time. We got drunk, we got stoned, well, one of us got laid, and you nearly did. We had a fight, which we won, damn it, and then we ran away. Holy shit, what more do you want?"
"Not more, less. Anyway, I have other games to play."
"You're crazy. That was a wonderful night out. Wonderful."
He rested his head on the seat back and breathed deeply. "Tsar," Gurgay said, sitting forward, chin in hand, elbow on knee. "Why do you drink so much? You don't need to. You've got all the usual glands. Why?"
"Why?"
Tsar said, his head coming upright again. He looked round as though startled to see where he was for a moment.
"Why?" he repeated.
He hiccuped. "You asked me
why,"
he said. Gurgay nodded. Tsar scratched under one armpit, shook his head and looked apologetic.
"What was the question again?"
"Why do you drink so much?" Gurgay smiled tolerantly.
"Why not?"
Tsar's arms flapped once.
"I mean, have you never done something just because? I mean, it's, empathy. This is what the locals do, you know? This is their way out. This is how they escape their place in the glorious imperial machine. And a grand fucking position it is to appreciate its finer points from, too. It all makes sense, you know, Gurgay. I worked it out."
Tsar nodded wisely, tapped the side of his head very slowly with one limp finger.
"Worked it out," he repeated. "Think about it. The culture with all its—"
The same finger made a twirling motion in the air.
"Built-in glands, hundreds of secretions and thousands of effects, any combination you like, and all for free. But the Empire? Aha!"
The finger pointed upward.
"In the Empire, you gotta pay. Escape is a commodity like anything else. And it's this stuff. Drink. Lowers the reaction time, makes the tears come easier."
Tsar put two swaying fingers to his cheeks.
"Makes the fists come easier."
Now his hands were clenched, and he pretended to box, jabbing.
"And," he shrugged, "it eventually kills you."
He looked more or less at Gurgay.
"See?"
He spread his arms wide again, and then let them fall back limply on the seat.
"Besides," he said, in a suddenly weary voice, "I don't have all the usual glands."
Gurgay looked up in surprise. "You don't?"
"No. Too dangerous. The Empire would disappear me and do the most thorough PM you ever seen. Want to find out what a culture nick's like inside, see?"
Tsar closed his eyes.
"Had to have almost everything taken out, and then, when I got here, let the Empire do all sorts of tests and take all sorts of samples. Let them find out what they wanted without causing a diplomatic incident, disappearing an ambassador."
"I see. I'm sorry." Gurgay didn't know what else to say. He honestly hadn't realized. "So, all those drugs you were advising me to gland?"
"Guesswork and memory," Tsar said, eyes still shut. "Just trying to be friendly."
Gurgay felt embarrassed, almost ashamed. Tsar's head went back, and he started to snore. Then suddenly his eyes opened and he jumped up.
"Well, must be toddling,"
he said, making what looked like a supreme effort to pull himself together. He stood, swaying in front of Gurgay.
"Do you think you could call me an air cab?"
Gurgay did that. A few minutes later, after receiving clearance from Gurgay by the guards on the roof, the machine arrived and took Shahobaham Tsar away, singing. Gurgey sat for a little while as the evening wore on and the second sun set. Then he finally dictated a letter to Chambliss and Malkney, thanking the old drone for the orbital bracelet, which he still wore. He copied most of the letter to Iain too, and told them both what had happened to him since he'd arrived. He didn't bother to disguise the game he was playing, or the Empire itself, and wondered how much of this truth would actually get through to his friends. Then he studied some problems on the screen and talked over the next day's play with the ship. He picked up Shahobaham Zar's discarded bowl at one point, discovering there were still a few mouthfuls of drink left inside. He sniffed it, then shook his head and told a tray to tidy the debris up. Gurgey finished Lower Shekabold Ram off the next day with what the press described as contempt. Peckwill was there, looking little the worse for wear save for a sling bandage on his arm. He said he was glad Gurgey had escaped injury. Gurgey told him how sorry he was Peckwill had been hurt at all. They went to and returned from the game tent in an aircraft. The Imperial office had decided Gurgey was at too much risk travelling on the ground. When he got back to the module again, Gurgey discovered he was to have no interval between that game and the next. The Games Bureau had couriered a letter to say his next 10 game would start the following morning. "I'd have preferred a break," Gurgey confessed to the drone. He was having a float shower, hanging in the middle of the AG chamber while the water sprayed from various directions and was sucked away through tiny holes all over the semi-spherical interior. Membrane plugs prevented the water from going into his nose, but speaking was still a little spluttery.
"No doubt you would,"
Fleer Imsaho said in its squeaky voice.
"But they're trying to wear you out. And of course, it also means you'll be playing against some of the best players, the ones who've also managed to finish their games quickly."
"That had occurred to me," Gurgey said. He could only just see the drone through the spray and steam. He wondered what would happen if somehow the machine hadn't been made quite perfectly and some water got into it. He turned lazily head over heels in the shifting currents of air and water.
"You could always appeal to the Bureau. I think it's obvious you're being discriminated against."
"So do I. So do they. So what?"
"It might do some good to make an appeal."
"You make it then."
"Don't be stupid. You know they ignore me."
Gurgey started humming to himself, eyes closed. One of his opponents in the 10 game was the same priest he'd beaten in the first one, Lyn Gofori of Tants. He'd won through his second string games to rejoin the main series. Gurgey looked at the priest when the Apex entered the hall of the entertainment complex where they'd be playing and smiled. It was an Azadian facial gesture he'd found himself practicing occasionally, unconsciously, rather like a baby attempts to imitate the expressions on the faces of the adults around it. Suddenly, it seemed like the right time to use it. He would never get it quite right, he knew. His face simply wasn't built quite the same as an Azadian's, but he could imitate the signal well enough for it to be unambiguous. Translated or not, though, Gurgey knew it was a smile that said, "Remember me? I've beaten you once and I'm looking forward to doing it again." A smile of self-satisfaction, of victory, of superiority. The priest tried to smile back with the same signal, but it was unconvincing and soon turned to a scowl. He looked away. Gurgey's spirits soared. Elation filled him, burning bright inside. He had to force himself to calm down. The other 8 players had all, like Gurgey, won their matches. 3 were Admiralty or Navy men. 1 was an army colonel, 1 a judge, and the other 3 were bureaucrats. All were very good players. At this third stage in the main series, the contestants played a mini-tournament of 1-against-1 lesser games, and Gurgey thought this would provide his best chance of surviving the match. On the main boards, he was likely to face some sort of concerted action, but in the single games, he had a chance of building up enough of an advantage to weather such storms. He found himself taking great pleasure in beating Tants, the priest. The Apex swept his arm across the board after Gurgey's winning move and stood up and started shouting and waving his fist at him, raving about drugs and heathens. Once, Gurgey was aware, such a reaction would have brought him out in a cold sweat, or at the very least left him dreadfully embarrassed. But now, he found himself just sitting back and smiling coldly. Still, as the priest ranted at him, he thought the Apex might be about to hit him, and his heart did beat a little faster. But Tants stopped in mid-flow, looked round at the hushed, shocked people in the room, seemed to realize where he was, and fled. Gurgey let out a breath, relaxed his face. The Imperial adjudicator came over and apologized on the priest's behalf. Fleer Imsaho was still popularly thought to be providing some sort of in-game aid to Gurgay. The Bureau said that, to allay uninformed suspicions of this sort, they would like the machine to be held in the offices of an imperial computer company on the other side of the city during each session. The drone had protested noisily, but Gurgay readily agreed. He was still attracting large crowds to his games. A few came to glare and hiss until they were escorted off the premises by game officials, but mostly they just wanted to see the play. The entertainment complex had facilities for diagrammatic representations of the main boards so that people outside the main hall could follow the proceedings. And some of Gurgay's sessions were even shown in live broadcasts, when they didn't clash with the emperors. After the priest, Gurgay played 2 of the bureaucrats and the colonel, winning all his games, though by a slender margin against the army man. These games took a total of 5 days to play, and Gurgay concentrated hard for all that time. He'd expected to feel worn out at the end. He did feel slightly drained, but the primary sensation was one of jubilation. He'd done well enough to have at least a chance of beating the 9 people the Empire had set against him, and far from appreciating the rest, he found he was actually impatient for the others to finish their minor games so that the contest on the main boards could begin.
It's all very well for you, but I'm being kept in a monitoring chamber all day. A monitoring chamber, I ask you. These meat brains are trying to probe me. Beautiful weather outside, and a major migratory season just starting, but I'm locked up with a shower of heinous sentientophiles trying to violate me.
Sorry, drone, but what can I do? You know they're just looking for an excuse to throw me out. If you want, I'll make a request you're allowed to stay here in the module instead, but I doubt they'll let you.
I don't have to do this, Journal Gurgay. I can do what I like. If I wanted to, I could just refuse to go. I'm not yours or theirs to be ordered around.
I know that, but they don't. Of course you can do as you please, whatever you see fit. Gurgay turned away from the drone and back to the module screen, where he was studying some classic 10 games. Fleer Imsaho was grey with frustration. The normal green-yellow aura it displayed when out of its disguise had been growing increasingly pale over the past few days. Gurgay almost felt sorry for it.
Well,
Fleer Imsaho whined, and Gurgay got the impression that had it had a real mouth it would have spluttered too.
It's just not good enough.
And with that rather lame remark, the drone whirled out of the lounge. Gurgay wondered just how badly the drone felt about being imprisoned all day. It had occurred to him recently that the machine might even have been instructed to stop him from getting too far in the games. If so, then refusing to be detained would be an acceptable way of doing it. Contact could justifiably claim that asking the drone to give up its freedom was an unreasonable request, and one it had every right to turn down. Gurgay shrugged to himself. There was nothing he could do about it. He switched to another old game. 10 days later, it was over, and Gurgay was through to the 4th round. He had only one more opponent to beat, and then he would be going to Ikronadal for the final matches, not as an observer or guest, but as a contestant. He'd built up the lead he'd hoped for in the lesser games, and in the main boards had not even tried to mount any great offensives. He'd waited for the others to come to him, and they had. But he was counting on them not being so willing to cooperate with each other as the players in the first match. These were important people. They had their own careers to think about, and however loyal they might be to the Empire, they had to look after their own interests as well. Only the priest had relatively little to lose, and so might be prepared to sacrifice himself for the imperial good, and whatever not game-keyed post the church could find for him. In the game outside the game, Gurgay thought the Games Bureau had made a mistake in pitching him against the first 10 people to qualify. It appeared to make sense because it gave him no respite, but as it turned out, he didn't need any, and the tactic meant that his opponents were from different branches of the imperial tree, and thus harder to tempt with departmental inducements, as well as being less likely to know each other's game styles. He'd also discovered something called inter-service rivalry. He'd found records of some old games that didn't seem to make sense until the ship described this odd phenomenon, and made special efforts to get the Admiralty men and the Colonel at each other's throats. They'd needed little prompting. It was a workmanlike match, uninspiring but functional, and he simply played better than any of the others. His winning margin wasn't great, but it was a win. One of the fleet vice-admirals came second. Towns, the priest, finished last. Again, the Bureau's supposedly random scheduling gave him as little time as possible between matches, but Gurgay was secretly pleased at this. It meant he could keep the same high pitch of concentration going from day to day, and it gave him no time to worry or stop too long to think. Somewhere, at the back of his mind, a part of him was sitting back as stunned and amazed as anybody else was at how well he was doing. If that part ever came forward, ever took centre stage and was allowed to say, "Now wait a minute here," he suspected his nerve would fail, the spell would break, and the walk that was a fall would become a plunge into defeat. As the adage said, falling never killed anybody. It was when you stopped. Anyway, he was awash with a bittersweet flood of new and enhanced emotions. The terror of risk and possible defeat, the sheer exultation of the gamble that paid off and the campaign which triumphed. The horror of suddenly seeing a weakness in his position which could lose him the game. The surge of relief when nobody else noticed and there was time to plug the gap. The pulse of furious, gloating glee when he saw such a weakness in another's game, and the sheer, unbridled joy of victory. And outside, the additional satisfaction of knowing that he was doing so much better than anybody had expected. All their predictions, the cultures, the empires, the ships, the drones, had been wrong. Apparently strong fortifications which had fallen to him. Even his own expectations had been exceeded, and if he worried at all, he worried that some subconscious mechanism would now let him relax a little, having proved so much, come so far, defeated so many. He didn't want that. He wanted to keep going. He was enjoying all this. He wanted to find the measure of himself through this infinitely exploitable, indefinitely demanding game, and he didn't want some weak, frightened part of himself to let him down. He didn't want the Empire to use some unfair way of getting rid of him either. But even that was only half worry. Let them try to kill him. He had a reckless feeling of invincibility now. Just don't let them try to disqualify him on some technicality. That would hurt. But there was another way they might try to stop him. He knew that in the single game they would be likely to use the physical option. It was how they'd think. This culture man would not accept the bet. He'd be too frightened. Even if he did accept and fought on, the terror of knowing what might happen to him would paralyze him, devour and defeat him from inside. He talked it over with the ship. The limiting factor had consulted with the little rascal then, tens of millennia distant in the greater cloud, and felt able to guarantee his survival. The old warship would stay outside the Empire, but power up to a maximum velocity, minimum radius holding circle as soon as the game started. If Gurge was forced to bet against a physical option and lost, the ship would drive in at full speed for Ia. It was certain it could evade any Imperial craft on the way, get to Ia within a few hours, and use its heavy-duty displacer to snap Gurge and Flir Imsaho off the place without even slowing down. What's this? Gurge looked dubiously at the tiny spherical pellet Flir Imsaho had produced.
Beacon and one-off communicator,
the drone told him. It dropped the tiny pellet into his hand, where it rolled around.
You put it under your tongue. It'll implant. You'll never know it's there. The ship homes in on that as it comes in, if it can't find you any other way. When you feel a series of sharp pains under your tongue, 4 stabs in 2 seconds, you've got 2 seconds to assume a fetal position before everything within a 3/4 meter radius of that pellet gets slung aboard the ship. So, get your head between your knees and don't swing your arms about.
Gurge looked at the pellet. It was about 2 millimeters across. Are you serious, drone?
Profoundly. That ship will probably be on sprint boost. It could be dragging past here at anything up to 120 kilolights. At that speed, even its heavy-duty displacer will only be within range for about 1/5 of a millisecond, so we're going to need all the help we can get. This is a very dubious situation you're putting me and yourself in, Gurge. I want you to know I'm not very happy about it.
Don't worry, drone. I'll make sure they don't include you in the physical bet.
No, I mean the possibility of being displaced. It's risky. I wasn't told about this. Displacement fields in hyperspace are singularities, subject to the uncertainty principle.
Yeah, you might end up getting zapped into another dimension or something.
Or smeared over the wrong bit of this one, more to the point.
And how often does that happen?
Well, about once in 83 million displacements. But that's not.
So it still compares pretty favourably with the risk you take getting into one of this gang's ground cars or even an aircraft. Be a rascal, Flir Imsaho. Risk it.
Well, that's all very well for you to say, but even if...
Gurge let the machine witter on. He'd risk it. The ship, if it did have to come in, would take a few hours to make the journey. But death bets were never carried out until the next dawn, and Gurgey was perfectly capable of switching off the pain of any tortures involved. The limiting factor had full medical facilities. It would be able to patch him up if the worst happened. He popped the pellet under his tongue. There was a sensation of numbness for a second. Then it was gone, as though dissolved. He could just feel it with his finger under the floor of his mouth. He woke on the morning of the first day's play with an almost sexual thrill of anticipation. Another venue. This time, it was a conference centre near the shuttle port he'd first arrived at. There he faced Loprinest Bemoya, a judge in the Supreme Court of Ea, and one of the most impressive apices Gurgey had yet seen. He was tall, silver-haired, and he moved with a grace Gurgey found oddly, even disturbingly familiar, without at first being able to explain why. Then he realized the elderly judge walked like somebody from the culture. There was a slow ease about the apex's movements, which lately Gurgey had stopped taking for granted and so, for the first time in a way, seen. Bemoya sat very still between moves in the lesser games, staring at the board continually and only ever moving to shift a piece. His card-playing was equally studied and deliberate, and Gurgey found himself reacting in the opposite manner, becoming nervous and fidgety. He fought back against this with body drugs, deliberately calming himself, and over the 7 full days the lesser games lasted, gradually got to grips with the steady, considered pace of the apex's style. The judge finished a little ahead after the games were totaled up. There had been no mention of bets of any sort. They started play on the board of origin, and at first Gurgey thought the Empire was going to be content to rely on Bemoya's obvious skill at Azad. But then, an hour into the game, the silver-haired apex raised his hand for the adjudicator to approach. Together, they came to Gurgey, standing at one corner of the board. Bemoya bowed. "Jarnau Gurgey," he said. The voice was deep, and Gurgey seemed to hear a whole tome of authority within each base syllable. "I must request that we engage in a wager of the body. Are you willing to consider this?" Gurgey looked into the large, calm eyes. He felt his own gaze falter. He looked down. He was reminded momentarily of the girl at the ball. He looked back up to the same steady pressure from that wise and learned face. This was someone used to sentencing his fellow creatures to execution, disfigurement, pain, and prison. An apex who dealt in torture and mutilation and the power to command their use, and even that of death itself, to preserve the Empire and its values. And I could just say no, Gurgey thought. I've done enough. Nobody would blame me. Why not? Why not accept they're better at this than I am? Why put yourself through the worry and the torment? Psychological torment, at least. Physical, perhaps. You've proved all you had to, all you wanted, more than they expected. Give in, don't be a fool. You're not the heroic sort. Apply a bit of game sense. You've won all you ever needed to. Back out now and show them what you think of their stupid physical option, their squalid bullying threats. Show them how little it really means. But he wasn't going to. He looked levelly into the apex's eyes, and he knew he was going to keep playing. He suspected he was going slightly mad, but he wasn't going to give this up. He would take this fabulous, maniacal game by the scruff of the neck, jump up onto it and hold on, and see how far it would take him before it threw him off or turned and consumed him. "I'm willing," he said, eyes wide. "I believe you are a male." "Yes," Gurgey said. His palms started to sweat. "My bet is castration. Removal of the male member and testes against apicial gelding on this one game on the board of origin. Do you accept?" Gurgey swallowed, but his mouth stayed dry. It was absurd. He was in no real danger. The limiting factor would rescue him. Or he could just go through with it. He would feel no pain, and genitalia was some of the faster regrowing parts of the body. But still, the room seemed to warp and distort in front of him, and he had a sudden, sickening vision of cloying red liquid, slowly staining, black, bubbling. "Yes," he blurted, forcing it out. "Yes," he said to the adjudicator. The two apices bowed and retreated. "You could call the ship now if you want," Fleer Imsaho said. Gurgey stared at the screen. In fact, he was going to call the limiting factor, but only to discuss his present rather poor position in the game, not to scream for rescue. He ignored the drone. It was night, and the day had gone badly for him. Bermoya had played brilliantly, and the news services were full of the game. It was being hailed as a classic, and once again Gurge, with Bermoya, was sharing news leaders with Nikosar, who was still trampling all over the opposition, good though it was acknowledged to be. Peckwill, his arm still pinned up, approached Gurge in a subdued, almost reverent way after the evening session, and told him there was a special watch being kept on the module which would last until the game was over. Peckwill was sure Gurge was an honourable person, but those engaging in physical bets were always discreetly watched, and in Gurge's case, this was being done by a high-atmosphere AG cruiser, one of a squadron which constantly patrolled the not-quite space above Grosnacek. The module would not be allowed to move from its position on the hotel roof garden. Gurge wondered how Bermoya was feeling now. He had noticed that the Apex had said must when he stated his intention of using the physical option. Gurge had come to respect the Apex's style of play, and therefore Bermoya himself. He doubted the judge had any great desire to use the option, but the situation had grown serious for the Empire. It had assumed he'd be beaten by now, and based its strategy of exaggerating the threat he posed to them on that assumption. This supposedly winning play was turning into a small disaster. Rumours were that heads had already rolled in the Imperial office over the affair. Bermoya would have been given his orders. Gurge had to be stopped. Gurge had checked on the fate the Apex would suffer in the now unlikely event it was he and not Gurge who lost. Apicial gelding meant the full and permanent removal of the reversible Apex vagina and ovaries. Thinking about that, considering what would be done to the steady, stately judge if he lost, Gurge realized he hadn't properly thought through the implications of the physical option. Even if he did win, how could he let another being be mutilated? If Bermoya lost, it would be the end of him, career, family, everything. The Empire did not allow the regeneration or replacement of any wager-lost body parts. The judge's loss would be permanent and possibly fatal. Suicide was not unknown in such cases. Perhaps it would be best if Gurge did lose. The trouble was, he didn't want to. He didn't feel any personal animosity toward Bermoya, but he desperately wanted to win this game, and the next one, and the one after that. He hadn't realized how seductive Azad was when played in its home environment. While it was technically the same game he'd played on the limiting factor, the whole feeling he had about it, playing it where it was meant to be played, was utterly different. Now he realized, now he knew why the Empire had survived because of the game. Azad itself simply produced an insatiable desire for more victories, more power, more territory, more dominance. Fleer Imsaho stayed in the module that evening. Gurge contacted the ship and discussed his forlorn position in the game. The ship could, as usual, see some unlikely ways out, but they were ways he'd already seen for himself. Recognizing they were there was one thing, though. Following them through on the board itself in the midst of play was another matter, so the ship was no great help there. Gurge gave up analysing the game and asked the limiting factor what he could do about ameliorating the bet he had with Bermoya if, unlikely though it was, he won, and it was the judge who had to face the surgeon. The answer was nothing. The bet was on, and that was it. Neither of them could do anything. They had to play to a finish. If they both refused to play, then they would both suffer the bet penalties. "Jarno Gurge," the ship said, sounding hesitant. "I need to know what you would like me to do if things go badly tomorrow." Gurge looked down. He'd been waiting for this. "You mean, do I want you to come in and snatch me off here, or go through with it and be picked up later, with my tail but not much else between my legs, and wait for everything to regrow? But, of course, having kept the culture sweet with the Empire in the process." He didn't try to disguise the sarcasm in his voice. "More or less," the ship said after the delay. "The problem is, while it would cause less of a fuss if you did go through with it, I'll have to displace or destroy your genitals anyway if they are removed. The Empire would have access to rather too much information about us if they did a full analysis." Gurge almost laughed. You're saying my balls are some sort of state secret?
Effectively. So, we're going to annoy the Empire anyway, even if you do let them operate on you.
Gurgey was still thinking, even after the delayed signal arrived. He curled his tongue in his mouth, feeling the tiny lump under the soft tissue. Fuck it, he said eventually. Watch the game. If I've definitely lost, I'll try and hold out for as long as possible, somewhere, anywhere. When I'm obviously doing that, come in, zap us off here, and make my apologies to Contact. If I just cave in, let it happen. I'll see how I feel tomorrow.
Very well, the ship said,
while Gurgey sat stroking his beard, thinking that, if nothing else, he'd been given the choice. But if they hadn't been going to remove the evidence and possibly cause a diplomatic incident anyway, would Contact have been so accommodating? It didn't matter. But he knew in his heart, after that conversation, he'd lost the will to win. The ship had more news. It had just received a signal from Chambliss Amaltne, promising a longer message soon, but for the meantime, just letting him know that Alt-Tap had finally done it. She'd achieved a full web. A culture player had, at last, produced the ultimate stricken result. The young lady was the toast of Chark and the culture game players. Chambliss had already congratulated her on Gurgey's behalf, but expected he'd want to send her a signal of his own. It wished him well. Gurgey switched the screen off and sat back. He sat and stared at the blank space for a while, unsure what to know, or think, or remember, or even be. A sad smile touched one side of his face for a while. Fleer Imsaho floated over to his shoulder.
Now, Gurgey, are you tired?
He turned to it eventually. What? Yes, a little. He stood up, stretched. Doubt I'll sleep much, though.
I thought that might be the case. I wondered if you would like to come with me.
What? To look at birds? I don't think so, Drone. Thanks anyway.
I wasn't thinking of our feathered friends, actually. I have not always gone to watch them when I've gone out at nights. Sometimes I went to different parts of the city to look for whatever species of birds might be there. At first. But later. Because...
Gurgey frowned. Why do you want me to come with you?
Because we might be leaving here rather quickly tomorrow, and it occurred to me that you've seen very little of the city.
Gurgey waved one hand. Zar showed me quite enough of that.
I doubt he showed you what I'm thinking of. There are many different things to see.
I'm not interested in seeing the sights, Drone.
The sights I'm thinking of will interest you.
Would they now?
I believe so. I think I know you well enough to tell. Please come, dear Gurgey. You'll be glad, I swear. Please come. You did say you wouldn't sleep, didn't you? Well then, what do you have to lose?
The drone's fields were their normal green-yellow colour, quiet and controlled. Its voice was low, serious. The man's eyes narrowed. What are you up to, drone?
Please come with me, Gurgey.
The drone floated off toward the nose of the module. Gurgey stood watching it. It stopped by the door from the lounge.
Please, Gurgey. I swear you won't regret this.
Gurgey shrugged. Yeah, all right. He shook his head. Let's go out to play, he muttered to himself. He followed the drone as it moved toward the module nose. There was a compartment there with a couple of AG bikes, a few floater harnesses, and some other pieces of equipment.
Put on a harness, please. I won't be a moment.
The drone left Gurgey to fasten the AG harness over his shorts and shirt. It reappeared shortly afterward, holding a long black hooded cloak.
Now, put this on, please.
Gurgey put the cloak on over the harness. Fleer Imsaho shoved the hood up over his head and tied it so that Gurgey's face was hidden from the sides and in deep shadow from the front. The harness didn't show beneath the thick material. The lights in the compartment dimmed and went out, and Gurgey heard something move overhead. He looked up to see a square of dim stars directly above him.
I'll control your harness, if that's all right with you, the drone whispered.
Gurgey nodded. He was lifted quickly into the darkness. He did not dip again as he'd expected, but kept going up into the fragrant warmth of the city night. The cloak fluttered quietly around him. The city was a swirl of lights, a seemingly never-ending plane of scattered radiance. The drone was a small, still shadow by his shoulder. They set out over the city. They overflew roads and rivers and great buildings and domes, ribbons and clumps and towers of light, areas of vapour drifting over darkness and fire, rearing towers where reflections burned and lights soared, quivering stretches of dark water and broad dark parks of grass and trees. Finally, they started to drop. They landed in an area where there were relatively few lights, dropping between two darkened windowless buildings. His feet touched down in the dirt of an alley.
"Excuse me,"
the drone said, and nudged its way into the hood until it was floating upended by Gergely's left ear.
"Work down here," it whispered.
Gergely walked down the alley. He tripped over something soft and knew before he turned it was a body. He looked closer at the bundle of rags, which moved a little. The person was curled up under tattered blankets, head on a filthy sack. He couldn't tell what sex it was. The rags offered no clue.
"Shh,"
the drone said as he opened his mouth to speak.
"That is just one of the loafers Peckwill was talking about. Somebody shifted off the land. He's been drinking. That's part of the smell. The rest is him."
It was only then that Gergely caught the stench rising from the still sleeping male. He almost gagged.
"Leave him,"
Fleer Imsaho said. They left the alley. Gergely had to step over another two sleeping people. The street they found themselves on was dim and stank of something. Gergely suspected it was supposed to be food. A few people were walking about.
"Stoop a little," the drone said. "You'll pass for Mean and Disciple dressed like this, but don't let the hood fall, and don't stand upright."
Gergely did as he was told. As he walked up the street, under the dim, grainy, flickering light of sporadic, monochrome street lamps, he passed what looked like another drunk lying against a wall. There was blood between the apex's legs, and a dark, dried stream of it leading from his head. Gergely stopped.
"Don't bother,"
came the little voice.
"He's dying. Probably been in a fight. The police don't come here too often. And nobody's likely to call for medical aid. He's obviously been robbed, so they'd have to pay for the treatment themselves."
Gergely looked round, but there was nobody else nearby. The apex's eyelids fluttered briefly, as though he was trying to open them. The fluttering stopped.
"There,"
Fleer Imsaho said quietly. Gergely continued up the street. Screams came from high up in a grimy housing block on the far side of the street.
"Just some apex beating up his woman. You know, for millennia, females were thought to have no effect on the heredity of the children they bore. They've known for 500 years that they do. A viral DNA analog which alters the genes a woman's impregnated with. Nevertheless, under the law, females are simply possessions. The penalty for murdering a woman is a year's hard labor for an apex. A female who kills an apex is tortured to death over a period of days. Death by chemicals. Said to be one of the worst. Keep walking."
They came to an intersection with a busier street. A male stood on the corner, shouting in a dialect Gergely didn't understand.
"He's selling tickets for an execution," the drone said.
Gergely raised his eyebrows, turned his head fractionally.
"I'm serious,"
Fleer Imsaho said. Gergely shook his head all the same. Filling the middle of the street was a crowd of people. The traffic, only about half of it powered, the rest human-driven, was forced to mount the pavements. Gergely went to the back of the crowd, thinking that with his greater height he would be able to see what was happening. But he found people making way for him anyway, drawing him closer to the centre of the crowd. Several young apices were attacking an old male lying on the ground. The apices wore some sort of strange uniform, though somehow Gergely knew it was not an official uniform. They kicked the old male with a sort of poised savagery, as though the attack was some kind of competitive ballet of pain, and they were being evaluated on artistic impression, as well as the raw torment and physical injury inflicted.
"In case you think this is staged in any way,"
Fleer Imsaho whispered,
"it isn't. These people aren't paying anything to watch this either. This is simply an old guy getting beaten up, probably just for the sake of it, and these people would rather watch than do anything to stop it."
As the drone spoke, Gurgey realized he was at the front of the crowd. Two of the young apices looked up at him. In a detached way, Gurgey wondered what would happen now. The two apices shouted at him, then they turned and pointed him out to the others. There were 6 of them. They all stood, ignoring the whimpering male on the ground behind them, and looked steadily at Gurgey. One of them, the tallest, undid something in the tight, metallically decorated trousers he wore and hooked out the half-flaccid vagina in its turned-out position, and with a wide smile, first held it out to Gurgey, then turned round, waving it at the others in the crowd. Nothing more. The young, identically clad apices grinned at the people for a while, then just walked away. Each stepped, as though accidentally, on the head of the crumpled old male on the ground. The crowd started to drift off. The old man lay on the roadway covered in blood. A sliver of grey bone poked through the arm of the tattered coat he wore, and there were teeth scattered on the road surface near his head. One leg lay oddly, the foot turned outward, slack-looking. He moaned. Gurgey started forward and began to stoop. "Do not touch him." The drone's voice stopped Gurgey like a brick wall. "If any of these people see your hands or face, you're dead. You're the wrong colour, Gurgey. Listen, a few hundred dark-skinned babies are stillborn each year as the genes work themselves out. They're supposed to be strangled and their bodies presented to the Eugenics Council for a bounty. But a few people risk death and bring them up, blanching their skins as they grow older. If anybody thought you were one, especially in a disciple's cloak, they'd skin you alive." Gurgey backed off, kept his head down, and stumbled off down the road. The drone pointed out prostitutes, mostly females, who sold their sexual favours to apices for a few minutes or hours or for the night. In some parts of the city, the drone said, as they travelled the dark streets, there were apices who had lost limbs and could not afford grafted arms and legs amputated from criminals. These apices hired their bodies to males. Gurgey saw many cripples. They sat on street corners selling trinkets, playing music on scratchy, squeaky instruments, or just begging. Some were blind, some had no arms, some had no legs. Gurgey looked at the damaged people and felt dizzy. The gritty surface of the street beneath him seemed to tip and heave. For a moment, it was as though the city, the planet, the whole empire swirled around him in a frantic, spinning tangle of nightmare shapes. A constellation of suffering and anguish, an infernal dance of agony and mutilation. They passed garish shops full of brightly coloured rubbish, state-run drug and alcohol stores, stalls selling religious statues, books, artefacts and ceremonial paraphernalia, kiosks vending tickets for executions, amputations, tortures and staged rapes, mostly lost Azad body bets, and hawkers selling lottery tickets, brothel introductions and unlicensed drugs. A ground van passed full of police, the nightly patrol. A few of the hawkers scuttled into alleyways, and a couple of kiosks slammed suddenly shut as the van drove by, but opened again immediately afterward. In a tiny park, they found an apex with 2 bedraggled males and a sick-looking female on long leads. He was making them attempt tricks, which they kept getting wrong. A crowd stood round laughing at their antics. The drone told him the trio were almost certainly mad and had nobody to pay for their stay in mental hospital, so they'd been de-citizenized and sold to the apex. They watched the pathetic, bedraggled creatures trying to climb lampposts or form a pyramid for a while. Then Gurgey turned away. The drone told him 1 in 10 of the people he passed on the street would be treated for mental illness at some point in their lives. The figure was higher for males than for apices, and higher for females than either. The same applied to the rates of suicide, which was illegal. Fleer Imsaho directed him to a hospital. It was typical, the drone said. Like the whole area, it was about average for the greater city. The hospital was run by a charity, and many of the people working there were unpaid. The drone told him everybody would assume he was a disciple there to see one of his flock, but anyway, the staff were too busy to stop and quiz everybody they saw in the place. Gurgey walked through the hospital in a daze. There were people with limbs missing, as he'd seen in the streets, and there were people turned odd colours or covered with scabs and sores. Some were stick-thin, grey skin stretched over bone. Others lay gasping for breath or retching noisily behind thin screens, moaning or mumbling or screaming. He saw people still covered in blood, waiting to be attended to, people doubled up coughing blood into little bowls, and others strapped into metal cots, beating their heads on the sides, saliva frothing over their lips. Everywhere there were people, on bed after bed and cot after cot and mattress after mattress, and everywhere, too, there were the enveloping odours of corrupting flesh, harsh disinfectant, and bodily wastes. It was an average bad night, the drone informed him. The hospital was a little more crowded than usual because several ships of the Empire's war wounded had come back recently from famous victories. Also, it was the night when people got paid and didn't have to work the next day, and so by tradition went out to get drunk and into fights. Then the machine started to reel off infant mortality rates and life expectancy figures, sex ratios, types of diseases and their prevalence in the various strata of society, average incomes, the incidence of unemployment, per capita income as a ratio of total population in given areas, birth tax and death tax, and the penalties for abortion and illegitimate birth. It talked about laws governing types of sexual congress, about charitable payments and religious organizations running soup kitchens and night shelters and first aid clinics, about numbers and figures and statistics and ratios all the time, and Gergely didn't think he picked up a word of it. He just wandered round the building for what seemed like hours. Then he saw a door and left. He was standing in a small garden, dark and dusty and deserted, at the back of the hospital, hemmed in on all sides. Yellow light from grimy windows spilled onto the grey grass and cracked paving stones. The drone said it still had things it wanted to show him. It wanted him to see a place where down and outs slept. It thought it could get him into a prison as a visitor. "I want to go back now," he shouted, throwing back the hood. "All right," the drone said, tugging the hood back up. They lifted off, going straight up for a long time before they started to head for the hotel and the module. The drone said nothing. Gergely was silent too, watching the great galaxy of lights that was the city as it passed beneath his feet. They got back to the module. The roof door opened for them as they fell, and the lights came on after it closed again. Gergely stood for a while as the drone took the cloak from him and unclipped the AG harness. Slipping down off his shoulders, the removal of the harness left him with an odd sensation of nakedness. "I've one more thing I'd like to show you," the drone said. It moved down the corridor to the module lounge. Gergely followed it. Flir Imsaho floated in the centre of the room. The screen was on, showing an apex and a male copulating. Background music surged. The setting was plush with cushions and thick drapes. "This is an Imperial Select channel," the drone said. "Level 1, mildly scrambled." The scene switched, then switched again, each time showing a slightly different mix of sexual activity, from solo masturbation through to groups involving all three Azadian sexes. "This sort of thing is restricted," the drone said. "Visitors aren't supposed to see it. The unscrambling apparatus is available for a price on the general market, however. Now, we'll see some Level 2 channels. These are restricted to the Empire's bureaucratic, military, religious, and commercial upper echelons." The screen went briefly hazy with a swirl of random colours, then cleared to show some more Azadians, mostly naked or very scantily clad. Again, the emphasis was on sexuality, but there was another, new element in what was happening. Many of the people wore very strange and uncomfortable-looking clothes, and some were being tied up and beaten, or put into various absurd positions in which they were sexually used. Females dressed in uniforms ordered males and apices around. Gergely recognized some of the uniforms as those worn by Imperial Navy officers. Others looked like exaggerations of more ordinary uniforms. Some of the apices were dressed in male clothes, some in female dress. Apices were made to eat their own or somebody else's excreta, or drink their urine. The wastes of other pan-human species seemed to be particularly prized for this practice. Mouths and anuses, animals and aliens were penetrated by males and apices. Aliens and animals were persuaded to mount the various sexes, and objects, some everyday, some apparently specially made, were used as phallic substitutes. In every scene, there was an element of— Gergely supposed it was dominance. He'd been only mildly surprised that the Empire wanted to hide the material shown on the first level. A people so concerned with rank and protocol and clothed dignity might well want to restrict such things, harmless though they might be. The second level was different. He thought it gave the game away a little, and he could understand them being embarrassed about it. It was clear that the delight being taken in Level 2 was not the vicarious pleasure of watching people enjoying themselves and identifying with them, but in seeing people being humiliated while others enjoyed themselves at their expense. Level 1 had been about sex. This was about something the Empire obviously thought more of, but could not disentangle from that act.
Now, Level 3,
the drone said. Gurgey watched the screen. Flir Imsaho watched Gurgey. The man's eyes glittered in the screen light, unused photons reflecting from the halo of iris. The pupils widened at first, then shrank, became pinpoints. The drone waited for the wide staring eyes to fill with moisture, for the tiny muscles around the eyes to flinch and the eyelids to close and the man to shake his head and turn away. But nothing of the sort happened. The screen held his gaze, as though the infinitesimal pressure of light it spent upon the room had somehow reversed, and so sucked the watching man forward to hold him teetering before the fall, fixed and steady and pointed at the flickering surface like some long-stilled moon. The screams echoed through the lounge, over its form seats and couches and low tables. The screams of APCs, men, women, children. Sometimes they were silenced quickly, but usually not. Each instrument and each part of the tortured people made its own noise. Blood, knives, bones, lasers, flesh, ripsaws, chemicals, leeches, fleshworms, vibraguns, even phalluses, fingers and claws. Each made or produced their own distinctive sounds, counterpoints to the theme of screams. The final scene the man watched featured a psychotic male criminal previously injected with massive doses of sex hormones and hallucinogens, a knife, and a woman described as an enemy of the state, who was pregnant and just before term. The eyes closed. His hands went to his ears. He looked down. "Enough," he muttered. Flir Imsaho switched the screen off. The man rocked backward on his heels, as though there had indeed been some attraction, some artificial gravity from the screen, and now that it had ceased, he almost overbalanced in reaction.
That one is live, Jernau Gurgey. It is taking place now. It is still happening, deep in some cellar under a prison or a police barracks.
Gurgey looked up at the blank screen, eyes still wide and staring but dry. He gazed, rocked backward and forward, and breathed deeply. There was sweat on his brow, and he shivered.
Level 3 is for the ruling elite only. Their strategic military signals are given the same encrypting status. I think you can see why. This is no special night, Gurgey. No festival of pseudo-erotica. These go out every evening. There is more, but you've seen a representative cross-section.
Gurgey nodded. His mouth was dry. He swallowed with some difficulty, took a few more deep breaths, rubbed his beard. He opened his mouth to speak, but the drone spoke first.
One other thing. Something else they kept from you. I didn't know this myself until last night, when the ship mentioned it. Ever since you played Ram, your opponents have been on various drugs as well. Cortex-keyed amphetamines at least, but they have far more sophisticated drugs which they use too. They have to inject or ingest them. They don't have gene-affixed glands to manufacture drugs in their own bodies, but they certainly use them. Most of the people you've been playing have had far more artificial chemicals and compounds in their bloodstream than you've had.
The drone made a sighing noise. The man was still staring at the dead screen.
That's it, the drone said. I'm sorry if what I've shown you has upset you, Jernau Gurgey. But I didn't want you to leave here thinking the Empire was just a few venerable game players, some impressive architecture and a few glorified nightclubs. What you've seen tonight is also what it's about. And there's plenty in between that I can't show you. All the frustrations that affect the poor and the relatively well-off alike, caused simply because they live in a society where one is not free to do as one chooses. There's the journalist, who can't write what he knows is the truth. The doctor, who can't treat somebody in pain because they're the wrong sex. A million things every day. Things that aren't as melodramatic and gross as what I've shown you, but which are still part of it, still some of the effects. The ship told you a guilty system recognizes no innocence. I'd say it does. It recognizes the innocence of a young child, for example. And you saw how they treated that. In a sense, it even recognizes the sanctity of the body, but only to violate it. Once again, Gurgay, it all boils down to ownership, possession, about taking and having.
Flir Imzaho paused, then floated toward Gurgay, came very close to him.
Ah, but I'm preaching again, am I? The excesses of youth. I've kept you up late. Maybe you're ready for some sleep now. It's been a long night, hasn't it? I'll leave you.
It turned and floated away. It stopped near the door again.
Good night,
it said. Gurgay cleared his throat. Good night, he said, looking away from the dark screen at last. The drone dipped and disappeared. Gurgay sat down on a form seat. He stared at his feet for a while, then got up and walked outside the module into the roof garden. The dawn was just coming up. The city looked washed out somehow, and cold. The many lights burned weakly, brilliance sapped by the calm blue vastness of the sky. A guard at the stairwell entrance coughed and stamped his feet, though Gurgay could not see him. He went back into the module and lay down on his bed. He lay in the darkness without closing his eyes, then closed his eyes and turned over, trying to sleep. He could not, and neither could he bring himself to secrete something that would make him sleep. At last he got up and went back to the lounge where the screen was. He had the module access the game channels and sat there looking at his own game with Bamoya for a long time, without moving or speaking, and without a single molecule of glanded drug in his bloodstream. A prison ambulance stood outside the conference centre. Gurgay got out of the aircraft and walked straight into the game hall. Peckwill had to run to keep up with the man. The Apex didn't understand the alien. He hadn't wanted to talk during the journey from the hotel to the conference centre, whereas usually people in such a situation couldn't stop talking. And somehow, he didn't seem to be frightened at all, though Peckwill couldn't see how that could be. If he hadn't known the awkward, rather innocent alien better, he'd have thought it was anger he could read on that discoloured, hairy, pointed face. Low-pronest Bamoya sat in a stool seat just off the board of origin. Gurgay stood on the board itself. He rubbed his beard with one long finger, then moved a couple of pieces. Bamoya made his own moves. Then, when the action spread, as the alien tried desperately to wriggle out of his predicament, the judge had some amateur players make most of his moves for him. The alien remained on the board making his own moves, scurrying to and fro like a giant dark insect. Bamoya couldn't see what the alien was playing at. His play seemed to be without purpose, and he made some moves which were either stupid mistakes or pointless sacrifices. Bamoya mopped up some of the alien's tattered forces. After a while, he thought perhaps the male did have a plan of sorts, but if so, it must be a very obscure one. Perhaps there was some kind of odd face-saving point the male was trying to make, while he still was a male. Who knew what strange precepts governed an alien's behaviour at such a moment? The moves went on, inchoate, unreadable. They broke for lunch. They resumed. Bamoya didn't return to the stool seat after the break. He stood at the side of the board, trying to work out what slippery, ungraspable plan the alien might have. It was like playing a ghost now. It was as though they were competing on separate boards. He couldn't seem to get to grips with the male at all. His pieces kept slipping away from him, moving as though the man had anticipated his next move before he'd even thought of it. What had happened to the alien? He'd played quite differently yesterday. Was he really receiving help from outside? Bamoya felt himself start to sweat. There was no need for it. He was still well ahead, still poised for victory. But suddenly he began to sweat. He told himself it was nothing to worry about, a side effect of some of the concentration boosters he'd taken over lunch. Bamoya made some moves which ought to settle what was going on, expose the alien's real plan if he had one. No result. Bamoya tried some more exploratory gestures, committing a little more to the attempt. Gurgay attacked immediately. Bamoya had spent 100 years learning and playing Azad, and he'd sat in courts of every level for half that time. He'd seen many violent outbursts by just-sentenced criminals and watched, and even taken part in, games containing moves of great suddenness and ferocity. Nevertheless, The alien's next few moves contrived to be on a level more barbarous and wild than anything Bamoya had witnessed in either context. Without the experience of the courts, he felt he might have physically reeled. Those few moves were like a series of kicks in the belly. They contained all the berserk energy the very best young players spasmodically exhibited, but marshalled, synchronized, sequenced, and unleashed with a style and a savage grace no untamed beginner could have hoped to command. With the first move, Bamoya saw what the alien's plan might be. With the next move, he saw how good the plan was. With the next, that the play might go on into the following day before the alien could finally be vanquished. With the next, that he, Bamoya, wasn't in quite as unassailable a position as he'd thought. And with the following too, that he still had a lot of work to do, and then that perhaps the play wouldn't last until tomorrow after all. Bamoya made his own moves again, trying every ploy and stratagem he'd learned in a century of game-playing. The disguised observation piece, the feint within the feint, using attack pieces and cardstock, the premature use of the board of becoming element pieces, making a swamp on the territories by the conjunction of earth and water. But nothing worked. He stood, just before the break, at the end of the afternoon session, and he looked at the alien. The hall was silent. The alien male stood in the middle of the board, staring impassively at some minor piece, rubbing at the hair on his face. He looked calm, unperturbed. Bamoya surveyed his own position. Everything was in a mess. There was nothing he could do now, beyond redemption. It was like some badly prepared, fundamentally flawed case or some piece of equipment 3/4 destroyed. There was no saving it. Better to throw it out and start again. But there was no starting again. He was going to be taken out of here and taken to hospital and spayed. He was going to lose that which made him what he was, and he would never be allowed to have it back. Gone forever. Forever. Bamoya couldn't hear the people in the hall. He couldn't see them either, or see the board beneath his feet. All he could see was the alien male, standing tall and insect-like, with his sharp-featured face and his angular body, and stroking his furred face with one long, dark finger, the 2-part nails at its tip showing the lighter skin beneath. How could he look so unconcerned? Bamoya fought the urge to scream. A great breath surged out of him. He thought how easy this had all looked this morning, how fine it had felt that not only would he be going to the Fire Planet for the final games, but also that he would be doing the Imperial office a great favour at the same time. Now he thought that perhaps they had always known this might happen, and they wanted him humiliated and brought down. For some reason he could not know, because he had always been loyal and conscientious. A mistake. It had to be a mistake. But why now, he thought. Why now? Why this time of all times? Why this way for this bet? Why had they wanted him to do this thing and make this wager when he had within him the seed of a child? Why? The alien rubbed his furry face, pursed his strange lips as he looked down at some point on the board. Bamoya began to stumble toward the male, oblivious of the obstacles in his way, trampling the biotechs on the other pieces under his feet and crashing over the raised pyramids of higher ground. The male looked round at him as though seeing him for the first time. Bamoya felt himself stop. He gazed into the alien eyes and saw nothing. No pity, no compassion, no spirit of kindness or sorrow. He looked into those eyes, and at first he thought of the look criminals had sometimes when they'd been sentenced to a quick death. It was a look of indifference, not despair, not hatred, but something flatter and more terrifying than either. A look of resignation, of all hope gone, a flag hoisted by a soul that no longer cared. Yet, although in that instant of recognition the doomed convict was the first image Bamoya clutched at, he knew immediately it was not the fit one. He did not know what the fit one was. Perhaps it was unknowable. Then he knew, and suddenly, for the first time in his life, he understood what it was for the condemned to look into his eyes. He fell, to his knees at first, thudding down onto the board, cracking raised areas, then forward onto his face, eyes level with the board, seeing it from the ground at last. He closed his eyes. The adjudicator and his helpers came over to him and gently lifted him. Paramedics strapped him to the stretcher, sobbing quietly, and carried him outside to the prison ambulance. Peckwill stood amazed. He had never thought he would see an imperial judge break down like that, and in front of the alien. He had to run after the dark man. He was striding back out of the hall as quickly and quietly as he'd arrived, ignoring the hisses and shouts from the public galleries around him. They were in the air car before even the press could catch up, speeding away from the game hall. Gurgey, Peckwill realized, had not said a single word the whole time they'd been in the hall. Fleer Imsaho watched the man. He had expected more of a reaction, but he did nothing except sit at the screen, watching replays of all the games he'd played since he'd arrived. He wouldn't talk. He would be going to a Cronadal now, along with 119 other fourth-round single-game winners. As was usual after a bet of such severity had been honoured, the family of the now mutilated Bamoya had resigned for him. Without moving a piece on either of the two remaining great boards, Gurgey had won the match and his place on the Fire Planet. Some 20 days remained between the end of Gurgey's game against Bamoya and the date when the Imperial Court's fleet departed for the 12-day journey to Cronadal. Gurgey had been invited to spend part of that time at an estate owned by Hamin, the rector of the ruling college of Kansev and mentor to the Emperor. Fleer Imsaho had advised him against it, but Gurgey accepted. They would leave tomorrow for the estate, a few hundred kilometers distant on an island in an inland sea. Gurgey was taking what the drone believed was an unhealthy, even perverse interest in what the news and press agencies were saying about him. The man seemed to actually relish the calumnies and invective poured upon him following his win over Bamoya. Sometimes he smiled when he read or heard what they said about him, especially when the newsreaders, in shocked, reverent tones, related what the alien Gurgey had caused to be done to low-prenest Bamoya, a gentle, lenient judge with 5 wives and 2 husbands, though no children. Gurgey had also started to watch the channels which showed the Imperial troops crushing the savages and infidels it was civilizing in distant parts of the Empire. He had the module unscramble the higher-level military broadcasts which the services put out. It seemed in a spirit of competition with the court's more highly encrypted entertainment channels. The military broadcasts showed scenes of alien executions and tortures. Some showed the buildings and artworks of the recalcitrant or rebellious species being blown up or burned. Things only very rarely shown on the standard news channels, if for no other reason than that all aliens were depicted as a matter of course as being uncivilized monsters, docile simpletons, or greedy and treacherous subhumans, all categories incapable of producing high art and genuine civilization. Sometimes, where physically possible, Azadian males, though never apices, were shown raping the savages. It upset Fleer Imsaho that Gurgey should enjoy watching such things, especially as it had been instrumental in introducing him to the scrambled broadcasts in the first place. But at least he didn't appear to find the sights sexually stimulating. He didn't dwell on them the way the drone knew Azadians tended to. He looked, registered, then flicked away again. He still spent the majority of his time staring at the games shown on the screen, but the coded signals and his own bad press kept drawing him back, time and again, like a drug. But I don't like rings.
It isn't a question of what you like, Journo Gurgey. When you go to Hammond's estate, you'll be outside this module. I might not always be close by. And anyway, I'm not a specialist in toxicology. You'll be eating their food and drinking their drink, and they have some very clever chemists and exobiologists. But if you wear one of these on each hand, index finger preferably, you should be safe from poisoning. If you feel a single jab, it means a non-lethal drug, such as a hallucinogen. 3 jabs means somebody's out to waste you.
What do 2 jabs mean?
I don't know. A malfunction, probably. Now, will you put them on?
They don't really suit me.
Would a shroud?
They feel funny.
Never mind if they work.
How about a magic amulet to ward off bullets?
Are you serious? I mean, if you are, there is a passive sensor impact shield jewelry set on board, but they'd probably use crews.
Gurgey waved one ringed hand. Oh, never mind. He sat down again, turning on a military execution channel. The drone found it difficult to talk to the man. He wouldn't listen. It attempted to explain that despite all the horrors he had seen in the city and on the screen, there was still nothing the culture could do that wouldn't do more harm than good. It tried to tell him that the contact section, The whole culture, in fact, was like him, dressed in his cloak and standing unable to help the man lying injured in the street, that they had to stick to their disguise and wait until the moment was right. But either its arguments weren't getting through to him, or that wasn't what the man was thinking about, because he made no response and wouldn't enter into a discussion about it. Fleer Imsaho didn't go out much during the days between the end of the game with Bamoya and the journey to Hamin's estate. Instead, it stayed in with the man, worrying.
Mr. Gage, I am pleased to meet you.
The old apex put out his hand. Gurge grasped it.
I hope you had a pleasant flight here, yes?
We did, thank you, Gurge said. They stood on the roof of a low building, set in luxuriant green vegetation and looking out over the calm waters of the inland sea. The house was almost submerged in the burgeoning greenery. Only the roof was fully clear of the swaying treetops. Nearby were paddocks full of riding animals, and from the various levels of the house, long sweeping gantries, elegant and slim, soared out through the crowding trunks above the shady forest floor, giving access to the golden beaches and the pavilions and summer houses of the estate. In the sky, huge sunlit clouds piled sparkling over the distant mainland.
You say we,
Hamin said, as they walked across the roof and liveried males took Gurge's baggage from the aircraft. The drone, Fleer Imsaho and I, Gurge said, nodding to the bulky, buzzing machine at his shoulder.
Ah, yes.
The old apex laughed, bald head reflecting the binary light.
The machine some people thought let you play so well.
They descended to a long balcony set with many tables, where Hamin introduced Gurge and the drone to various people, mostly APCs plus a few elegant females. There was only one person Gurge already knew. The smiling Loshav Olos put down a drink and rose from his table, taking Gurge's hand.
Mr. Gurge, how good to see you again. Your luck held out, and your skill increased. A formidable achievement. Congratulations once again.
The apex's gaze flicked momentarily to Gurge's ringed fingers. Thank you. It was at a price I'd have willingly forgone.
Indeed. You'll never cease to surprise us, Mr. Gurge.
I'm sure I shall, eventually.
You are too modest.
Olos smiled and sat down. Gurge declined the offer to visit his rooms and freshen up. He felt perfectly fresh already. He sat at a table with Hamin, some other directors of Kansev College, and a few court officials. Chilled wines and spiced snacks were served. Fleer Imsaho settled relatively quietly on the floor by Gurge's feet. Gurge's new rings appeared to be happy there was nothing more damaging than alcohol in the fare being served. The conversation mostly avoided Gurge's last game. Everyone pronounced his name correctly. The college directors asked him about his unique game style. Gurge answered as best he could. The court officials inquired politely about his homeworld, and he told them some nonsense about living on a planet. They asked him about Fleer Imsaho, and Gurge expected the machine to answer, but it didn't, so he told them the truth. The machine was a person by the culture's definition. It could do as it liked, and it did not belong to him. One tall and strikingly beautiful female, a companion of Loshav Olos, who'd come over to join their table, asked the drone if its master played logically or not. Fleer Imsaho replied, with a trace of weariness Gurge suspected only he could detect, that Gurge was not its master, and that it supposed he thought more logically than it did when he was playing games, but that anyway it knew very little about Azad. They all found this most amusing. Hamin stood then and suggested that his stomach, with over 2.5 centuries of experience behind it, could tell it was approaching time for dinner better than any servant's clock. People laughed and gradually began to depart the long balcony. Hamin escorted Gurge to his room personally and told him a servant would let him know when the meal was to be served.
I wish I knew why they invited you here,
Fleer Imsaho said, quickly unpacking Gurge's few cases while the man looked out of the window at the still trees and the calm sea. Perhaps they want to recruit me for the Empire. What do you think, drone? Would I make a good general?
Don't be facetious, General Gurge.
The drone switched to Moraine.
And not to forget, random Domran here bugged are we nonsense-wansons.
Gurge looked concerned and said in Nyachik, Heavens, drone, are you developing a speech impediment?
Gurge,
the drone hissed, setting out some clothes the Empire deemed suitable to be worn when eating. Gurge turned away, smiling. Maybe they just want to kill me.
I wonder if they want any help.
Gurgi laughed and came over to the bed where the drone had laid out the formal clothing. "It'll be all right."
"So you say, but we haven't even got the protection of the module here, let alone anything else. But let's not worry about it."
Gurgi picked up a couple of the robe pieces and tried them against his body, holding them under his chin and looking down. "I'm not worried anyway," he said. The drone shouted at him in exasperation.
"Oh, dear now, Gurgi. How many times do I have to tell you? You cannot wear red and green together like that."
"You like music, Mr. Gurgi?" Iain asked, leaning over to the man. Gurgi nodded. "Well, a little does no harm." Iain sat back, apparently satisfied with this answer. They had climbed to the broad roof garden after dinner, which had been a long, complicated and very filling affair, during which naked females had danced in the centre of the room, and, if Gurgi's rings were to be believed, nobody had tried to interfere with his food. It was dusk now, and the party was outside in the warm evening air, listening to the wailing music produced by a group of apex musicians. Slender gantries led from the garden into the tall, graceful trees. Gurgi sat at a small table with Iain and Olos. Flir Imsaho sat near his feet. Lamps shone in the trees around them. The roof garden was its own island of light in the night, surrounded by the cries of birds and animals, calling out as though in answer to the music.
"I wonder, Mr. Gurgi,"
Iain said, sipping his drink and lighting a long, small-bowled pipe.
"Did you find any of our dancing girls attractive?"
He pulled on the long-stemmed pipe, then, with the smoke wreathing around his bald head, went on.
"I only ask because one of them, she with the silver streak in her hair, remember, did express rather an interest in you. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not shocking you, Mr. Gurgi, am I?"
"Not in the least."
"Well, I just wanted to say you're among friends here, yes? You've more than proved yourself in the game, and this is a very private place, outside the gaze of the press and the common people, who of course have to depend on certain hard and fast rules, whereas we do not here. You catch my drift. You may relax in confidence."
"I'm most grateful. I shall certainly try to relax, but I was told before I came here that I would be found ugly, even disfigured by your people. Your kindness overwhelms me, but I would prefer not to inflict myself on somebody who might not be available through choice alone."
"Too modest again, Jana Gurgi."
Olos smiled. Iain nodded, puffing on his pipe.
"You know, Mr. Gurgi, I have heard that in your culture you have no laws. I am sure this is an exaggeration, but there must be a grain of truth in the assertion, and I would guess you must find the number and strictness of our laws to be a great difference between your society and ours. Here we have many rules, and try to live according to the laws of God, game, and empire. But one of the advantages of having laws is the pleasure one may take in breaking them. We here are not children, Mr. Gurgi."
Iain waved the pipe stem round the tables of people.
"Rules and laws exist only because we take pleasure in doing what they forbid. But as long as most of the people obey such prescriptions most of the time, they have done their job. Blind obedience would imply we are..."
Iain chuckled and pointed at the drone with the pipe.
"No more than robots."
Flir Imsaho buzzed a little louder, but only momentarily. There was silence. Gurgi drank from his glass. Olos and Iain exchanged looks.
"Jana Gurgi,"
Olos said at last, rolling his glass round in his hands.
"Let us be frank. You are an embarrassment to us. You've done very much better than we expected. We did not think we could be so easily fooled, but somehow you did it. I congratulate you on whatever ruse it was you used, whether it centered on your drug glands, your machine there, or simply many more years playing Azad than you admitted to. You have bettered us, and we are impressed. I am only sorry that innocent people, such as those bystanders who were shot instead of you, and Lo Prinest Bamoya, had to be hurt. As you have no doubt guessed, we would like you to go no further in the game. Now, the Imperial Office has nothing to do with the Games Bureau, so there is little we can do directly. We do have a suggestion, though."
"What's that?" Gurgi sipped his drink.
"As I've been saying,"
Iain pointed the stem of the pipe at Gurgi,
"we have many laws. We therefore have many crimes. Some of these are of a sexual nature, yes?"
Gurgi looked down at his drink.
"I need hardly point out Harmon continued, that the physiology of our race makes us unusual. One might almost say gifted in that respect. Also, in our society, it is possible to control people. It is possible to make somebody, or even several people, do things they might not want to do. We can offer you, here, the sort of experience which by your own admission would be impossible on your own world.
The old apex leaned closer, dropping his voice.
Can you imagine what it might be like to have several females and males, even apices if you like, who will do your every bidding?
Harmon knocked his pipe out on the table leg. The ash drifted over the humming bulk of Fli Imsaho. The rector of Kansev College smiled in a conspiratorial way and sat back, repacking his pipe from a small pouch. Olos leaned forward. This whole island is yours for as long as you want it, Jerna Gurge. You may have as many people of whatever sexual mix as you like for as long as you desire. But I pull out of the game.
You retire,
Yes, Olos said. Harmon nodded.
There are precedents.
The whole island? Gurge made a show of looking around the gently lit roof garden. A troupe of dancers appeared. The lithe, skimpily dressed men, women and apices made their way up some steps to a small stage raised behind the musicians.
Everything, Olos said. The island, house, servants, dancers, everything and everyone.
Gurge nodded, but didn't say anything. Harmon relit his pipe.
Even the band, he said, coughing.
He waved at the musicians.
What do you think of their instruments, Mr. Gurge? Do they not sound sweet?
Very pleasant. Gurge drank a little, watching the dancers arrange themselves on stage.
Even there, though, Harmon said, you are missing something. You see, we gain a great deal of pleasure from knowing at what cost this music is bought. You see the stringed instrument, the one on the left with the 8 strings.
Gurge nodded.
Harmon said, I can tell you that each of those steel strings has strangled a man. You see that white pipe at the back, played by the male.
The pipe shaped like a bone. Harmon laughed.
A female's femur, removed without anesthetic.
Naturally, Gurge said, and took a few sweet-tasting nuts from a bowl on the table. Do they come in matched pairs, or are there a lot of one-legged lady music critics? Harmon smiled.
You see, he said to Olos, he does appreciate.
The old apex gestured back at the band, behind whom the dancers were now arranged, ready to start their performance.
The drums are made from human skin. You can see why each set is called a family. The horizontal percussion instrument is constructed from finger bones and, well, there are other instruments. But can you understand now why that music sounds so precious to those of us who know what has gone into the making of it?
Oh, yes, Gurge said. The dancers began. Fluid, practiced, they impressed almost immediately. Some must have worn AG units, floating through the air like huge, diaphanously slow birds.
Good.
Harmon nodded.
You see, Gurge, one can be on either side in the Empire. One can be the player, or one can be played upon.
Harmon smiled at what was a play on words in Iatchik, and, to some extent, in Moraine too. Gurge watched the dancers for a moment. Without looking away from them, he said, I'll play, Rector, on Ikronidal. He tapped one ring on the rim of his glass in time to the music. Harmon sighed.
Well, I have to tell you, Jerna Gurge, that we are worried.
He pulled on the pipe again, studying the glowing bowl.
Worried about the effect your getting any further in the game would have on the morale of our people. So many of them are just simple folk. It is our duty to shield them from the harsh realities sometimes. And what harsher reality can there be than the realization that most of one's kin are gullible, cruel, and foolish? They would not understand that a stranger, an alien, can come here and do so well at the holy game. We here, those of us in the court and the colleges, might not be so concerned, but we have to keep the ordinary, decent, I would even go as far as to say, innocent people in mind, Mr. Gurge. And what we have to do in that respect, what we sometimes have to take responsibility for, does not always make us happy. But we know our duty, and we will do it, for them and for our Emperor.
Harmin leaned forward again.
We don't intend to kill you, Mr. Gurgay, though I'm told there are factions in the court who'd like nothing better. And, they say, people in the security services easily capable of doing so. No, nothing so gross. But
the old apex sucked on the thin pipe, producing a gentle papping noise. Gurgay waited. Harmin pointed the stem at him again.
I have to tell you, Gurgay, that no matter how you do in the first game on Ikronadal, it will be announced that you have been defeated. We have unequivocal control of the communications and news services on the Fire Planet, and as far as the press and the public will be concerned, you will be knocked out in the first round there. We will do whatever has to be done to make it appear that that is exactly what has in fact happened. You are free to tell people I've told you this, and free to claim whatever you want after the event. You will be ridiculed, though, and what I have described will happen anyway. The truth has already been decided.
Olos's turn. So you see, Gurgay, you may go to Ikronadal, but to certain defeat. Absolute certain defeat. Go as a high-class tourist if you want, or stay here and enjoy yourself as our guest. But there is no longer any point in playing.
Gurgay said.
The dancers were slowly losing their clothes as they stripped each other. Some of them, still dancing, were at the same time contriving to stroke and touch each other in an exaggeratedly sexual way. Gurgay nodded. I'll think about it. Then he smiled at the two apices. I'd like to see your fire planet all the same. He drank from the cool glass and watched the slow build-up of erotic choreography behind the musicians. Other than that, though, I can't imagine I'll be trying too terribly hard. Harmin was studying his pipe. Olos looked very serious. Gurgay held out his hands in a gesture of resigned helplessness. What more can I say?
Would you be prepared to cooperate, though?
Olos said. Gurgay looked inquisitive. Olos reached slowly over and tapped the rim of Gurgay's glass.
Something that would ring true? He said softly.
Gurgay watched the two apices exchange glances. He waited for them to make their play.
Documentary evidence,
Harmin said after a moment, talking to his pipe.
Film of you, looking worried over a bad board position. Maybe even an interview. We could arrange these things without your cooperation, naturally, but it would be easier, less fraught for all concerned, with your aid.
The old apex sucked on his pipe. Olos drank, glancing at the romantic antics of the dance troupe. Gurgay looked surprised. You mean lie? Participate in the construction of your false reality?
Our real reality, Gurgay, Olos said quietly. The official version. The one that will have documentary evidence to support it. The one that will be believed.
Gurgay grinned broadly. I'd be delighted to help, of course. I shall regard it as a challenge to produce a definitively abject interview for popular consumption. I'll even help you work out positions so awful even I can't get out of them. He raised his glass to them. After all, it's the game that matters, is it not? Harmin snorted. His shoulders shook. He sucked on the pipe again and through a veil of smoke said,
No true game player could say more.
He patted Gurgay on the shoulder.
Mr. Gurgay, even if you choose not to avail yourself of the facilities my house has to offer, I hope you'll stay with us for a while. I should enjoy talking with you. Will you stay?
Why not? Gurgay said, and he and Harmin raised their glasses to each other. Olos sat back, laughing silently. Together, the three turned to watch the dancers, who had now formed a copulatorily complicated pattern of bodies in a carnal jigsaw, still keeping, Gurgay was impressed to note, to the beat of the music. He stayed at the house for the next 15 days. He talked, guardedly, with the old rector during that time. He still felt they didn't really know each other when he left, but perhaps they knew a little more of each other's societies. Harmin obviously found it hard to believe the culture really did do without money.
But what if I do want something unreasonable?
What?
My own planet.
Harmin wheezed with laughter. How can you own a planet? Gurgay shook his head.
But supposing I wanted one?
I suppose if you found an unoccupied one, you could land without anybody becoming annoyed. Perhaps that would work. But how would you stop other people landing there too?
Could I not buy a fleet of warships?
All our ships are sentient. You could certainly try telling a ship what to do, but I don't think you'd get very far.
Your ships think they're sentient.
Harmin chuckled. A common delusion shared by some of our human citizens. Harmin found the culture's sexual mores even more fascinating. He was at once delighted and outraged that the culture regarded homosexuality, incest, sex-changing, hermaphrodicy, and sexual characteristic alteration as just something else people did, like going on a cruise or changing their hairstyle. Harmin thought this must take all the fun out of things. Didn't the culture forbid anything? Gurgay attempted to explain there were no written laws, but almost no crime anyway. There was the occasional crime of passion, as Harmin chose to call it, but little else. It was difficult to get away with anything anyway, when everybody had a terminal, but there were very few motives left, too.
But if someone kills somebody else?
Gurgay shrugged. They're slap-droned.
Ah, this sounds more like it. What does this drone do?
Follows you around and makes sure you never do it again.
Is that all?
What more do you want? Social death, Harmin. You don't get invited to too many parties.
Ah, but in your culture, can't you gate crash?
Well, I suppose so, Gurgay conceded, but nobody had talked to you. As for what Harmin told Gurgay about the Empire, it only made him appreciate what Shahobaham Zar had said, that it was a gem, however vicious and indiscriminate its cutting edges might be. It was not so difficult to understand the warped view the Azadians had of what they called human nature, the phrase they used whenever they had to justify something inhuman and unnatural, when they were surrounded and subsumed by the self-created monster that was the Empire of Azad, and which displayed such a fierce instinct, Gurgay could think of no other word, for self-preservation. The Empire wanted to survive. It was like an animal, a massive, powerful body that would only let certain cells or viruses survive within it, and, as a matter of course, killed off any and all others automatically and unthinkingly. Harmin himself used this analogy when he compared revolutionaries to cancer. Gurgay tried to say that single cells were single cells, while a conscious collection of hundreds of billions of them, or a conscious device made from arrays of picocircuitry for that matter, was simply incomparable. But Harmin refused to listen. It was Gurgay, not he, who'd missed the point. The rest of the time, Gurgay spent walking in the forest or swimming in the warm, slack sea. The slow rhythm of Harmin's house was built around meals, and Gurgay learned to take great care in dressing for these, eating them, talking to the guests, old and new as people came and went, and relaxing afterward, bloated and spacey, continuing to talk and watching the deliberate entertainment of, usually erotic dances, and the involuntary cabaret of changing sexual alliances among the guests, dancers, servants, and house staff. Gurgay was enticed many times, but never tempted. He found the Azadian females more and more attractive all the time, and not just physically, but used his gene-affixed glands in a negative, even contrary way to stay carnally sober in the midst of the subtly exhibited orgy around him. A pleasant enough few days. The rings did not jab him, and nobody shot at him. He and Fleer Imsaho got back safely to the module on the roof of the Grand Hotel a couple of days before the Imperial fleet was due to depart for Ikronadal. Gurgay and the drone would have preferred to take the module, which was perfectly capable of making the crossing by itself, but contact had forbidden that. The effect on the Admiralty of discovering that something no larger than a lifeboat could outstrip their battlecruisers was not something to be contemplated. And the Empire had refused permission for the alien machine to be conveyed inside an Imperial craft. So Gurgay would have to make the journey with the fleet like everybody else.
You think you've got problems, Fleer Imsaho said bitterly. They'll be watching us all the time, on the liner during the crossing, and then once we're in the castle. That means I've got to stay inside this ridiculous disguise all day and all night until the games are over. Why couldn't you have lost in the first round like you were supposed to? We could have told them where to insert their fire planet and be back in a GSV by now.
Oh, shut up, machine. As it turned out, they needn't have returned to the module. There was nothing more to take or pack. He stood in the small lounge, fiddling with the orbital bracelet on his wrist, and realizing he was looking forward to the coming games on Ikronadal more than he had any of the others. The pressure would be off. He wouldn't have to face the opprobrium of the press and the Empire's ghastly general public. He could cooperate with the Empire to produce a convincing piece of fake news, and the likelihood of more physical option bets had thereby been reduced almost to zero. He was going to enjoy himself. Fleer Imsaho was glad to see the man was getting over the effects of seeing behind the screen the Empire showed its guests. He was much as he'd been before, and the days at Hyman's estate seemed to have relaxed him. It could see a small change in him, though, something it could not quite pin down, but which it knew was there. They didn't see Shehobaham Zar again. He'd left on a tour, up country, wherever that was. He sent his regards and a message in Moraine to the effect that if Gurgay could lay his mitts on some fresh griff. Before they left, Gurgay asked the module about the girl he'd met at the Grand Ball months earlier. He couldn't remember her name, but if the module could provide a list of the females who'd survived the first round, he was sure he'd recognize hers. The module got confused, but Fleer Imsaho told them both to forget it. No women had made it to the second round. Peckwill came with them to the shuttleport. His arm was fully healed. Gurgay and Fleer Imsaho bade farewell to the module. It climbed into the sky for a rendezvous with a distant limiting factor. They said goodbye to Peckwill, too. He took Gurgay's hand in both of his, and then the man and the drone boarded the shuttle. Gurgay watched Grosnacek as it fell away beneath them. The city tilted as he was thrown back into his seat. The whole view swung and juddered as the shuttlecraft powered into the hazy skies. Gradually, all the patterns and the shapes came out, revealed for a while before the increasing distance, the city's own vapours, dust and grime, and the altering angle of their climb, took it all away. For all the jumble, it looked momentarily peaceful and ordered in its parts. The distance made its individual local confusions and dislocations disappear, and from a certain height, where little ever dallied, and almost everything just passed through, it looked exactly like a great, mindless, spreading organism. Part 3. Machina ex Machina. So far, so average. Our game player's lucked out again. I guess you can see he's a changed man, though. These humans. I'm going to be consistent, however. I haven't told you who I am so far, and I'm not going to tell you now either. Maybe later. Maybe. Does identity matter anyway? I have my doubts. We are what we do, not what we think. Only the interactions count. There is no problem with free will here. That's not incompatible with believing your actions define you. And what is free will, anyway? Chance, the random factor. If one is not ultimately predictable, then of course that's all it can be. I get so frustrated with people who can't see this. Even a human should be able to understand it's obvious. The result is what matters, not how it's achieved, unless, of course, the process of achieving is itself a series of results. What difference does it make whether a mind's made up of enormous, squidgy animal cells working at the speed of sound, in air, or from a glittering nanofoam of reflectors and patterns of holographic coherence at light speed? Let's not even think about a mind. Each is a machine, each is an organism, each fulfills the same task. Just matter, switching energy of one sort or another. Switches, memory. The random element, that is chance, and that is called choice, common denominators, all. I say again, you is what you done. Dynamic misbehaviorism, that's my creed. Gurgay, his switches are working funny. He's thinking differently, acting uncharacteristically. He is a different person. He's seen the worst that meat grinder for a city could provide, and he just took it personally and took his revenge. Now he's spaceborne again, head crammed full of Azad rules, his brain adapted and adapting to the swirling, switching patterns of that seductive, encompassing, feral set of rules and possibilities, and being carted through space toward the Empire's most creakily symbolic shrine, Ikronidal, the place of the standing wave of flame, the fire planet. But will our hero prevail? Can he possibly prevail? And what would constitute winning anyway? How much has the man still got to learn? What will he make of such knowledge? More to the point, what will it make of him? Wait and see. It'll work itself out in time. Take it from there, maestro. Ikronidal was 20 light-years from Eir. Halfway there, the Imperial fleet left the region of dust that lay between Eir's system and the direction of the main galaxy, and so that vast armed spiral was spread over half the sky like a million jewels caught in a whirlpool. Gergely was impatient to get to the fire planet. The journey seemed to take forever, and the liner he was making it on was hopelessly cramped. He spent most of the time in his cabin. The bureaucrats, imperial officials, and other game players on the ship regarded him with undisguised dislike, and apart from a couple of shuttle trips over to the battlecruiser Invincible, the imperial flagship, for receptions, Gergely didn't socialize. The crossing was made without incident, and after 12 days they arrived over Ikronadal, a planet orbiting a yellow dwarf in a fairly ordinary system, and itself a human habitable world with only one peculiarity. It was not unusual to find distinct equatorial bulges on once fast-spinning planets, and Ikronadal's was comparatively slight, though sufficient to produce a single unbroken continental ribbon of land lying roughly between the planet's tropics, the rest of the globe lying beneath two great oceans, ice-capped at the poles. What was unique, in the experience of the culture as well as the Empire, was to discover a wave of fire forever moving round the planet on the continental landmass. Taking about half a standard year to complete its circumnavigation, the fire swept over the land, its fringes brushing the shores of the two oceans, its wavefront a near straight line, its flames consuming the growth of the plants which had flourished in the ashes of the previous blaze. The whole land-based ecosystem had evolved around this never-ending conflagration. Some plants could only sprout from beneath the still warm cinders, their seeds jolted into development by the passing heat. Other plants blossomed just before the fire arrived, bursting into rapid growth just before the flames found them, and using the firefront's thermals to transport their seeds into the upper atmosphere, to fall back again somewhere onto the ash. The land animals of Ikronadal fell into three categories. Some kept constantly on the move, maintaining the same steady walking pace as the fire. Some swam round its oceanic boundaries, while other species burrowed into the ground, hid in caves, or survived through a variety of mechanisms in lakes or rivers. Birds circled the world like a jet stream of feathers. The blaze remained little more than a large, continuous bushfire for 11 revolutions. On the 12th, it changed. The cinderbud was a tall, skinny plant which grew quickly once its seeds had germinated. It developed an armoured base and shot up to a height of 10 metres or more in the 200 days it had before the flames came round again. When the fire did arrive, the cinderbud didn't burn. It closed its leafy head until the blaze had passed, then kept on growing in the ashes. After 11 of those great months, 11 baptisms in the flames, the cinderbuds were great trees, anything up to 70 metres in height. Their own chemistry then produced first the oxygen season, and then the incandescence. And in that sudden cycle the fire didn't walk, it sprinted. It was no longer a wide but low and even mild bushfire, it was an inferno. Lakes disappeared, rivers dried, rocks crumbled in its baking heat. Every animal that had evolved its own way of dodging or keeping pace with the fires of the great months had to find another method of surviving, running fast enough to build up a sufficient lead on the incandescence to still keep ahead of it, swimming far out into the ocean or to the few mostly small islands off the coasts, or hibernating, deep in great cave systems or on the beds of deep rivers, lakes and fjords. Plants, too, switched to new survival mechanisms, rooting deeper, growing thicker seed cases, or equipping their thermal seeds for higher, longer flight, and the baked ground they would encounter on landing. For a great month thereafter, the planet, its atmosphere choked with smoke, soot and ash, wavered on the edge of catastrophe as smoke clouds blocked out the sun and the temperature plummeted. Then, slowly, while the diminished small fire continued on its way, the atmosphere cleared. The animals started to breed again, the plants grew once more, and the little cinderbuds started sprouting through the ashes from the old root complexes. The Empire's castles on Ikronadal, extravagantly sprinklered and doused, had been built to survive whatever terrible heat and screaming winds the planet's bizarre ecology could provide. And it was in the greatest of those fortresses, Castle Claff, that for the last 300 standard years the final games of Azad had been played, timed to coincide, whenever possible, with the incandescence. The Imperial fleet arrived above Ikronadal in the middle of the oxygen season. The flagship remained over the planet while the escorting battleships dispersed to the outskirts of the system. The liners stayed until the Invincible's shuttle squadron had ferried the game players, court officials, guests and observers down to the surface, then left for a nearby system. The shuttles dropped through the clear air of Ecronidal to land at Castle Claff. The fortress lay on a spur of rock at the foot of a range of soft, well-worn hills overlooking a broad plain. Normally, it looked out over a horizon-wide sweep of low scrub, punctuated by the thin towers of cinderbuds at whatever stage they'd reached. But now the cinderbuds had branched and blossomed, and their canopy of rippling leaves fluttered over the plain like some rooted yellow overcast, and the tallest trunks rose higher than the castle's curtain wall. When the incandescence arrived, it would wash around the fortress like a livid wave. All that ever saved the castle from incineration was a 2-kilometre viaduct leading from a reservoir in the low hills to Claff itself, where giant cisterns and a complicated system of sprinklers ensured the secured and shuttered fortress was drenched with water as the fire passed. If the dowsing system ever broke down, there were deep shelters in the rock far underneath the castle which would house the inhabitants until the burning was over. So far, the waters had always saved the fortress, and it had remained an oasis of scorched yellow in a wilderness of fire. The Emperor, whoever had won the final game, was traditionally meant to be in Claff when the fire passed, to rise from the fortress after the flames died, ascending through the darkness of the smoke clouds to the darkness of space, and thence to his empire. The timing hadn't always worked out perfectly, and in earlier centuries, the Emperor and his court had to sit out the fire in another castle, or even missed the incandescence altogether. However, the Empire had this time calculated correctly, and it looked as though the incandescence, due to start only 200 kilometres fireward of the castle, where the cinderbuds changed abruptly from their normal size and shape to the huge trees that surrounded Claff, would arrive more or less on time to provide a suitable backdrop for the coronation. Gurge felt uncomfortable as soon as they landed. Iain had been of just a little less than what the culture rather arbitrarily regarded as standard mass, so its gravity had felt roughly the equivalent of the force Chark Orbital had produced by rotating, and the limiting factor and the little rascal had created with AG fields. But Ecronidal was half as massive again as Iain, and Gurge felt heavy. The castle had long since been equipped with slow-accelerating elevators, and it was unusual to see anybody other than male servants climbing upstairs, but even walking on the level was uncomfortable for the first few of the planet's short days. Gurge's rooms overlooked one of the castle's inner courtyards. He settled in there with Fleer Imsaho, who gave no sign of being affected by the higher gravity, and the male servant every finalist was entitled to. Gurge had voiced some uncertainty about having a servant at all.
"Yeah," the drone had said, "who needs two?"
But it had been explained it was traditional and a great honour for the male, so he'd acquiesced. There was a rather desultory party on the night of their arrival. Everybody sat around talking, tired after the long journey and drained by the fierce gravity. The conversation was mostly about swollen ankles. Gurge went briefly to show his face. It was the first time he'd met Nikosar since the grand ball at the start of the games. The receptions on the Invincible during the journey had not been graced by the Imperial presence.
"This time, get it right,"
Fleer Imsaho told him as they entered the main hall of the castle. The Emperor sat on a throne, welcoming the people as they arrived. Gurge was about to kneel like everyone else, but Nikosar saw him, shook one ringed finger, and pointed at his own knee. "Our one need, friend, you have not forgotten." Gurge knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Nikosar laughed thinly. Harmin, sitting on the Emperor's right, smiled. Gurge sat alone in a chair by a wall, near a large suit of antique armour. He looked unenthusiastically round the room and ended up gazing, with a frown, at an apex standing in one corner of the hall, talking to a group of uniformed apices perched on stool seats around him. The apex was unusual not just because he was standing, but because he seemed to be encased in a set of gunmetal bones worn outside his navy uniform. "Who's that?" Gurge asked Fleer Imsaho, humming and crackling unenthusiastically between his chair and the suit of armour by the wall.
"Who's who?"
"That apex with the exoskeleton? Is that what you call it? Him."
"That is Star Marshal Yamanul. In the last games, he made a personal bet with Nikosar's blessing that he would go to prison for a great year if he lost. He lost, but he expected that Nikosar would use the Imperial veto, which he can do on wages which aren't body bets, because the Emperor wouldn't want to lose the services of one of his best commanders for 6 years. Nikosar did use the veto, but only to have Yamanol incarcerated in that device he's wearing, rather than shut away in a prison cell. The portable prison is proto-sentient. It has various independent senses as well as conventional exoskeleton features, such as a micropile and powered limbs. Its job is to leave Yamanol free to carry out his military duties, but otherwise to impose prison discipline on him. It will only let him eat a little of the simplest food, allows him no alcohol, keeps him to a strict regimen of exercise, will not allow him to take part in social activities. His presence here this evening must mark some sort of special dispensation by the Emperor, and won't let him copulate. In addition, he has to listen to sermons by a prison chaplain who visits him for 2 hours every 10 days.
Poor guy. I see he has to stand as well.
Well, one shouldn't try to outsmart the Emperor, I guess, Flea Emsaho said. But his sentence is almost over.
No time off for good behavior?
The Imperial Penal Service does not deal in discounts. They do add time on if you behave badly, though.
Gurgay shook his head, looking at the distant prisoner in his private prison. It's a mean old empire, isn't it, Drone?
Mean enough. But if it ever tries to fuck with the culture, it'll find out what mean really is.
Gurgay looked round in surprise at the machine. It floated, buzzing there, its bulky grey and brown casing looking hard and even sinister against the dull gleam of the empty suit of armour. My, we're in a combative mood this evening.
I am. You'd better be.
For the games. I'm ready.
Are you really going to take part in this piece of propaganda?
What piece of propaganda?
You know damn well. Helping the Bureau to fake your own defeat, pretending you've lost, giving interviews and lying.
Yes. Why not? It lets me play the game. They might try to stop me otherwise.
Kill you?
Gurgay shrugged. Disqualify me.
Is it worth so much to keep playing?
No, Gurgay lied. But telling a few white lies isn't much of a price either.
Humph,
the machine said. Gurgay waited for it to say more, but it didn't. They left a little later. Gurgay got up out of the chair and walked to the door, only remembering to turn and bow toward Nikasar after the drone prompted him. His first game on Ikronadal, the one he was officially to lose no matter what happened, was another 10 game. This time, there was no suggestion of anybody ganging up on him, and he was approached by 4 of the other players to form a side which would oppose the rest. This was the traditional way of playing 10 games, though it was the first time Gurgay had been directly involved, apart from being on the sharp end of other people's alliances. So he found himself discussing strategy and tactics with a pair of fleet admirals, a star general, and an imperial minister in what the Bureau guaranteed was an electronically and optically sterile room in one wing of the castle. They spent 3 days talking over how they would play the game. Then they swore before God, and Gurgay gave his word, they would not break the agreement until the other 5 players had been defeated or they themselves were brought down. The lesser games ended with the sides about even. Gurgay found there were advantages and disadvantages in playing as part of an ensemble. He did his best to adapt and play accordingly. More talks followed. Then they joined battle on the board of origin. Gurgay enjoyed it. It added a lot to the game to play as part of a team. He felt genuinely warm toward the apices he played alongside. They came to each other's aid when they were in trouble, they trusted one another during massed attacks, and generally played as though their individual forces were really a single side. As people, he didn't find his comrades desperately engaging, but as playing partners, he could not deny the emotion he felt for them, and experienced a growing sense of sadness as the game progressed and they gradually beat back their opponents, that they would soon all be fighting each other. When it came to it, and the last of the opposition had surrendered, much of what Gurgay had felt before disappeared. He'd been at least partially tricked. He'd stuck to what he saw as the spirit of their agreement, while the others stuck to the letter. Nobody actually attacked until the last of the other team's pieces had been captured or taken over, but there was some subtle manoeuvring when it became clear they were going to win, playing for positions that would become more important when the team agreement ended. Gurgay missed this until it was almost too late, and when the second part of the game began, he was by far the weakest of the 5. It also became obvious that the 2 admirals were not surprisingly cooperating unofficially against the others. Jointly, the pair were stronger than the other 3. In a way, Gurgay's very weakness saved him. He played so that it was not worth taking him for a long time, letting the other 4 fight it out. Later, He attacked the two admirals when they had grown strong enough to threaten a complete takeover, but were more vulnerable to his small force than to the greater powers of the general and the minister. The game toed and froed for a long time, but Gergely was gaining steadily, and eventually, though he was put out first of the 5, he'd accumulated sufficient points to ensure he'd play on the next board. 3 of the other original 5 side had done so badly they had to resign from the match. Gergely never really fully recovered from his mistake on the first board, and did badly on the board of form. It was starting to look as though the Empire would not need to lie about him being thrown out of the first game. He still talked to the limiting factor, using Fleer Imsaho as a relay and the game screen in his own room for the display. He felt he'd adjusted to the higher gravity. Fleer Imsaho had to remind him it was a gene-affixed response. His bones were rapidly thickening, and his musculature had expanded without waiting to be otherwise exercised.
"Hadn't you noticed you were getting more thick-set?"
the drone said in exasperation, while Gergely studied his body in the room mirror. Gergely shook his head. "I did think I was eating rather a lot."
"Very observant. I wonder what else you can do you don't know about. Didn't they teach you anything about your own biology?"
The man shrugged. "I forgot." He adjusted, too, to the planet's short day-night cycle, adapting faster than anybody else, if the numerous complaints were anything to go by. Most people, the drone told him, were using drugs to bring themselves into line with a 3/4 standard day. "Gene-affixing again?" Gergely asked at breakfast one morning.
"Yes, of course."
"I didn't know we could do all this."
"Obviously not," the drone said. "Good grief, man. The culture's been a spacefaring species for 11,000 years. Just because you've mostly settled down in idealized, tailor-made conditions doesn't mean you've lost the capacity for rapid adaptation. Strength in depth, redundancy, over-design. You know the culture's philosophy."
Gergely frowned at the machine. He gestured to the walls and then to his ear. Fleer Imsaho wobbled from side to side. Drone shrug. Gergely came 5th out of 7 on the board of form. He started play on the board of becoming with no hope of winning, but a remote chance of getting through as the qualifier. He played an inspired game toward the end. He was starting to feel quite thoroughly at home on the last of the 3 great boards, and enjoyed using the elemental symbolism the play incorporated instead of the die matching used in the rest of each match. The board of becoming was the least well played of the 3 great boards, Gergely felt, and one the Empire seemed to understand imperfectly and pay too little attention to. He made it. One of the admirals won, and he scraped in as qualifier. The margin between him and the other admiral was 1 point, 5,523 against 5,522. Only a draw and playoff could have been closer, but when he thought about it later, he realized he hadn't for one moment entertained the slightest doubt he'd get through to the next round.
"You're coming perilously close to talking about destiny, Jurna Gergely,"
Fleer Imsaho said when he tried to explain this. He was sitting in his room, hand on the table in front of him, while the drone removed the orbital bracelet from his wrist. He couldn't get it over his hand anymore, and it was becoming too tight, thanks to his expanding muscles. "Destiny," Gergely said, looking thoughtful. He nodded. "That's what it feels like, I suppose."
"What next?"
exclaimed the machine, using a field to cut the bracelet. Gergely had expected the bright little image to disappear, but it didn't.
"God? Ghosts? Time travel?"
The drone drew the bracelet off his wrist and reconnected the tiny orbital so that it was a circle again. Gergely smiled. "The Empire." He took the bracelet from the machine, got up easily, and walked to the window, turning the orbital over in his hands and looking out into the stony courtyard.
"The Empire,"
thought Fleer Imsaho. It got Gergely to let it store the bracelet inside its casing. No sense in leaving it around. Somebody might guess what it represented.
"I do hope he's joking."
With his own game over, Gergely found time to watch Nikosar's match. The Emperor was playing in the prow hall of the fortress, a great bold room ribbed in grey stone and capable of seating over 1,000 people. It was here the last game would be played, the game which would decide who became Emperor. The prow hall lay at the far end of the castle, facing the direction the fire would come from. High windows, still unshuttered, looked out over the sea of yellow cinderbud heads outside. Gergely sat in one of the observation galleries, watching the Emperor play. Nikosar played cautiously, gradually building up advantages, playing the game in a percentage-wary way, setting up profitable exchanges on the board of becoming and orchestrating the moves of the other 4 players on his side. Gergely was impressed. Nikosar played a deceptive game. The slow, steady style he evinced here was only one side of him. Every now and again there would come, just when it was needed, exactly when it would have the most devastating effect, a move of startling brilliance and audacity. Equally, the occasional fine move by an opponent was always at least matched and usually bettered by the Emperor. Gergely felt some sympathy for those playing against Nikosar. Even playing badly was less demoralizing than playing sporadically excellently, but always being crushed.
"You're smiling, General Gergely."
Gergely had been absorbed in the game and hadn't seen Harmin approach. The old apex sat down carefully beside him. Bulges under his robe showed he wore an AG harness to partially counteract Ikronadal's gravity. "Good evening, Harmin."
"I heard you qualified. Well done."
"Thank you. Only unofficially, of course."
"Ah, yes. Officially, you came 4th.
How unexpectedly generous."
"We took into account your willingness to cooperate. You will still help us."
"Of course. Just show me the camera."
"Perhaps tomorrow."
Harmin nodded, looking down to where Nikosar stood, surveying his commanding position on the board of becoming.
"Your opponent for the single game will be Lord Tenjos Crow, an excellent player. I warn you. Are you quite sure you don't want to drop out now?"
"Quite. Would you have me cause Bemoya's mutilation, only to give up now because the strain's getting too much?"
"I see your point, Gergely."
Harmin sighed, still watching the Emperor. He nodded.
"Yes, I see your point. And anyway, you only qualified, by the narrowest of margins, and Lord Tenjos Crow is very, very good."
He nodded again.
"Yes, perhaps you have found your level, huh?"
The wizened face turned to Gergely. "Very possibly, Rector." Harmin nodded absently and looked away again at his Emperor. On the following morning, Gergely recorded some faked gameboard shots. The game he'd just played was set up again, and Gergely made some believable but uninspired moves and one outright mistake. The part of his opponents was taken by Harmin and a couple of the other senior Kansev College professors. Gergely was impressed by how well they were able to mimic the game styles of the apices he'd been playing against. As had, in effect, been foretold, Gergely finished 4th. He recorded an interview with the Imperial News Service, expressing his sorrow at being knocked out at the main series and saying how grateful he was for having had the chance to play the game of Azad. The experience of a lifetime. He was eternally in the debt of the Azadian people. His respect for the Emperor Regent's genius had increased immeasurably from his already high starting point. He looked forward to observing the rest of the games. He wished the Emperor, his empire, and all its people and subjects the very best for what would undoubtedly be a bright and prosperous future. The news team and Harmin seemed well pleased.
"You should have been an actor, General Gergely,"
Harmin told him. Gergely assumed this was intended as a compliment. He sat looking out over the forest of cinderbuds. The trees were 60 meters high or more. At their peak rate, the drone had told him, they grew at nearly a quarter meter per day, sucking such vast quantities of water and matter from the ground that the soil dropped all around them, subsiding far enough to reveal the uppermost levels of their roots, which would burn in the incandescence and take the full great year to regrow. It was dusk. The short time in a short day when the rapidly spinning planet left the bright yellow dwarf dropping beyond the horizon. Gergely breathed deeply. There was no smell of burning. The air seemed quite clear, and a couple of planets in the Ikronadal system shone in the sky. Nevertheless, Gergely knew there was sufficient dust in the atmosphere to forever block out most of the stars in the sky and leave the huge wheel that was the main galaxy blurred and indistinct. Not remotely as breathtaking as it was when viewed from beyond the planet's haze covering of gas. He sat in a tiny garden near the top of the fortress so that he could see over the summits of most of the cinderbuds. He was level with the fruit-bearing heads of the tallest trees. The fruit pods, each about the size of a curled-up child, were full of what was basically ethyl alcohol. When the incandescence arrived, some would drop and some would stay hanging there. All would burn. A shiver ran through Gergely when he thought about it. Approximately 70 days to go, they said. Anybody sitting where he was now when the fire front arrived would be roasted alive, water sprays or not. Radiated heat alone would cook you. The garden he was sitting in would go. The wooden bench he was sitting on would be taken inside, behind the thick stone and the metal and fireglass shutters. Gardens in the deeper courtyards would survive, though they would have to be dug out from some of the wind-blown ash. The people would be safe in the drenched castle or the deep shelters, unless they had been very foolish and were caught outside. It had happened, he'd been told. He saw Fleer Imsaho flying over the trees toward him. The machine had been given permission to fly off by itself, as long as it told the authorities where it was going and agreed to be fitted with a position monitor. Obviously, there wasn't anything on Ikronadal the Empire considered especially militarily sensitive. The drone hadn't been too happy with the conditions, but reckoned it would go mad cooped up in the castle, so it agreed. This had been its first expedition.
Tjurnau Gurgay?
Hello, drone. Bird watching?
Flying fish. Thought I'd start with the oceans.
Going to take a look at the fire?
Not yet. I hear you're playing Lotenya's Crow next.
In 4 days. They say he's very good.
He is. He's also one of the people who know all about the culture.
Gurgay glared at the machine. What?
There are never fewer than 8 people in the Empire who know where the culture comes from, roughly what size it is, and our level of technological development.
Really? Gurgay said through his teeth.
For the last 200 years, the Emperor, the Chief of Naval Intelligence, and the 6 Star Marshals have been appraised of the power and extent of the culture. They don't want anybody else to know. Their choice, not ours. They're frightened. It's understandable.
Drone, Gurgay said loudly, has it occurred to you I might be getting a little sick of being treated like a child all the time? Why the hell couldn't you just tell me that?
Tjurnau, we only wanted to make things easier for you. Why complicate things by telling you that a few people did know, when there was no real likelihood of your ever coming into any but the most fleeting contact with any of them? Frankly, you'd never have been told at all if you hadn't got to the stage of playing against one of these people. No need for you to know. We're just trying to help you, really. I thought I'd tell you in case Crow said something during the course of the game which puzzled you and upset your concentration.
Well, I wish you cared as much about my temper as you do about my concentration, Gurgay said, getting up and going to lean on the parapet at the end of the garden.
I'm very sorry,
the drone said, without a trace of contrition. Gurgay waved one hand. Never mind. I take it Crowe's in Naval Intelligence then, not the Office of Cultural Exchange?
Correct. Officially, his post does not exist. But everybody in court knows the highest-placed player who's the least bit devious is off at the job.
I thought Cultural Exchange was a funny place for somebody that good.
Well, Crowe's had the intelligence job for 3 great years, and some people reckon he could have been Emperor if he'd really wanted. But he prefers to stay where he is. He'll be a difficult opponent.
So everybody keeps telling me, Gurgay said, then frowned and looked toward the fading light on the horizon. What's that? He said. Did you hear that? It came again. A long, haunting, plaintive cry from far away, almost drowned by the quiet rustling of the cinderbud canopy. The faint sound rose in a still quiet but chilling crescendo, a scream that died away slowly. Gurgay shivered for the second time that evening. What is that? He whispered. The drone sidled closer.
What? Those calls, it said.
Yes, Gurgay said, listening to the faint sound as it came and went on the soft, warm wind, wavering out of the darkness over the rustling heads of the giant cinderbuds.
Animals,
Fleer Imsaho said, dimly silhouetted against the last fractions of light in the western sky.
Big carnivores called Trochet, mostly. 6-legged. You saw some from the Emperor's personal menagerie on the night of the ball, remember?
Gurgay nodded, still listening, fascinated, to the cries of the distant beasts. How do they escape the incandescence?
Trochet ran ahead almost up to the fire line during the previous great month. The ones you're listening to couldn't run fast enough to escape even if they started now. They've been trapped and penned so they can be hunted for sport. That's why they're howling like that. They know the fire's coming and they want to get away.
Gurgay said nothing, head turned to catch the faint sound of the doomed animals. Fleer Imsaho waited for a minute or so, but the man did not move or ask anything else. The machine backed off, to return to Gurgay's rooms. Just before it went through the door into the castle, It looked back at the man, standing clutching the stone parapet at the far end of the little garden. He was crouched a little, head forward, motionless. It was quite dark now, and ordinary human eyes could not have picked out the quiet figure. The drone hesitated, then disappeared into the fortress. Gurgey hadn't thought Azad was the sort of game you could have an off day in, certainly not an off 20 days. Discovering that it was came as a great disappointment. He'd studied many of Lo Tenyo Kro'o's past games and had looked forward to playing the intelligence chief. The Apex's style was exciting, far more flamboyant, if occasionally more erratic, than that of any of the other top-flight players. It ought to have been a challenging, enjoyable match, but it wasn't. It was hateful, embarrassing, ignominious. Gurgey annihilated Kro'o. The burly, at first rather jovial and unconcerned-seeming Apex made some awful, simple errors, and some that resulted from genuinely inspired, even brilliant play, but which, in the end, were just as disastrous. Sometimes, Gurgey knew, you came up against somebody who, just by the way they played, caused you a lot more problems than they ought to. And sometimes, too, you found a game in which everything went badly, no matter how hard you tried, and regardless of your most piercing insights and incisive moves. The Chief of Naval Intelligence seemed to have both problems at once. Gurgey's game style might have been designed to cause Kro'o problems, and the Apex's luck was almost non-existent. Gurgey felt real sympathy for Kro'o, who was obviously more upset at the manner than the fact of the defeat. They were both glad when it was over. Flir Imsaho watched the man play during the closing stages of the match. It read each move as they appeared on the screen, and what it saw was something less like a game and more like an operation. Gurgey, the game player, the Morat, was taking his opponent apart. The Apex was playing badly, true, but Gurgey was off-handedly brilliant anyway. There was a callousness in his play that was new too, something the drone had been half expecting, but was still surprised to see so soon and so completely. It read the signs the man's body and face held: annoyance, pity, anger, sorrow. And it read the play too, and saw nothing remotely similar. All it read was the ordered fury of a player working the boards and the pieces, the cards and the rules, like the familiar controls of some omnipotent machine. Another change, it thought. The man had altered, slipped deeper into the game and the society. It had been warned this might happen. One reason was that Gurgey was speaking Iachic all the time. Flir Imsaho was always a little dubious about trying to be so precise about human behaviour, but it had been briefed that when culture people didn't speak Moraine for a long time, and did speak another language, they were liable to change. They acted differently. They started to think in that other language. They lost the carefully balanced interpretive structure of the culture language, left its subtle shifts of cadence, tone and rhythm behind for, in virtually every case, something much cruder. Moraine was a synthetic language, designed to be phonetically and philosophically as expressive as the pan-human speech apparatus and the pan-human brain would allow. Flir Imsaho suspected it was overrated, but smarter minds than it had dreamed Moraine up, and 10 millennia later, even the most rarefied and superior minds still thought highly of the language, so it supposed it had to defer to their superior understanding. One of the minds who'd briefed it had even compared Moraine to Azad. That really was fanciful, but Flir Imsaho had taken the point behind the hyperbole. Iachic was an ordinary, evolved language, with rooted assumptions which substituted sentimentality for compassion and aggression for cooperation. A comparatively innocent and sensitive soul like Gurgey was bound to pick up some of its underlying ethical framework if he spoke it all the time. So now the man played like one of those carnivores he'd been listening to, stalking across the board, setting up traps and diversions and killing grounds, pouncing, pursuing, bringing down, consuming, absorbing. Flir Imsaho shifted inside its disguise as though uncomfortable, then switched the screen off. The day after Gurgey's game with Kro'o ended, he received a long letter from Chamlis Amalkne. He sat in his room and watched the old drone. It showed him views of Chark while it gave him the latest news. Professor Baruelal still in retreat, Haflis pregnant, Alt's Hap away on a cruise with her first love, but coming back within the year to continue at the university. Chamlis still working on its history book. Gurgey sat, watching and listening. Contact had censored the communication, blanking out bits which Gerge assumed showed that the landscape of Chark was orbital, not planetary. It annoyed him less than he'd have expected. He didn't enjoy the letter much. It all seemed so far away, so irrelevant. The ancient drone sounded hackneyed rather than wise or even friendly, and the people on the screen looked soft and stupid. A Malkney showed him Icro, and Gerge found himself angered at the fact that people came and stayed there every now and again. Who did they think they were? Yei Maristanu didn't appear in the letter. She'd finally grown fed up with Blask and the Preah Shiplail machine and left to pursue her landscaping career in deleted. She sent her love. When she left, she'd started the viral change to become a man. There was one odd section right at the end of the communication, apparently added after the main signal had been recorded. Chambliss was shown in the main lounge at Icro.
Gerge, it said. This arrived today. General delivery. Unspecified sender. Care of special circumstances.
The view began to pan across to where, if no interfering interloper had changed the furniture around, there ought to have been a table. The screen blanked out.
Chambliss said, Our little friend, but quite lifeless. I've scanned it, and I had...
Cut.
Send down its bugging team to take a look. It's dead. Just a casing with no mind, like an intact human body with the brain neatly scooped out. There's a small cavity in the centre where its mind must have been.
The visuals returned. The view panned round to Chambliss again.
I can only assume the thing finally agreed to be restructured, and they made it a new body. Odd they should send the old one here, though. Let me know what you want done with it. Right soon. Hope this finds you well and successful in whatever it is you're up to. Kind as
Gerge switched the screen off. He got up quickly, went to the window, and looked out at the courtyard beneath, frowning. A smile spread slowly across his face. He laughed silently after a moment, then went over to the intercom and told his servant to bring some wine. He was just raising the glass to his lips when Fleer Imsaho floated in through the window, returning from another wildlife safari, its casing pale with dust.
You look pleased with yourself, it said. What's the toast?
Gerge gazed into the wine's amber depths and smiled. Absent friends, he said, and drank. The next game was a 3-game. Gerge was to face Yomenol Lurasp, the Star Marshal imprisoned in the exoskeleton, and a youngish colonel, Lo Frag Traf. He knew that, going on form, they were both supposed to be inferior to Croo, but the intelligence chief had done so badly, he was unlikely to hold on to his post now. Gerge didn't think this was any indication he was going to have an easier game against his next 2 opponents than he'd had against the last one. On the contrary, it would be only natural for the 2 military men to gang up on him. Nikosar was to play the old Star Marshal Vechestada and the Defence Minister Jilno. Gerge passed the days studying. Fleer Imsaho continued to explore. It told Gerge it had watched a whole region of the advancing firefront being extinguished by a torrential rainstorm. It had revisited the area a couple of days later to find tinder plants reigniting the dried vegetation. As an example of how integral the fire and the rest of the planet's ecology had become, the drone said, it was an impressive display. The court amused itself with hunts in the forest during the daylight hours and live or hollow shows at night. Gerge found the entertainments predictable and tedious. The only faintly interesting ones were duels, usually males fighting each other, held in pits surrounded by banked circles of shouting, betting imperial officials and players. The duels were only occasionally to the death. Gerge suspected that things went on in the castle at night, entertainments of a different sort, which were inevitably fatal for at least one of the participants, and which he would not be welcome to attend or expected to hear about. However, the thought no longer worried him. Lo Frag Traf was a young apex with a very obvious scar running from one brow down his cheek almost to his mouth. He played quick, fierce games, and his career in the Imperial Star Army bore the same hallmarks. His most famous exploit had been the sacking of the Urutipeg Library. Traf had been in command of a small ground force in a war against a humanoid species. The war in space had been fought to a temporary stalemate, but through a combination of great military talent and a little luck, Traf found himself in a position to threaten the species' capital city from the ground. The enemy had sued for peace, making it a condition of the treaty that their great library, famous throughout the civilized species of the Lesser Cloud, be left untouched. Traff knew that if he refused this condition, the fight would go on, so he gave his word that not a letter, not a pixel on the ancient microfiles would be destroyed, and they would be left in situ. Traff had orders from his Star Marshal that the library had to be destroyed. Nikosar himself had commanded this as one of his first edicts after coming to power. Subject races had to understand that once they displeased the Emperor, nothing could prevent their punishment. While nobody in the Empire cared in the least about one of its loyal soldiers breaking an agreement with some bunch of aliens, Traff knew that giving your word was a sacred thing. Nobody would ever trust him again if he went back on it. Traff already knew what he was going to do. He solved the problem by shuffling the library, sorting every word in it into alphabetical order and every pixel of every illustration into order of color, shade, and intensity. The original microfiles were wiped and re-recorded with volumes upon volumes of these, its, and ands, and illustrations were fields of pure color. There were riots, of course, but Traff was in control by then, and as he explained to the incensed, and as it turned out literally, suicidal guardians of the library and to the Empire's Supreme Court, he had kept his word about not actually destroying or taking as booty a single word, image, or file. Halfway through the game on the Board of Origin, Gurgey realized something remarkable. Yomanul and Traff were playing each other, not him. They played as if they expected him to win anyway, and were battling for second place. Gurgey had known there was little love lost between the two. Yomanul represented the old guard of the military, and Traff the new wave of brash young adventurers. Yomanul was an exponent of negotiation and minimum force, Traff of the moves that smite. Yomanul had a liberal view of other species. Traff was a xenophobe. The two came from traditionally opposed colleges, and all their differences were displayed quite overtly in their game styles. Yomanul's was studied, careful, and detached. Traff's was aggressive to the point of recklessness. Their attitude to the Emperor was different too. Yomanul took a cool, practical view of the throne, while Traff was utterly loyal to Nikosar himself rather than the position he held. Each detested the beliefs of the other. Nevertheless, Gurgey hadn't expected them to more or less disregard him and go straight for each other's throats. Once again, he felt slightly cheated that he wasn't getting a proper game. The only compensation was that the amount of venom in the play of the two warring military men was something to behold, undeniably impressive, if distressingly self-defeating and wasteful. Gurgey cruised through the game, quietly picking up points while the two soldiers fought. He was winning, but he couldn't help feeling the other two were getting much more out of the game than he was. He'd have expected they would use the physical option, but Nikosar himself had ordered that there be no betting during the match. He knew the two players were pathologically opposed, and didn't want to risk losing the military services of either. Gurgey sat watching a table screen during lunch on his third day on the Board of Origin. There were still a few minutes before play resumed, and Gurgey sat alone, watching the news reports showing how well Lo Tenyos Kroa was doing in his game against Yomanul and Traff. Whoever had faked the Apex's play, not Kroa himself, who'd refused to have anything to do with the subterfuge, was making a good job of impersonating the intelligence chief's style. Gurgey smiled a little.
"Contemplating your coming victory, General Gurgey,"
Harmin said, easing himself into the seat across the table. Gurgey turned the screen around. "It's a little early for that, don't you think?" The old, bald Apex peered at the screen, smiling thinly.
You think so?"
He reached out, turned the screen off. "Things change, Harmin."
"Indeed they do, Gurgey. But I think the course of this game will not. Yomanul and Traff will continue to ignore you and attack each other. You will win."
"Well then," Gurgey said, looking at the dead screen, "Kroa will get to play Nikosar."
"Kroa may. We can devise a match to cover that. You must not."
"Must not," Gurgey said. "I thought I'd done all you wanted. What else can I do?"
"Refuse to play the Emperor."
Gurgey looked into the old Apex's pale grey eyes, each set in a web of fine lines. They gazed just as calmly back. "What's the problem, Harmin? I'm not a threat anymore." Harmin smoothed the fine material at the cuff of his robe.
"You know, General Gurgey, I do hate obsessions, They're so blinding, yes? He smiled. I am becoming worried for my emperor, Gurge. I know how much he wants to prove he is rightfully on the throne, that he is worthy of the post he's held the last 2 years. I believe he will do just that, but I know that what he really wants, what he always did want, is to play Molcher and win. That, of course, isn't possible anymore. The emperor is dead. Long live the emperor. He rises from the flames. But I think he sees old Molcher in you, General Gurge. And it is you he feels he must play, you he must beat, the alien, the man from the culture, the Morat player of games. I am not sure that would be a good idea. It is not necessary. You will lose anyway, I feel certain, but, as I say, obsessions disturb me. It would be best for all concerned if you let it be known as soon as possible you will retire after this game.
And deprive Nikosar the chance to beat me? Gurge looked surprised and amused.
Yes. Better he still feels there's something still to prove. It will do him no harm.
I'll think about it, Gurge said. Harmen studied him for a moment.
I hope you understand how frank I've been with you, Jana Gurge. It would be unfortunate if such honesty went unacknowledged and unrewarded.
Gurge nodded. Yes, I don't doubt it would. A male servant at the door announced the game was about to recommence. Excuse me, Rector, Gurge said, rising. The old Apex's eyes followed him. Duty calls.
Obey,
Harmen said. Gurge stopped, looking down at the wizened old creature on the far side of the table. Then he turned and left. Harmen gazed at the blank table screen in front of him, as if absorbed in some fascinating, invisible game that only he could see. Gurge won on the board of origin and the board of form. The ferocious struggle between Traff and Yominal continued, first one edged ahead, then the other. Traff went into the board of becoming with a very slight lead over the older Apex. Gurge was so far ahead he was almost invulnerable, able to relax in his strongholds and spectate upon the total war around him, heading out to mop up whatever was left of the exhausted victor's forces. It seemed the only fair, not to mention expedient, thing to do. Let the lads have their fun, then impose order later and tidy the toys back in the box. Still no substitute for a real game, though.
Are you pleased or displeased, Mr. Gurge?
Star Marshal Yominal came up to Gurge and asked him the question during a pause in the game, while Traff consulted with the adjudicator on a point of order. Gurge had been standing thinking, staring at the board, and hadn't noticed the imprisoned Apex approach. He looked up in surprise to see the Star Marshal in front of him, his lined face looking out, faintly amused from its titanium and carbon cage. Neither soldier had paid him any attention until now. At being left out, Gurge said. The Apex moved one rod-braced arm to indicate the board.
Yes, to be winning so easily. Do you seek the victory or the challenge?
The Apex's skeletal mask moved with each action of the jaw.
I'd prefer both, Gurge admitted.
I have thought of joining in as a third force, or on one side or the other, but this looks too much like a personal war. The elderly Apex grinned. The head cage nodded easily.
It is, he said. You're doing very well as you are. I wouldn't change now if I were you.
What about you? Gurge asked. You seem to be getting the worst of it at the moment. Yominal smiled. The face mask flexed even for that small gesture.
I'm having the time of my life, and I still have a few surprises lined up for the youngster, and a few tricks. But I feel a little guilty letting you through so easily. You'll embarrass us all if you play Nikosar and win.
Gurge expressed surprise. You think I could?
No.
The Apex's gesture was the more emphatic for being contained and amplified in its dark cage.
Nikosar plays at his best when he has to, and at his best he will beat you, so long as he isn't too ambitious. No, he'll beat you because you'll threaten him and he will respect that, but
The Star Marshal turned as Traff strode across the board, moved a couple of pieces, and then bowed with exaggerated courtesy to Yominal. The Star Marshal looked back at Gurge.
I see it is my turn. Excuse me.
He returned to the fray. Perhaps one of the tricks Yominal had mentioned was making Traff think his conversation with Gurge had been to enlist the culture man's aid. For some time afterward, the younger soldier acted as though he was expecting to have to fight on two fronts. It gave Yomenul an edge. He scraped in ahead of Traff. Gurgey won the match and the chance to play Nikosar. Hamin tried to talk to him in the corridor outside the game hall immediately after his victory, but Gurgey just smiled and walked past. Cinderbuds swayed all around them. The light wind made shushing noises in the golden canopy. The court, the game players and their retinues, sat on a high, steeply raked wooden structure, itself almost the size of a small castle. Before the stand, in a large clearing in the Cinderbud forest, was a long, narrow run, a double fence of stout timbers 5 meters or more high. This formed the central section of a sort of open corral, shaped like an hourglass and open to the forest at both ends. Nikosar and the higher-placed players sat at the front of the high wooden platform with a good view of the wooden funnel. At the back of the stand, there were awninged areas where food was being prepared. Smells of roasting meat drifted over the stand and out into the forest. "That'll have them frothing at the mouth," Star Marshal Yomenul said, leaning over to Gurgey with a whirring of servos. They were sitting side by side on the front rank of the platform, a little along from the Emperor. Both held a large projectile rifle, fastened to a supporting tripod in front of them. "What will?" Gurgey asked. "The smell." Yomenul grinned, gesturing behind them to the fires and grills. "Roasted meat. Wind's carrying it their way. It'll drive them crazy."
"Oh, great," muttered Flia Imsaho from near Gurgey's feet. It had already tried to persuade Gurgey not to take part in the hunt. Gurgey ignored the machine and nodded. "Of course," he said. He hefted the rifle stock. The ancient weapon was single shot. A sliding bolt had to be operated to reload it. Each gun had slightly different rifling patterns, so that when the bullets were removed from the bodies of the animals, the marks on them would allow a score to be kept and heads and pelts to be allocated. "You sure you've used one of these before?" Yomenul asked, grinning at him. The Apex was in a good mood. In a few tens of days, he would be released from the exoskeleton. Meanwhile, the Emperor had allowed the prison regimen to be relaxed. Yomenul could socialize, drink, and eat whatever he liked. Gurgey nodded. "I've shot guns," he said. He'd never used a projectile gun, but there had been that day, years ago now, with Ye in the desert. "Bet you've never shot anything live before," the drone said. Yomenul tapped the machine's casing with one carbon-shod foot. "Quiet thing," he said. Flia Imsaho tipped slowly up so that its beveled brown front pointed up at Gurgey. "Thing?" it said indignantly in a sort of whispered screech. Gurgey winked and put his finger to his lips. He and Yomenul grinned at each other. The hunt, as it was called, started with a blare of trumpets and the distant howling of the trochet. A line of males appeared from the forest and ran alongside the wooden funnel, beating the timbers with rods. The first trochet appeared, shadows striping along its flanks as it entered the clearing and ran into the wooden funnel. The people around Gurgey murmured in anticipation. "A big one," Yomenul said appreciatively, as the gold-and-black striped beast loped six-legged down the run. Clicks all around the platform announced people preparing to fire. Gurgey lifted the stock of the rifle. Fastened to its tripod, the rifle was easier to handle in the harsh gravity than it would have been otherwise, as well as being limited in its field of fire, something the Emperor's ever-watchful guards no doubt found reassuring. The trochet sprinted down the run, paws blurring on the dusty ground. People fired at it, filling the air with muffled cracking noises and puffs of grey smoke. White wood splinters spun off the run's timbers, puffs of dust burst from the ground. Yomenul sighted and fired. A chorus of shots burst out around Gurgey. The guns were silenced, but all the same, Gurgey felt his ears close up a little, deadening the racket. He fired. The recoil took him by surprise. His bullet must have gone way over the animal's head. He looked down into the run. The animal was screaming. It tried to leap up the fence on the far side of the run, but was brought down in a hail of fire. It limped on a little further, dragging 3 legs and leaving a trail of blood behind it. Gurgey heard another muffled report by his side, and the carnivore's head jerked suddenly to one side. It collapsed. A great cheer went up. A gate in the run was opened, and some males scurried in to drag the body away. Yomenul was on his feet beside Gurgey, acknowledging the cheers. He sat down again quickly, exoskeleton motors whirring,
as the next animal appeared out of the forest and raced between the wooden walls. After the fourth trochet, several came at once, and in the confusion one scrambled up the timbers of the run and over the top. It started to chase some of the males waiting outside the run. A guard on the ground at the foot of the stand brought the animal down with a single laser shot. In the mid-morning, when a great pile of the striped bodies had accumulated in the middle of the run and there was a danger some animals would climb out over the bodies of their predecessors, the hunt was stopped while males used hooks and hawsers and a couple of small tractors to clear the warm, blood-spattered debris. Somebody on the far side of the Emperor shot one of the males while they were working. There were some tuts and a few drunken cheers. The Emperor fined the offender and told them if they did it again, they'd find themselves running with a trochet. Everybody laughed. "You're not firing, Gurgey," Yomenor said. He reckoned he'd killed another 3 animals by then. Gurgey had begun to find the hunt a little pointless and almost stopped firing. He kept missing anyway. "I'm not very good at this," he said. "Practice." Yomenor laughed, slapping him on the back. The servo-amplified blow from the elated Star Marshal almost knocked the wind out of Gurgey. Yomenor claimed another kill. He gave an excited shout and kicked Flea Imsaho. "Fetch!" he laughed. The drone rose slowly and with dignity from the floor.
"Dear now, Gurgey," it said, "I'm not putting up with any more of this. I'm going back to the castle. Do you mind?"
"Not at all."
"Thank you. Enjoy your marksmanship."
It floated down and to the side, disappearing round the edge of the stand. Yomenor had it in his sights most of the way. "You just let it go?" he asked Gurgey, laughing. "Glad to be rid of it," Gurgey told him. They broke for lunch. Nikosar congratulated Yomenor, saying how well he'd shot. Gurgey sat with Yomenor at lunch too, and went down on one knee as Nikosar's palanquin was brought up to their part of the table. Yomenor told the Emperor the exoskeleton helped steady his aim. Nikosar said it was the Emperor's pleasure that the device be removed soon, after the formal end of the games. Nikosar glanced at Gurgey, but said nothing else. The AG palanquin lifted itself, the Imperial Guards nudged it further down the line of waiting people. After lunch, people returned to their seats, and the hunt went on. There were other animals to hunt, and the first part of the short afternoon was spent shooting them. But the trochet came back later on. So far, only 7 of the 200 or so trochet released from the forest pens into the run had made it all the way through the wooden funnel and out the far end to escape into the forest. Even they were wounded and would anyway be caught by the incandescents. The earth in the wooden funnel in front of the shooting platform was dark with auburn blood. Gurgey shot as the animals pounded down the sodden run, but aimed to just miss them, watching for the spatter of muddy ground in front of their noses as they tore, wounded and howling and panting, in front of him. He found the whole hunt somewhat distasteful, but could not deny that the infectious excitement of the Azadians had some effect on him. Yomenor was obviously enjoying himself. The apex leaned over as a large female trochet came running out of the forest with 2 small cubs. "You'll need more practice, Gurgey," he said. "Don't you do any hunting at home?" The female and her cubs ran toward the wooden funnel. "Not much," Gurgey admitted. Yomenor grunted, aimed at long range and fired. One of the cubs dropped. The female skidded, stopped, went back to it. The other cub ran on hesitantly. It mewled as bullets hit it. Yomenor reloaded. "I was surprised to see you here at all," he said. The female, stung by a bullet in a rear leg, swung growling away from the dead cub and charged forward again, roaring at the tottering wounded cub. "I wanted to show I wasn't squeamish," Gurgey said, watching the second cub's head jerk up and the beast fall at the feet of its mother. "And I have hunted." He was going to use the word Azad, which meant machine and animal, any organism or system, and he turned to Yomenor with a small smile to say this, but when he looked at the apex, he could see there was something wrong. Yomenor was shaking. He sat, clutching his gun, turned half toward Gurgey, face quivering in its dark cage, skin white and covered in sweat, eyes bulging. Gurgey went to put his hand on the strut of the Star Marshal's forearm, instinctively offering support. It was as though something broke inside the apex. Yomenor's gun swung right round, snapping the supporting tripod. The bulky silencer pointed straight at Gurgey's forehead. Gurgey had a fleeting, vivid impression of Yomenal's face, jaw clamped shut, blood trickling over his chin, eyes staring, a tick working furiously on the side of his face. Gurgey ducked. The gun fired somewhere over his head, and he heard a scream as he fell out of his seat, rolling past his own gun's tripod. Before he could get up, Gurgey was kicked in the back. He turned over to see Yomenal above him, swaying crazily against the background of shocked, pale faces behind him. He was struggling with the rifle bolt, reloading. One foot lashed out again, thudding into Gurgey's ribs. He jerked back, trying to absorb the blow, and fell over the front of the platform. He saw wooden slats whirling, cinderbuds revolving, then he struck, crashing into a male animal handler standing just before the run. They each thudded to the ground, winded. Gurgey looked up and saw Yomenal on the platform, exoskeleton glinting dully in the sunlight, raising the rifle and sighting on him. Two apices came up behind Yomenal, arms out to grasp him. Without even glancing back, Yomenal swung his arms, flashing round behind him. A hand smashed into the chest of one apex. The rifle slammed into the face of the other. Both collapsed. The carbon-ribbed arms darted back, and Yomenal steadied the gun again, aiming at Gurgey. Gurgey was on his feet, diving away. The shot hit the still winded male lying behind him. Gurgey stumbled for the wooden doors leading onto the high platform. Shouts came from the platform as Yomenal jumped down, landing between Gurgey and the doors. The Star Marshal reloaded the gun as he hit the ground on his feet, the exoskeleton easily absorbing the shock of landing. Gurgey almost fell as he turned, feet skidding on the blood-spattered earth. He pushed himself off the ground to run between the edge of the wooden fence and the platform edge. A uniformed guard with a crew rifle stood in his way, looking uncertainly up at the platform. Gurgey went to run past him, ducking as he did so. Still a few meters in front of Gurgey, the guard started to put one hand out and unhitch the laser from his shoulder. A look of almost comic surprise appeared on his flat face, an instant before one side of his chest burst open and he spun round into Gurgey's path, knocking him over. Gurgey rolled again, clattering over the dead guard. He sat up. Yomenal was 10 meters away, running awkwardly toward him, reloading. The guard's rifle was at Gurgey's feet. He reached out, grabbed it, aimed at Yomenal and fired. The Star Marshal ducked, but Gurgey was still allowing for recoil after a morning shooting the projectile rifle. The laser shot slammed into Yomenal's face. The apex's head blew apart. Yomenal didn't stop. He didn't even slow down. The running figure, head cage almost empty, trailing strips of flesh and splintered bone behind it like pennants, neck spouting blood, speeded up. It ran faster toward him, and less awkwardly. It aimed the rifle straight at Gurgey's head. Gurgey froze, stunned. Too late, he started to sight the crew gun again and began struggling to get up. The headless exoskeleton was 3 meters away. He stared into the silencer's black mouth, and he knew he was dead. But the bizarre figure hesitated, empty headshell jerking upward, and the gun wavered. Something crashed into Gurgey. From the back, he realized, surprised, as everything went dark. From the back, not from the front. And then came nothing. His back hurt. He opened his eyes. A bulky brown drone hummed between him and a white ceiling.
Gurgey?
The machine said. He swallowed, licked his lips. What? He said. He didn't know where he was, or who the drone was. He had only a very vague idea who he was.
Gurgey, it's me, Flir Imsaho. How do you feel?
Flir Imsaho. The name meant something. Back hurts a bit, he said, hoping not to be found out. Gurgey? Must be his name.
I'm not surprised. A very large trochet hit you in the back.
A what?
Never mind. Go back to sleep.
Sleep. His eyelids felt very heavy, and the drone looked blurred. His back hurt. He opened his eyes and saw a white ceiling. He looked around for Flir Imsaho. Dark wooden walls. Window. Flir Imsaho, there it was. It floated over to him.
Hello, Gurgey.
Hello.
Do you remember who I am?
Still asking stupid questions, Flir Imsaho. Am I going to be all right?
You're bruised. You've got a cracked rib, and you're mildly concussed. You ought to be able to get up in a day or two.
Do I remember you saying, Trochet hit me? Did I dream that?
You didn't dream it. I did tell you. That's what happened. How much do you remember?
Falling off the stand, platform, he said slowly, trying to think. He was in bed and his back was sore. It was his own room in the castle, and the lights were on, so it was probably night. His eyes widened. Yominal kicked me off, he said suddenly. Why?
It doesn't matter now. Go back to sleep.
Gurgay started to say something else, but he felt tired again as the drone buzzed closer, and he closed his eyes for a second, just to rest them. Gurgay stood by the window looking down into the courtyard. The male servant took the tray out, glasses clinking. Go on, he said to the drone.
The Trochet climbed the fence while everybody was watching you and Yominal. It came up behind you and sprang. It hit you and then bowled over the exoskeleton before it had time to do much about it. Guards shot the Trochet as it tried to gore Yominal, and by the time they dragged it off the exoskeleton, it had deactivated.
Gurgay shook his head slowly. All I remember is being kicked off the stand. He sat down in a chair by the window. The far edge of the courtyard was golden in the hazy light of late afternoon. And where were you while this was happening?
Back here, watching the hunt on an Imperial broadcast. I'm sorry I left, Jurna Gurgay, but that appalling apex was kicking me, and the whole obscene spectacle was just too gory and disgusting for words.
Gurgay waved one hand. It doesn't matter, I'm alive. He put his face in his hands. You sure it was I who shot Yominal?
Oh, yes. It's all recorded.
Do you want— No. Gurgay held up one hand to the drone, eyes still closed. No, I don't want to watch.
I didn't see that bit live, Flay Imsaho said. I was on my way back to the hunt as soon as Yominal fired his first shot and killed the person on the other side of you. But I've watched the recording. Yes, you killed him, with the guard's crew. But of course, that just meant whoever had taken control of the exoskeleton didn't have to fight against Yominal inside it. As soon as Yominal was dead, the thing moved a lot faster and less erratically. He must have been using all his strength to try and stop it.
Gurgay stared at the floor. You're certain about all this?
Absolutely.
The drone drifted over to the wall screen.
Look, why not watch it on your—
No! Gurgay shouted, standing and then swaying. He sat down again. No, he said quieter.
By the time I got there, whoever was jamming the exoskeleton controls had gone. I got a brief reading on my microwave sensors while I was between here and the hunt, but it switched off before I could get an accurate fix. Some kind of phased pulse maser. The Imperial Guards picked up something too. They'd started a search in the forest by the time we took you away. I persuaded them I knew what I was doing and had you brought here. They sent a doctor in to look at you a couple of times, but that's all. Lucky I got there when I did, or they might have taken you to the infirmary and started doing all sorts of nasty tests on you.
The drone sounded perplexed.
That's why I have a feeling this wasn't a straight security service job. They'd have tried other, less public ways to kill you, and they'd have been all set up to get you into the hospital if it hadn't quite worked. All too disorganized. There's something funny going on, I'm sure.
Gurgay put his hands to his back, carefully tracing the extent of the bruising again. I wish I could remember everything. I wish I could remember whether I meant to kill Yominal, he said. His chest ached. He felt sick.
As you did, and you're such a bad shot, I'd assume the answer is no.
Gurgay looked at the machine. Don't you have something else you could be doing, drone?
Not really. Oh, by the way, the Emperor wants to see you when you're feeling well.
I'll go now, Gurgay said, standing slowly.
Are you sure? I don't think you should. You don't look well. I'd lie down if I were you. Please sit down. You're not ready. What if he's angry because you killed Yominal? Oh, I suppose I'd better come with you.
Nikosar sat in a small throne in front of a great bank of slanting multicolored windows. The Imperial apartments were submerged in the deep polychromatic light. Huge wall tapestries sewn with precious metal threads glittered like treasures in an underwater cave. Guards stood impassively around the walls and behind the throne. Courtiers and officials shuffled to and fro with papers and flat screens. An officer of the Imperial household brought Gurgay to the throne, leaving Flea Emsaho at the other end of the room under the watchful eyes of two guards. Please sit. Nikusar motioned Gergely to a small stool on the dais in front of him. Gergely sat down gratefully. Janao Gergely, the Emperor said, his voice quiet and controlled, almost flat. We offer you our sincere apologies for what happened yesterday. We are glad to see you have made such a rapid recovery, though we understand you are still in pain. Is there anything you wish? Thank you, Your Highness, no. We are glad. Nikusar nodded slowly. He was still dressed in unrelieved black. His sober dress, small frame and plain face contrasted with the fabulous splashes of colour from the raked windows overhead and the sumptuous clothing of the courtiers. The Emperor put small ringed hands on the arms of the throne. We are, of course, deeply sorry to lose the regard and the services of our Star Marshal, Yomenul Lurasp, especially in such tragic circumstances. But we understand that you had no choice but to defend yourself. It is our will that no action be taken against you. Thank you, Your Highness. Nikusar waved one hand. In the matter of who plotted against you, the person who took control of our Star Marshal's imprisoning device was discovered and put to the question. We were deeply hurt to discover that the leading conspirator was our long-life mentor and guide, the rector of Kansev College. Gergely began, but stopped. Nikusar's face was a study in displeasure. The old Apex's name died in Gergely's throat. Gergely started again. Nikusar held up one hand. We wish to tell you that the rector of Kansev College, Harmen Le Srelist, has been sentenced to death for his part in the conspiracy against you. We understand that this may not have been the only attempt on your life. If this is so, then all relevant circumstances will be investigated and the wrongdoers brought to justice. Certain persons in the court, Nikusar said, looking at the rings on his hands, have desired to protect their emperor through misguided actions. The Emperor needs no such protection from a game opponent, even if that opponent uses aids we deny ourselves. It has been necessary to deceive our subjects in the matter of your progress in these final games, but this is for their good, not ours. We have no need to be protected from unpleasant truths. The Emperor knows no fear, only discretion. We shall be happy to postpone the game between the Emperor-Regent and the man Jernau Morat Gergely until he feels fit to play. Gergely found himself waiting for more of the quiet, slow, half-sung words, but Nikusar sat, impassively silent. I thank your Highness, Gergely said, but I would prefer there be no postponement. I feel almost well enough to play now, and there are still 3 days before the match is due to start. I'm sure there is no need to delay further. Nikusar nodded slowly. We are pleased. We hope, though, that if Jernau Gergely desires to change his mind on this matter before the match is due to start, he will not hesitate to inform the Imperial Office, which will gladly put back the starting date of the final match until Jernau Gergely feels fit to play the game of Azad to the very best of his ability. I thank your Highness again. We are pleased that Jernau Gergely was not badly injured and has been able to attend this audience, Nikusar said. He nodded briefly to Gergely and then looked to a courtier, waiting impatiently to one side. Gergely stood, bowed, and backed away. You only have to take 4 backward steps before you turn your back on him, Flair Imsaho told him. Otherwise, very good. They were back in Gergely's room. I'll try and remember next time, he said. Anyway, sounds like you're in the clear. I did a bit of overhearing while you had your tete-a-tete. Couriers usually know what's going on. Seems they found an Apex trying to escape through the forest from the mesa and the exo-controls. He dropped the gun they gave him to defend himself with, which was just as well, because it was a bomb, not a gun, so they got him alive. He broke under torture and implicated one of Hamin's cronies, who tried to bargain with a confession. So they started on Hamin. You mean they tortured him? Only a little. He's old, and they had to keep him alive for whatever punishment the Emperor decided on. The Apex exo-controller and some other henchmen have been impaled, the plea-bargaining cronies getting caged in the forest to await the incandescence, and Hamin's being deprived of AGE drugs. He'll be dead in 40 or 50 days. Gergely shook his head. Hamin? I didn't think he was that frightened of me. Well, he's old. They have funny ideas sometimes. Do you think I'm safe now?
Yes. The Emperor wants you alive so he can destroy you on the Azad boards. Nobody else would dare harm you. You can concentrate on the game. Anyway, I'll look after you.
Gergely looked disbelievingly at the buzzing drone. He could detect no trace of irony in its voice. Gergely and Nikosar started the first of the lesser games 3 days later. There was a curious atmosphere about the final match. A sense of anticlimax pervaded Castle Claff. Normally the last contest was the culmination of 6 years' work and preparation in the Empire, the very apotheosis of all that Azad was and stood for. This time, the Imperial continuance was already settled. Nikosar had ensured his next great year of rule when he'd beaten Vechestada and Jilno, though as far as the rest of the Empire knew, the Emperor still had to play Crow to decide who wore the Imperial crown. Even if Gergely did win the game, it would make no difference, save for some wounded Imperial pride. The court and the bureau would put it down to experience and make sure they didn't invite any more decadent but sneaky aliens to take part in the holy game. Gergely suspected that many of the people still in the fortress would as soon have left Ikronadal to head back to Ia, but the coronation ceremony and the religious confirmation still had to be witnessed, and nobody would be allowed to leave Ikronadal until the fire had passed and the Emperor had risen from its embers. Probably only Gergely and Nikosar were really looking forward to the match. Even the observing game players and analysts were disheartened at the prospect of witnessing a game they were already barred from discussing, even among themselves. All Gergely's games past the point he'd supposedly been knocked out were taboo subjects. They did not exist. The Imperial Games Bureau was already hard at work concocting an official final match between Nikosar and Crow. Judging by their previous efforts, Gergely expected it to be entirely convincing. It might lack the ultimate spark of genius, but it would pass. So, everything was already settled. The Empire had new Star Marshals, though a little shuffling would be required to replace Yomenal. New generals and admirals, archbishops, ministers and judges. The course of the Empire was set, and with very little change from the previous bearing. Nikosar would continue with his present policies. The premises of the various winners indicated little discontent or new thinking. The courtiers and officials could therefore breathe easily again, knowing nothing would alter too much, and their positions were as secure as they'd ever be. So, instead of the usual tension surrounding the final game, there was an atmosphere more like that of an exhibition match, only the two contestants were treating it as a real contest. Gergely was immediately impressed by Nikosar's play. The Emperor didn't stop rising in Gergely's estimation. The more he studied the Apex's play, the more he realized just how powerful and complete an opponent he was facing. He would need to be more than lucky to beat Nikosar. He would need to be somebody else. From the beginning, he tried to concentrate on not being trounced rather than actually defeating the Emperor. Nikosar played cautiously most of the time. Then, suddenly, he'd strike out with some brilliant flowing series of moves that looked at first as though they'd been made by some gifted madman, before revealing themselves as the masterstrokes they were. Perfect answers to the impossible questions they themselves posed. Gergely did his best to anticipate these devastating fusions of guile and power, and to find replies to them once they'd begun. But by the time the minor games were over, 30 days or so before the fire was due, Nikosar had a considerable advantage in pieces and cards to carry over to the first of the 3 great boards. Gergely suspected his only chance was to hold out as best he could on the first 2 boards and hope that he might pull something back on the final one. The cinderbuds towered around the castle, rising like a slow tide of gold about the walls. Gergely sat in the same small garden he'd visited before. Then he'd been able to look out over the cinderbuds to the distant horizon. Now the view ended 20 meters away at the first of the great yellow leaf heads. Late sunlight spread the castle's shadow across the canopy. Behind Gergely, the fortress lights were coming on. Gergely looked out to the tan trunks of the great trees and shook his head. He'd lost the game on the board of origin, and now he was losing on the board of form. He was missing something. Some facet of the way Nikosar was playing was escaping him. He knew it. He was certain. But he couldn't work out what that facet was. He had a nagging suspicion it was something very simple, however complex its articulation on the boards might be. He ought to have spotted it analysed and evaluated it long ago and turned it to his advantage, but for some reason intrinsic to his very understanding of the game, he felt sure, he could not. An aspect of his play seemed to have disappeared, and he was starting to think the knock to the head he'd taken during the hunt had affected him more than he'd first assumed. But then, the ship didn't seem to have any better idea what he was doing wrong either. Its advice always seemed to make sense at the time, but when Gurgey got to the board, he found he could never apply the ship's ideas. If he went against his instincts and forced himself to do as the limiting factor had suggested, he ended up in even more trouble. Nothing was more guaranteed to cause you problems on an Azad board than trying to play in a way you didn't really believe in. He rose slowly, straightening his back, which was hardly sore now, and returned to his room. Fleer Imsaho was in front of the screen, watching a hollow display of an odd diagram. "What are you doing?" Gurgey said, lowering himself into a soft chair. The drone turned, addressing him in Moraine.
"I worked out a way to disable the bugs. We can talk in Moraine now. Isn't that good?"
"I suppose so," Gurgey said, still in the Atchik. He picked up a small flat screen to see what was happening in the Empire.
"Well, you might at least use the language after I went to the trouble of jamming their bugs. It wasn't easy, you know. I'm not designed for that sort of thing. I had to learn a lot of stuff from some of my own files about electronics and optics and listening fields and all that sort of technical stuff. I thought you'd be pleased."
"Utterly and profoundly ecstatic," Gurgey said carefully, in Moraine. He looked at the small screen. It told him of the new appointments, the crushing of an insurrection in a distant system, the progress of the game between Nikasar and Kroa. Kroa wasn't as far behind as Gurgey was. The victory won by Imperial troops against a race of monsters, and higher rates of pay for males who volunteered to join the army. "What is that you're looking at?" he said, looking briefly at the wall screen where Fleer Imsaho's strange Taurus turned slowly.
"Don't you recognize it?"
the drone said, voice pitched to express surprise.
"I thought you would. It's a model of the reality."
Oh, yes. Gurgey nodded and went back to the small screen where a group of asteroids was being bombarded by Imperial battleships to quell the insurrection. 4 dimensions and all that. He flicked through the subchannels to the game programs. A few of the second series matches were still being played on ear.
"Well, 7 relevant dimensions actually, in the case of the reality itself. One of those lines... Are you listening?"
Oh, yes." The games on ear were all in their last stages. The secondary games from Ikronidal were still being analysed.
"One of those lines on the reality represents our entire universe. Surely you were taught all this?"
Gurgey nodded. He had never been especially interested in spatial theory or hyperspace or hyperspheres or the like. None of it seemed to make any difference to how he lived, so what did it matter? There were some games that were best understood in 4 dimensions, but Gurgey only cared about their own particular rules, and the general theories only meant anything to him as they applied specifically to those games. He pressed for another page on the small screen, to be confronted with a picture of himself, once more expressing his sadness at being knocked out of the games, wishing the people and Empire of Azad well, and thanking everybody for having him. An announcer talked over his faded voice to say that Gurgey had pulled out of the second series games on Ikronidal. Gurgey smiled thinly, watching the official reality he'd agreed to be part of as it gradually built up and became accepted fact. He looked up briefly at the Taurus on the screen and remembered something he'd puzzled over years ago now. "What's the difference between a hyperspace and ultraspace?" he asked the drone. The ship mentioned ultraspace once, and I never could work out what the hell it was talking about. The drone tried to explain, using the hollow model of the reality to illustrate. As ever, it over-explained, but Gurgey got the idea, for what it was worth. Fleer Imsaho annoyed him that evening, chattering away in Moraine all the time about anything and everything. After initially finding it rather needlessly complex, Gurgey enjoyed hearing the language again, and discovered some pleasure in speaking it, but the drone's high, squeaky voice became tiring after a while. It only shut up while he had his customary rather negative and depressing game analysis with the ship that evening, still in Moraine. He had his best night's sleep since the day of the hunt, and woke feeling, for no good reason he could think of, that there might yet be a chance of turning the game around. It took Gurge most of the morning's play to gradually work out what Nikosar was up to. When eventually he did, it took his breath away. The Emperor had set out to beat not just Gurge, but the whole culture. There was no other way to describe his use of pieces, territory, and cards. He had set up his whole side of the match as an empire, the very image of Azad. Another revelation struck Gurge with a force almost as great. One reading, perhaps the best, of the way he'd always played was that he played as the culture. He'd habitually set up something like the society itself when he constructed his positions and deployed his pieces. A net, a grid of forces and relationships without any obvious hierarchy or entrenched leadership, and initially quite profoundly peaceful. In all the games he'd played, the fight had always come to Gurge initially. He'd thought of the period before as preparing for battle, but now he saw that if he'd been alone on the board, he'd have done roughly the same, spreading slowly across the territories, consolidating gradually, calmly, economically. Of course, it had never happened. He always was attacked, and once the battle was joined, he developed that conflict as assiduously and totally as before he'd tried to develop the patterns and potential of unthreatened pieces and undisputed territory. Every other player he competed against had unwittingly tried to adjust to this novel style in its own terms and comprehensively failed. Nikosar was trying no such thing. He'd gone the other way and made the board his empire, complete and exact in every structural detail to the limits of definition the game's scale imposed. It stunned Gurge. The realization burst on him like some slow sunrise turning nova, like a trickle of understanding becoming stream, river, tide, tsunami. His next few moves were automatic, reaction moves, not properly thought-out parts of his strategy, limited and inadequate though it had been shown to be. His mouth had gone dry. His hands shook. Of course. This was what he'd been missing. This was the hidden facet. So open and blatant, and there for all to see, it was effectively invisible. Too obvious for words or understanding. It was so simple, so elegant, so staggeringly ambitious, but so fundamentally practical, and so much what Nikosar obviously thought the whole game to be about. No wonder he'd been so desperate to play this man from the culture, if this was what he'd planned all along. Even the details Nikosar and only a handful of others in the Empire knew about the culture and its true size and scope were there, included and displayed on the board, but probably utterly indecipherable to those who did not already know. The style of Nikosar's board empire was of a complete thing fully shown. The assumptions about his opponent's forces were couched in terms of fractions of something greater. There was, too, a ruthlessness about the way the Emperor treated his own and his opponent's pieces which Gurge thought was almost a taunt, a tactic designed to disturb him. The Emperor sent pieces to their destruction with a sort of joyous callousness where Gurge would have hung back, attempting to prepare and build up. Where Gurge would have accepted surrender and conversion, Nikosar laid waste. The difference was slight in some ways. No good player simply squandered pieces or massacred purely for the sake of it, but the implication of applied brutality was there, like a flavour, like a stench, like a silent mist hanging over the board. He saw then that he'd been fighting back much as Nikosar might have expected him to, trying to save pieces, to make reasonable, considered conservative moves and, in a sense, to ignore the way Nikosar was kicking and slinging his pieces into battle and tearing strips of territory from his opponent like ribbons of tattered flesh. In a way, Gurge had been trying desperately not to play Nikosar. The Emperor was playing a rough, harsh, dictatorial, and frequently inelegant game, and had rightly assumed something in the culture man would simply not want to be a part of it. Gurge started to take stock, sizing up the possibilities while he played a few more inconsequential blocking moves to give himself time to think. The point of the game was to win. He'd been forgetting that. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else hung on the outcome of the game either. The game was irrelevant. Therefore, it could be allowed to mean everything, and the only barrier he had to negotiate was that put up by his own feelings. He had to reply. But how? Become the culture? Another empire? He was already playing the part of the culture, and it wasn't working, And how do you match an emperor as an imperialist? He stood there on the board, wearing his faintly ridiculous gathered-up clothes, and was only distantly aware of everything else around him. He tried to tear his thoughts away from the game for a moment, looking round the great ribbed prow hall of the castle, at the tall open windows and the yellow cinderbud canopy outside, at the half-full banks of seats, at the imperial guards and the adjudicating officials, at the great black horn shapes of the electronic screening equipment directly overhead, at the many people in their various clothes and guises. All translated into game thought, all viewed as though through some powerful drug which distorted everything he saw into twisted analogues of its latching hold on his brain. He thought of mirrors and of reverser fields, which gave the more technically artificial but perceivably more real impression. Mirror writing was what it said. Reversed writing was ordinary writing. He saw the closed torus of Fleer Imsaho's unreal reality, remembered Chamlis Amalgné and its warning about deviousness, things which meant nothing and something, harmonics of his thought. Click. Switch off, switch on, as though he was a machine. Fall off the edge of the catastrophe curve and never mind. He forgot everything and made the first move he saw. He looked at the move he'd made. Nothing like what Nikosar would have done. An archetypally culture move. He felt his heart sink. He'd been hoping for something different, something better. He looked again. Well, it was a culture move, but at least it was an attacking culture move. Followed through, it would wreck his whole cautious strategy so far, but it was all he could do if he was to have even the glimmer of a chance of resisting Nikosar. Pretend there really was a lot at stake. Pretend he was fighting for the whole culture. Set out to win, regardless, no matter. At least he'd found a way to play. Finally. He knew he was going to lose, but it would not be a rout. He gradually remodelled his whole game plan to reflect the ethos of the culture militant, trashing and abandoning whole areas of the board where the switch would not work, pulling back and regrouping and restructuring where it would, sacrificing where necessary, raising and scorching the ground where he had to. He didn't try to mimic Nikosar's crude but devastating attack, escape, return, invade strategy, but made his positions and his pieces in the image of a power that could eventually cope with such bludgeoning, if not now, then later when it was ready. He began to win a few points at last. The game was still lost, but there was still the board of becoming, where at last he might give Nikosar a fight. Once or twice, he caught a certain look on Nikosar's face when he was close enough to read the Apex's expression that convinced him he'd done the right thing, even if it was something the Emperor had somehow expected. There was a recognition there now, in the Apex's expression and on the board, and even a kind of respect in those moves, an acknowledgement that they were fighting on even terms. Gurge was overcome by the sensation that he was like a wire with some terrible energy streaming through him. He was a great cloud, poised to strike lightning over the board, a colossal wave tearing across the ocean toward the sleeping shore, a great pulse of molten energy from a planetary heart, a god with the power to destroy and create at will. He had lost control of his own drug glands. The mix of chemicals in his bloodstream had taken over, and his brain felt saturated with the one encompassing idea like a fever. Win. Dominate. Control. A set of angles defining one desire, the single, absolute determination. The breaks and the times when he slept were irrelevant, just the intervals between the real life of the board and the game. He functioned, talking to the drone or the ship or other people, eating and sleeping and walking around, but it was all nothing, irrelevant. Everything outside was just a setting and a background for the game. He watched the rival forces surge and tide across the great board, and they spoke a strange language, sang a strange song that was at once a perfect set of harmonies and a battle to control the writing of the themes. What he saw in front of him was like a single huge organism. The pieces seemed to move as though with a will that was neither his nor the Emperor's, but something dictated finally by the game itself, an ultimate expression of its essence. He saw it. He knew Nikosar saw it, but he doubted anybody else could. They were like a pair of secret lovers, secure and safe in their huge nest of a room, locked together before hundreds of people who looked on and who saw, but who could not read and who would never guess what it was they were witnessing. The game on the board of form came to an end. Gurge lost, but he had pulled back from the brink, and the advantage Nicosa would take to the board of becoming was far from decisive. The two opponents separated, that act over, the final one yet to commence. Gurge left the prow hall exhausted and drained and gloriously happy, and slept for 2 days. The drone woke him.
Gurge, are you awake? Have you stopped being vague?
What are you talking about?
You. The game. What's going on? Even the ship couldn't work out what was happening on that board.
The drone floated above him, brown and grey, humming quietly. Gurge rubbed his eyes, blinked. It was morning. There were about 10 days to go before the fire was due. Gurge felt as though he was waking from a dream more vivid and real than reality. He yawned, sitting up. Have I been vague?
Does pain hurt? Is a supernova bright?
Gurge stretched, smirking. Nicosa's taking it impersonally, he said, getting up and padding to the window. He stepped out onto the balcony. Fleer Imsaho tutted and threw a robe around him.
If you're going to start talking in riddles again,
what riddles? Gurge drank in the mild air. He flexed his arms and shoulders again. Isn't this a fine old castle, drone? He said, leaning on the stone rail and taking another deep breath. They know how to build castles, don't they?
I suppose they do, but Claff wasn't built by the Empire. They took it off another humanoid species who used to hold a ceremony similar to the one the Empire holds to crown the Emperor. But don't change the subject. I asked you a question. What is that style? You've been very vague and strange the past few days. I could see you were concentrating, so I didn't press the point. But I and the ship would like to be told.
Nicosa's taken on the part of the Empire, hence his style. I've had no choice but to become the culture, hence mine. It's that simple.
It doesn't look it.
Tough. Think of it as a sort of mutual rape.
I think you should straighten out, Jurnar Gurge.
Gurge started to say, then stopped to check. He frowned in exasperation. I'm perfectly straight, you idiot. Now, why don't you do something useful and order me some breakfast?
Yes, master,
Fleer Imsaho said sullenly, and dipped back inside the room. Gurge looked up into the empty board of blue sky, his mind already racing with plans for the game on the board of becoming. Fleer Imsaho watched the man grow even more intense and absorbed in the days between the second and final games. He hardly seemed to hear anything that was said to him. He had to be reminded to eat and sleep. The drone wouldn't have believed it, but twice it saw the man sitting with an expression of pain on his face, staring at nothing. Doing a remote ultrasound scan, the drone had discovered the man's bladder was full to bursting. He had to be told when to pee. He spent all day, every day, gazing intently at nothing, or feverishly studying replays of old games, and though he might have been briefly undrugged after his long sleep, immediately thereafter he started glanding again and didn't stop. The drone used its effector to monitor the man's brainwaves and found that even when he appeared to sleep, it wasn't really sleep. Controlled, lucid dreaming was what it seemed to be. His drug glands were obviously working furiously all the time, and for the first time there were more telltale signs of intense drug use on Gurge's body than there were on his opponent's. How could he play in such a state? Had it been up to Fleer Imsaho, it would have stopped the man playing there and then. But it had its orders. It had a part to play, and it had played it, and all it could do now was wait and see what happened. More people attended the start of the game on the board of becoming than had attended the previous two. The other game players were still trying to work out what was going on in this strange, complicated, unfathomable game, and wanted to see what would happen on this final board where the Emperor started with a considerable advantage, but on which the alien was known to be especially good. Gurge dived back into the game, an amphibian into welcoming water. For a few moves, he just gloried in the feeling of returning home to his element, and the sheer joy of the contest, taking delight in a flexing of his strengths and powers, the readying tension of the pieces and places. Then he curved out from that, playing to the serious business of the building and the hunting, the making and linking, and the destroying and cutting, the searching and destroying. The board became both culture and empire again. The setting was made by them both. A glorious, beautiful, deadly killing field, unsurpassably fine and sweet and predatory, and carved from Nikosar's beliefs and his together. Image of their minds. A hologram of pure coherence, burning like a standing wave of fire across the board. A perfect map of the landscapes of thought and faith within their heads. He began the slow move that was defeat and victory together before he even knew it himself. Nothing so subtle, so complex, so beautiful had ever been seen on an Azad board. He believed that. He knew that. He would make it the truth. The game went on. Breaks, days, evenings, conversations, meals. They came and went in another dimension. A monochrome thing, a flat, grainy image. He was somewhere else entirely. Another dimension, another image. His skull was a blister with a board inside it. His outside self just another piece to be shuffled here and there. He didn't talk to Nikosar, but they conversed. They carried out the most exquisitely textured exchange of mood and feeling through those pieces which they moved and were moved by. A song, a dance, a perfect poem. People filled the game room every day now, engrossed in the fabulously perplexing work taking shape before them, trying to read that poem, see deeper into this moving picture, listen to this symphony, touch this living sculpture, and so understand it. It goes on until it ends, Gergely thought to himself one day, and at the same time as the banality of the thought struck him, he saw that it was over. The climax had been reached, it was done, destroyed, could be no more. It was not finished, but it was over. A terrible sadness swamped him, took hold of him like a piece, and made him sway and nearly fall, so that he had to walk to his stool seat and pull himself onto it like an old man. "Oh," he heard himself say. He looked at Nikosar, but the Emperor hadn't seen it yet. He was looking at element cards, trying to work out a way to alter the terrain ahead of his next advance. Gergely couldn't believe it. The game was over. Couldn't anybody see that? He looked despairingly around the faces of the officials, the spectators, the observers and adjudicators. What was wrong with them all? He looked back at the board, hoping desperately that he might have missed something, made some mistake that meant there was still something Nikosar could do, that the perfect dance might last a little longer. He could see nothing. It was done. He looked at the time shown on the point board. It was nearly time to break for the day. It was a dark evening outside. He tried to remember what day it was. The fire was due very soon, wasn't it? Perhaps tonight or tomorrow. Perhaps it had already been. No, even he would have noticed. The great high windows of the prow hall were still unshuttered, looking out into the darkness where the huge cinderbuds waited, heavy with fruit. Over, over, over. His, their beautiful game over. Dead. What had he done? He put his clenched hands over his mouth. Nikosar, you fool! The Emperor had fallen for it, taken the bait, entered the run and followed it to be torn apart near the high stand, storms of splinters before the fire. Empires had fallen to barbarians before, and no doubt would again. Gergely knew all this from his childhood. Cultured children were taught such things. The barbarians invade and are taken over. Not always. Some empires dissolve and cease, but many absorb. Many take the barbarians in and end up conquering them. They make them live like the people they set out to take over. The architecture of the system channels them, beguiles them, seduces and transforms them, demanding from them what they could not before have given, but slowly grow to offer. The empire survives. The barbarians survive. But the empire is no more, and the barbarians are nowhere to be found. The culture had become the empire the barbarians. Nikosar looked triumphant, pieces everywhere, adapting and taking and changing and moving in for the kill. But it would be their own death change. They could not survive as they were, wasn't that obvious? They would become Gergely's or neutrals, their rebirth his to deliver. Over. A prickling sensation began behind his nose, and he sat back, overcome by the sadness of the game's ending, and waiting for tears. None came. a suitable reprimand from his body for using the elements so well and water so much. He would drown Nikosar's attacks. The Emperor played with fire and would be extinguished. No tears for him. Something left Gurgey, just ebbed away, burned out, relaxing its grip on him. The room was cool, filled with a spirit fragrance, and the rustling sound of the cinderbud canopy outside, beyond the tall, wide windows. People talked quietly in the galleries. He looked around and saw Harmin sitting in the college seats. The old apex looked shrunken and doll-like, a tiny withered husk of what he'd been, face lined and body misshapen. Gurgey stared at him. Was this one of their ghosts? Had he been there all the time? Was he still alive? The unbearably old apex seemed to be staring fixedly at the centre of the board, and for one absurd instant, Gurgey thought the old creature was already dead, and they brought his desiccated body into the prow hall as some sort of trophy, a final ignominy. Then the horn sounded for the end of the evening's play, and 2 Imperial guards came and wheeled the dying apex away. The shrunken, grizzled head looked briefly in his direction. Gurgey felt as though he'd been somewhere far away, on a great journey he'd just returned from. He looked at Nikosar, consulting with a couple of his advisers as the adjudicators noted the closing positions and the people in the gallery stood up and started chattering. Did he imagine that Nikosar looked concerned, even worried? Perhaps so. He felt suddenly very sorry for the Emperor, for all of them, for everybody. He sighed, and it was like the last breath of some great storm that had passed through him. He stretched his arms and legs, stood again. He looked at the board. Yes. Over. He'd done it. There was much left to do, a lot still to happen, but Nikosar would lose. He could choose how he lost. Fall forward and be absorbed, fall back and be taken over, go berserk and raise everything. But his board empire was finished. He met the Emperor's gaze for a moment. He could see from the expression there that Nikosar hadn't fully realized yet, but he knew the apex was reading him in return and could probably see the change in the man, sense the sense of victory. Gurgey lowered his gaze from that hard sight and turned away and walked out of the hall. There was no acclaim. There were no congratulations. Nobody else could see. Fleer Imsaho was its usual concerned, annoying self, but it too hadn't spotted anything, and still inquired how he thought the game was going. He lied. The limiting factor thought things were building up to a head. He didn't bother to tell it. He'd expected more of the ship, though. He ate alone, mind blank. He spent the evening swimming in a pool deep inside the castle, carved out of the rock spur the fortress had been built upon. He was alone. Everybody else had gone to the castle towers and the higher battlements, or had taken to air cars, watching the distant glow in the sky to the west, where the incandescence had begun. Gurgey swam until he felt tired, then dried, dressed in trews, shirt and a light jacket, and went for a walk round the castle's curtain wall. The night was dark and recovering of cloud. The great cinderbuds, higher than the outer walls, closed off the distant light of the approaching incandescence. Imperial guards were out, ensuring that nobody started the fire early. Gurgey had to prove to them he wasn't carrying anything which could produce a spark or flame before they would let him out of the castle, where shutters were being readied and the walkways were damp from tests of the sprinkler systems. The cinderbuds creaked and rustled in the windless gloom, exposing new, tinder-dry surfaces to the rich air, bark layers unpeeling from the great bulbs of flammable liquid that hung beneath their topmost branches. The night air was saturated by the heady stench of their sap. A hushed feeling lay over the ancient fortress, a religious mood of awed anticipation, which even Gurgey would experience as a tangible change in the place. The swooshings of returning air cars coming in over a damped-down swathe of forest to the castle reminded Gurgey that everybody was supposed to be in the castle by midnight, and he went back slowly, drinking in the atmosphere of still expectation like something precious that could not last for long, or perhaps ever be again. Still, he wasn't tired. The pleasant fatigue from his swim had become just a sort of background tingle in his body, and so when he climbed the stairs to the level of his room, he didn't stop, but kept going up, even as the horn sounded to announce midnight. Gurgey came out at last onto a high battlement beneath a stubby tower. The circular walkway was damp and dark. He looked to the west, where a dim, fuzzy red glow lit up the edge of the sky. The incandescence was still far away, below the horizon, its glare reflecting off the overcast like some livid artificial sunset. Despite that light, Gurgey was conscious of the depth and stillness of the night as it settled round the castle, quieting it. He found a door in the tower and climbed to its machicolated summit. He leaned on the stonework and looked out into the north, where the low hills lay. He listened to the dripping of a leaking sprinkler somewhere beneath him and the barely audible rustlings of the cinderbuds as they prepared for their own destruction. The hills were quite invisible. He gave up trying to make them out and turned again to that barely curved band of dark red in the west. A horn sounded somewhere in the castle, then another and another. There were other noises too, distant shouting and running footsteps, as though the castle was waking up again. He wondered what was going on. He pulled the thin jacket closed, suddenly feeling the coolness of the night as a light easterly breeze started up. The sadness he'd felt during the day had not fully left him. Rather, it had sunk in, become something less obvious but more integral. How beautiful that game had been. How much he had enjoyed it, exulted in it. But only by trying to bring about its cessation, only by ensuring that that joy would be short-lived. He wondered if Nikosar had realized yet. He must have had a suspicion at least. He sat down on a small stone bench. Gurgey realized suddenly that he would miss Nikosar. He felt closer to the Emperor in some ways than he had ever felt to anybody. That game had been a deep intimacy, a sharing of experience and sensation Gurgey doubted any other relationship could match. He sighed, eventually, got up from the bench, and went to the parapet again, looking down to the paved walk at the foot of the tower. There were 2 Imperial guards standing there, dimly visible by the light spilling from the tower's open door. Their pale faces were tipped up, looking at him. He wasn't sure whether to wave or not. One of them lifted his arm. A bright light shone up at Gurgey, who shielded his eyes. A third, smaller, darker figure Gurgey hadn't noticed before moved toward the tower and entered it through the lit doorway. The torch beam switched off. The 2 guards took up positions on either side of the tower door. Steps sounded within the tower. Gurgey sat on the stone bench again and waited. Morat Gurgey, good evening. It was Nikosar. The dark, slightly stooped figure of the Emperor of Azad climbed up out of the tower. Your Highness, sit down, Gurgey, the quiet voice said. Nikosar joined Gurgey on the bench, his face like an indistinct white moon in front of him, lit only by the faint glow from the tower's stairwell. Gurgey wondered if Nikosar could see him at all. The moon face turned away from him, looking toward the horizon-wide smudge of carmine. There has been an attempt on my life, Gurgey, the Emperor said quietly. And Gurgey began, appalled. Are you all right, Your Highness? The moon face swung back. I am unharmed. The apex held up one hand. Please, no, Your Highness now. We are alone. There is no breach of protocol. I wanted to explain to you personally why the castle is under martial law. The Imperial Guard have taken over all commands. I do not anticipate another attack, but one must take care. But who would do this? Who would attack you? Nikosar looked to the north on the unseen hills. We believe the culprits may have tried to escape along the viaduct to the reservoir lakes, so I've sent some guards there too. He turned slowly back to the man, and his voice was soft. That's an interesting situation you've got me in, Morat Gurgey. Gurgey sighed, looked at his feet. Yes. He glanced at the circle of white face in front of him. I'm sorry. I mean that it's almost over. He heard his own voice drop and could not bear to look at Nikosar. Well, the Emperor said quietly, we shall see. I may have a surprise for you in the morning. Gurgey was startled. The hazily pale face in front of him was too vague for the expression to be read. But could Nikosar be serious? Surely the apex could see his position was hopeless. Had he seen something Gurgey hadn't? At once he started to worry. Had he been too certain? Nobody else had noticed anything, not even the ship. What if he was wrong? He wanted to see the board again, but even the imperfectly detailed image of it he still carried in his mind was accurate enough to show how their respective fortunes stood. Nikosar's defeat was implicit, but certain. He was sure there was no way out for the Emperor. The game must be over. "Tell me something, Gurgey," Nikosar said evenly. The white circle faced him again. "How long were you really learning the game for?" "We told you the truth, 2 years. Intensively, but don't lie to me, Gurgey. There's no point anymore." "Nikosar, I wouldn't lie to you." The moon face shook slowly. "Whatever you want." The Emperor was silent for a few moments. "You must be very proud of your culture." He pronounced the last word with a distaste Gurgey might have found comical if it hadn't been so obviously sincere. "Pride?" he said. "I don't know. I didn't make it. I just happened to be born into it. Don't be simple, Gurgey. I mean the pride of being part of something. The pride of representing your people. Are you going to tell me you don't feel that?" Some, perhaps, yes. But I'm not here as a champion, Nikosar. I'm not representing anything except myself. I'm here to play the game, that's all." "That's all," Nikosar repeated quietly. "Well, I suppose we must say that you've played it well." Gurgey wished he could see the Apex's face. Had his voice quivered? Was that a tremor in his voice? "Thank you. But half the credit for this game is yours. More than half, because you said, 'I don't want your praise.'" Nikosar lashed out with one hand, striking Gurgey across the mouth. The heavy rings raked the man's cheek and lips. Gurgey rocked back, stunned, dizzy with shock. Nikosar jumped up and went to the parapet, hands like claws on the dark stone. Gurgey touched his blooded face. His hand was trembling. "You disgust me, Morat Gurgey," Nikosar said to the red glow in the west. "Your blind, insipid morality can't even account for your own success here, and you treat this battle game like some filthy dance. It is there to be fought and struggled against, and you've attempted to seduce it. You've perverted it, replaced our holy witnessing with your own foul pornography. You've soiled it. Male." Gurgey dabbed at the blood on his lips. He felt dizzy, head swimming. That may be how you see it, Nikosar." He swallowed some of the thick, salty blood. "I don't think you're being entirely fair to—" "Fair!" the Emperor shouted, coming to stand over Gurgey, blocking the view of the distant fire. "Why does anything have to be fair? Is life fair?" He reached down and took Gurgey by the hair, shaking his head. "Is it? Is it?" Gurgey let the Apex shake him. The Emperor let go of his hair after a moment, holding his hand as though he'd touched something dirty. Gurgey cleared his throat. "No, life is not fair, not intrinsically." The Apex turned away in exasperation, clutching again at the curled stone top of the battlements. "It's something we can try to make it, though," Gurgey continued. "A goal we can aim for. You can choose to do so or not. We have. I'm sorry you find us so repulsive for that." "Repulsive is barely adequate for what I feel for your precious culture, Gurgey. I'm not sure I possess the words to explain to you what I feel for your culture. You know no glory, no pride, no worship. You have power. I've seen that. I know what you can do. But you're still impotent. You always will be. The meek, the pathetic, the frightened and cowed, they can only last so long, no matter how terrible and awesome the machines they crawl around within. In the end you will fall. All your glittering machinery won't save you. The strong survive. That's what life teaches us, Gurgey. That's what the game shows us. Struggle to prevail, fight to prove worth. These are no hollow phrases. They are truth." Gurgey watched the pale hands grasping the dark stone. What could he say to this Apex? Were they to argue metaphysics, here, now, with the imperfect tool of language, when they'd spent the last 10 days devising the most perfect image of their competing philosophies they were capable of expressing, probably in any form? What, anyway, was he to say? That intelligence could surpass and excel the blind force of evolution, with its emphasis on mutation, struggle and death? That conscious cooperation was more efficient than feral competition? That Azad could be so much more than a mere battle if it was used to articulate, to communicate, to define. He'd done all that, said all that, and said it better than he ever could now.
"You have not won, Gurgi,"
Nikosar said quietly, voice harsh, almost croaking.
"Your kind will never win."
He turned back, looking down at him.
"You poor, pathetic male. You play, but you don't understand any of this, do you?"
Gurgi heard what sounded like genuine pity in the Apex's voice. "I think you've already decided that I don't," he told Nikosar. The Emperor laughed, turning back to the distant reflection of the continent-wide fire still below the horizon. The sound died in a sort of cough. He waved one hand at Gurgi.
"Your sort never will understand. You will only be used."
He shook his head in the darkness.
"Go back to your room, Morat. I'll see you in the morning."
The moonface stared toward the horizon, and the ruddy glare rubbed on the undersurface of the clouds.
"The fire should be here by then."
Gurgi waited a moment. It was as though he'd already gone. He felt dismissed, forgotten. Even Nikosar's last words had sounded as if they weren't really meant for Gurgi at all. The man rose quietly and went back down through the dimly lit tower. The two guards stood impassively outside the door at the tower's foot. Gurgi looked up to the top of the tower and saw Nikosar there on the battlements, flat, pale face looking out toward the approaching fire, white hands clutching at cold stone. The man watched for a few seconds, then turned and left, going down through the corridors and halls where the Imperial Guards prowled, sending everybody to their rooms and locking the doors, watching all the stairs and elevators, and turning on all the lights so that the silent castle burned in the night, like some great stone ship on a darkly golden sea. Flir Imsaho was flicking through the broadcast channels when Gurgi got back to his room. It asked him what all the fuss was about in the castle. He told it.
"Can't be that bad," the drone said with a wobble shrug. It looked back at the screen. "They aren't playing martial music. No outgoing communications possible, though. What happened to your mouth?"
"I fell."
"Mm-hmm.
Can we contact the ship?"
"Of course."
"Tell it to power up. We might need it."
"My, you're getting cautious. All right."
He went to bed, but lay awake, listening to the swelling roar of the wind. At the top of the high tower, the Apex watched the horizon for several hours, seemingly locked into the stone like a pale statue, or a small tree born of an errant seed. The wind from the east freshened, tugging at the stationary figure's dark clothes and howling round the dark, bright castle, tearing through the canopy of swaying cinderbuds, with a noise like the sea. The dawn came up. It lit the clouds first, then touched the edge of clear horizon in the east with gold. At the same time, in the black fastness of the west, where the edge of the land glowed red, a sudden glint of bright, burning orange-yellow appeared, to waver and hesitate and disappear, then return and brighten, and spread. The figure on the tower drew back from that widening breach in the red-black sky and, glancing briefly behind him at the dawn, swayed uncertainly for a moment, as though caught between the rival currents of light flowing from each bright horizon. Two guards came to the room. They unlocked the door and told Gurgi he and the machine were required in the prow hall. Gurgi was dressed in his Azad robes. The guards told him it was the Emperor's pleasure that they abandon the statutory robes for this morning's play. Gurgi looked at Flir Imsaho and went to change. He put on a fresh shirt and the trews and light jacket he'd worn the previous night.
"So, I'm getting a chance to spectate at last. What a treat,"
Flir Imsaho said as they headed for the game hall. Gurgi said nothing. Guards were escorting groups of people from various parts of the castle. Outside, beyond already shuttered doors and windows, the wind howled. Gurgi hadn't felt like breakfast. The ship had been in contact that morning to congratulate him. It had finally seen. In fact, it thought there was a way out for Nikosar, but only to a draw, and no human brain could handle the play required. It had resumed its high-speed holding pattern, ready to come in the moment it sensed anything wrong. It watched through Flir Imsaho's eyes. When they got to the castle's prow hall and the board of becoming, Nikosar was already there. The apex wore the uniform of the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard, a severe, subtly menacing set of clothes complete with ceremonial sword. Gurgey felt quite dowdy in his old jacket. The prow hall was almost full. People, escorted by the ubiquitous guards, were still filing into the tiered seats. Nikosar ignored Gurgey. The apex was talking to an officer of the guard. "Harmin," Gurgey said, going over to where the old apex sat in the front row of seats, his tiny, twisted body crumpled and hopeless between two burly guards. His face was shriveled and yellow. One of the guards put out his hand to stop Gurgey coming any closer. He stood in front of the bench, squatting to look into the old rector's wrinkled face. "Harmin, can you hear me?" He thought again, absurdly, that the apex was dead. Then the small eyes flickered, and one opened, yellow-red and sticky with crystalline secretions. The shrunken-looking head moved a little. "Okay." The eye closed. The head nodded. Gurgey felt a hand on his sleeve, and he was led to his seat at the edge of the board. The prow hall's balcony windows were closed, the panes rattling in their metal frames, but the fire shutters had not been lowered. Outside, beneath a leaden sky, the tall cinderbuds shook in the gale, and the noise of the wind formed a bass background to the subdued conversations of the shuffling people still finding their places in the great hall. "Shouldn't they have put the shutters down?" Gurgey asked the drone. He sat in the stool seat. Fleer Imsaho floated, buzzing and crackling behind him. The adjudicator and his helpers were checking the positions of the pieces.
"Yes," Fleer Imsaho said. "The fire's less than 2 hours away. They can drop the shutters in the last few minutes if they have to, but they don't usually wait that long. I'd watch it, Gurgey. Legally, the Emperor isn't allowed to call on the physical option at this stage, but there's something funny going on. I can sense it."
Gurgey wanted to say something cutting about the drone's senses, but his stomach was churning, and he felt something was wrong too. He looked over at the bench where Harmin sat. The withered apex hadn't moved. His eyes were still closed.
"Something else,"
Fleer Imsaho said. "What?"
"There's some sort of extra gear up there on the ceiling."
Gurgey glanced up without making it too obvious. The jumble of ECM and screening equipment looked much as it always had, but then he'd never inspected it very closely. "What sort of gear?" he asked.
"Gear that is worryingly opaque to my senses, which it shouldn't be. And that guard's kernel's wired with an optic remote mic."
The officer talking to Nikosar.
"Yes. Isn't that against the rules?"
"Supposed to be."
"Want to raise it with the adjudicator?"
The adjudicator was standing at the edge of the board between two burly guards. He looked frightened and grim. When his gaze fell on Gurgey, it seemed to go straight through him. "I have a feeling," Gurgey whispered, "it wouldn't do any good."
"Me too. Want me to get the ship to come in?"
"Can it get here before the fire?"
"Just."
Gurgey didn't have to think too long. "Do it," he said.
"Signal sent. You remember the drill with the implant?"
"Vividly."
"Great,"
Fleer Imsaho said sourly.
"A high-speed displace from a hostile environment with some grey area effector gear around. Just what I need."
The hall was full. The doors were closed. The adjudicator glanced resentfully over at the guards colonel standing near Nikosar. The officer gave the briefest of nods. The adjudicator announced the recommencement of the game. Nikosar made a couple of inconsequential moves. Gurgey couldn't see what the Emperor was aiming at. He must be trying to do something. But what? It didn't appear to have anything to do with winning the game. He tried to catch Nikosar's eye, but the apex refused to look at him. Gurgey rubbed his cut lip and cheek. "I'm invisible," he thought. The cinderbuds swayed and shook in the storm outside. The leaves had spread to their maximum extent and, whipped by the gale, they looked indistinct and merged, like one huge dull yellow organism, quivering and poised beyond the castle walls. Gurgey could sense people in the hall moving restlessly, muttering to each other, glancing at the still unshuttered windows. The guards stayed at the hall's exits, guns ready. Nikosar made certain moves, placing element cards in particular positions. Gurgey still couldn't see what the point of all this was. The noise of the storm beyond the shaking windows was enough to all but drown the voices of the people in the hall. The smell of the cinderbuds' volatile saps and juices pervaded the air, and some dry shreds of their leaves had found their way into the hall somehow, to soar and float and curl on currents of air inside the great hall. High in the stone-dark sky beyond the windows, a burning orange glow lit up the clouds. Gurgey began to sweat. He walked over the board, made some replying moves attempting to draw Nikosar out. He heard somebody in the observers' gallery crying out and then being quieted. The guards stood silently, watchfully, at the doors and around the board. The guard's colonel Nikosar had been talking to earlier stood near the Emperor. As he went back to his stool seat, Gurgey thought he saw tears on the officer's cheeks. Nikosar had been sitting. Now he stood, and taking 4 element cards, strode to the centre of the patterned terrain. Gurgey wanted to shout out or leap up, something, anything, but he felt rooted, transfixed. The guards in the room had tensed. The Emperor's hands were visibly shaking. The storm outside whipped the cinderbuds like something conscious and spiteful. A spear of orange leapt ponderously above the tops of the plants, writhed briefly against the wall of darkness behind it, then sank slowly out of sight.
"Oh, dear, holy shit," Fleer Imsaho whispered. "That's only 5 minutes away."
"What?" Gurgey glanced at the machine.
5 minutes, the drone said with a realistic gulp. "It ought to be nearly an hour off. It can't have got here this quick. They've started a new fire front."
Gurgey closed his eyes. He felt the tiny lump under his paper-dry tongue. "The ship?" he said, opening his eyes again. The drone was silent for seconds.
"No chance,"
it said, voice flat, resigned. Nikosar stooped. He placed a fire card on a water symbol already on the board, in a fold in the high terrain. The guard's colonel turned his head fractionally to one side, mouth moving as though blowing some speck of dust off his uniform's high collar. Nikosar stood up, looking around, appeared to listen for something, but heard only the howling noise of the storm.
"I just registered an infrasound pulse," Fleer Imsaho said. "That was an explosion, a click to north. The viaduct."
Gurgey watched helplessly as Nikosar walked slowly to another position on the board and placed one card on another. Fire on air. The colonel talked into the mic near his shoulder again. The castle shook. A series of concussions shuddered through the hall. The pieces on the board juddered. People stood up, started shouting. The glass panes cracked in their frames, crashing to the flagstones, letting the shrieking voice of the burning gale into the hall in a hail of fluttering leaves. A line of flames burst over the tops of the trees, filling the base of the boiling black horizon with fire. The next fire card was placed, on earth. The castle seemed to shift under Gurgey. The wind tore in through the windows, rolling lighter pieces across the board like some absurd and unstoppable invasion. It whipped at the robes of the adjudicator and his officials. People were piling out of the galleries, falling over each other to get to the exits where the guards had drawn their guns. The sky was full of fire. Nikosar looked at Gurgey as he placed the final fire card on the ghost element. Life.
"This is looking worse and worse,
Fleer Imsaho said, voice breaking, screeching. Gurgey whirled round to see the bulky machine trembling in mid-air, surrounded by a bright aura of green fire. The guards started shooting. The doors from the hall were thrown open, and the people piled through, but in the hall the guards were suddenly all over the board itself, firing up into the galleries and benches, blasting laser fire among the escaping crowds, felling the screaming, struggling APCs, females and males, in a storm of flickering light and shattering detonations. Fleer Imsaho screamed. Its casing glowed dull red and started to smoke. Gurgey watched, transfixed. Nikosar stood near the centre of the boards, surrounded by his guards, smiling at Gurgey. The fire raged above the cinderbuds. The hall emptied as the last few wounded people staggered through the doors. Fleer Imsaho hung in the air. It glowed orange, yellow, white. It started to rise, dripping blobs of molten material onto the board as it went, enveloped suddenly in flames and smoke. Suddenly, it accelerated across the hall as if pulled by some huge, invisible hand. It slammed into a far wall and exploded in a blinding flash and a blast that almost blew Gurgey off his stool seat. The guards around the Emperor left the board and climbed over the benches and galleries, killing the wounded. They ignored Gurgey. The sound of firing echoed through the doors leading to the rest of the castle, where the dead lay in their bright clothes like some obscene carpet. Nikusar strolled slowly over to Gurge, stopping to tap a few Azad pieces out of his way with his boots as he advanced. He stamped on a little guttering pool of fire left from the molten debris Flir Imsaho had trailed behind it. He drew his sword almost casually. Gurge clutched the arms of the seat. The inferno shrieked in the skies outside. Leaves swirled through the hall like dry, endless rain. Nikusar stopped in front of Gurge. The Emperor was smiling. He shouted above the gale, "Surprised?" Gurge could hardly speak. "What have you done? Why?" he croaked. Nikusar shrugged. "Made the game real, Gurge." He looked around the hall, surveying the carnage. They were alone now. The guards were spreading through the rest of the castle, killing. The fallen were everywhere, scattered over the floor and the galleries, draped over benches, crumpled in corners, spread like X's on the flagstones, their robes spotted with the dark burn holes of laser burns. Smoke rose from the splintered woodwork and smouldering clothes. A sweet, sick smell of burned flesh filled the hall. Nikusar weighed the heavy double-edged sword in his gloved hand, smiling sadly at it. Gurge felt his bowels ache and his hands shake. There was a strange metallic taste in his mouth, and at first he thought it was the implant, rejecting, surfacing, for some reason reappearing, but then he knew that it wasn't, and realized for the first time in his life that fear really did have a taste. Nikusar gave an inaudible sigh, drew himself up in front of Gurge so that he seemed to fill the view in front of the man, and brought the sword slowly toward Gurge. Drone, he thought, but it was just a sooty scar on the far wall. Ship? But the implant under his tongue lay silent, and the limiting factor was still light years away. The tip of the sword was a few centimeters from Gurge's belly. It started to rise, passing slowly over Gurge's chest toward his neck. Nikusar opened his mouth as though he was about to say something, but then he shook his head, as though in exasperation, and lunged forward. Gurge kicked out, slamming both feet into the Emperor's belly. Nikusar doubled up. Gurge was thrown backward off the seat. The sword hissed over his head. Gurge kept on rolling as the stool seat crashed to the ground. He jumped to his feet. Nikusar was half doubled up, but still clutched the sword. He staggered toward the man, hacking the sword about him as though it had invisible enemies between them. Gurge ran, to the side at first, then across the board, heading for the hall doors. Behind him, outside the windows, the fire above the thrashing cinderbuds obliterated the black clouds of smoke. The heat was something physical, a pressure on the skin and eyes. One of Gurge's feet came down on a game piece, rolled across the board by the gale. He slipped and fell. Nikusar stumbled after him. The screening equipment whined, then hummed. Smoke gouted from it. Blue lightning played furiously around the hanging machinery. Nikusar didn't notice. He plunged forward at Gurge, who pushed himself away. The sword crashed into the board centimeters from the man's head. Gurge picked himself up and leapt over a raised section of board. Nikusar came tearing and trampling after him. The screening gear exploded. It crashed from the ceiling to the board in a shower of sparks and smashed into the center of the multicolored terrain a few meters in front of Gurge, who was forced to stop and turn. He faced Nikusar. Something white blurred through the air. Nikusar raised the sword over his head. The blade snapped, clipped off by a flickering yellow-green field. Nikusar felt the weight of the sword change and looked up in disbelief. The blade dangled uselessly in midair, suspended from the little white disk that was Flir Imsaho. "Ha ha ha!" it boomed above the noise of the screaming wind. Nikusar threw the sword handle at Gurge. A green-yellow field caught it, propelled it back at Nikusar. The Emperor ducked. He staggered across the board in a storm of smoke and swirling leaves. The cinderbuds thrashed. Flashes of white and yellow burst from between their trunks as the wall of flames above them beat toward the castle. "Gurge," Flir Imsaho said, suddenly in front of his face. "Crouch down and curl up now." Gurge did as he was told, getting down on his haunches, arms wrapped around his shins. The drone floated above him, and Gurge saw the haze of a field all around him. The wall of cinderbuds was breaking, the streaks and bursts of flame clawing through from behind them, shaking them, tearing them. The heat seemed to shrivel his face on the bones of his skull. A figure appeared against the flames. It was Nikosar, holding one of the big laser pistols the guards had been armed with. He stood just within and to the side of the windows, holding the gun in both hands and sighting carefully at Gurgey. Gurgey looked at the black muzzle of the gun, into the thumb-wide barrel. Then his gaze moved up to Nikosar's face as the apex pulled the trigger. Then he was looking at himself. He stared into his own distorted face, just long enough to see that Jernau Murat Gurgey, at the very instant that might have been his death, looked only rather surprised and not a little stupid. Then the mirror field disappeared, and he was looking at Nikosar again. The apex stood in exactly the same place, swaying slightly now. There was something wrong, though. Something had changed. It was very obvious, but Gurgey couldn't see what it was. The Emperor went back on his heels, eyes staring blankly up at the smoke-stained ceiling where the screening gear had fallen from. Then the furnace gust from the windows caught him, and he tipped slowly forward again, tipping toward the board, the weight of the hand cannon in his gloved hands unbalancing him. Gurgey saw it then, the neat, slightly smoking black hole about wide enough to fit a thumb into, in the center of the apex's forehead. Nikosar's body hit the board with a crash, scattering pieces. The fire broke through. The Cinderbud Dam gave way before the flames and was replaced by a vast wave of blinding light and a blast of heat like a hammer blow. Then the field around Gurgey went dark, and the room and all the fire went dim. And far away at the back of his head, there was a strange buzzing noise, and he felt drained and empty and exhausted. After that, everything went away from him, and there was only darkness. Gurgey opened his eyes. He was lying on a balcony, under a jutting overhang of stone. The area around him had been swept clear, but everywhere else there was a centimetre-thick covering of dark grey ash. It was dull. The stones beneath him were warm. The air was cool and smoky. He felt all right. No drowsiness, no sore head. He sat up. Something fell from his chest and rolled across the swept stones, falling into the grey dust. He picked it up. It was the orbital bracelet, bright and undamaged, and still keeping its own microscopic day-night cycle. He put it into his jacket pocket. He checked his hair, his eyebrows, his jacket. Nothing singed at all. The sky was dark grey, black at the horizon. Away to one side there was a small, vaguely purple disk in the sky, which he realized was the sun. He stood up. The grey ash was being covered up with inky soot, falling from the dark overcast like negative snow. He walked across the heat-warped, flaking flagstones toward the edge of the balcony. The parapet had fallen away here. He kept back from the very edge. The landscape had changed. Instead of the golden-yellow wall of cinderbuds crowding the view beyond the curtain wall, there was just earth, black and brown and baked-looking, covered in great cracks and fissures the thin grey ash and the soot rain had not yet filled. The barren waste stretched to the distant horizon. Faint wisps of smoke still climbed from fissures in the ground, climbing like the ghosts of trees, until the wind took them. The curtain wall was blackened and scorched and breached in places. The castle itself looked battered as though after a long siege. Towers had collapsed, and many of the apartments, office buildings and extra halls had fallen in on themselves, their flame-scarred windows showing only emptiness behind. Columns of smoke rose lazily like sinuous flagpoles to the summit of the crumbling fortress, where the wind caught them and made them pennants. Gurgey walked round the balcony, through the soft black snow of soot, to the prow hall windows. His feet made no noise. The specks of soot made him sneeze and his eyes itched. He entered the hall. The stones still held their dry heat. It was like walking into a vast, dark oven. Inside the great game room, among the dim shambles of twisted girders and fallen stonework, the board lay, warped and buckled and torn, its rainbow of colours reduced to greys and blacks, its carefully balanced topography of high ground and low made a nonsense of by the random heavings and saggings induced by the fire. Buckled, annealed girders and holes in the floor and walls marked where the observation galleries had been. The screening gear, which had fallen from the ceiling of the hall, lay half-melted and congealed in the centre of the Azad board, like some blistered travesty of a mountain. He turned to look at the window, where Nikosar had stood, and walked over the creaking surface of the ruined board. He crouched down, grunting as his knees sent stabs of pain through him. He put his hand out to where an eddy in the firestorm had collected a little conical pile of dust in the angle of an internal buttress, right at the edge of the game board, near where a fused, L-shaped lump of blackened metal might have been the remains of a gun. The grey-white ash was soft and warm, and mixed in with it he found a small C-shaped piece of metal. The half-melted ring still contained the setting for a jewel, like a tiny rough crater on its rim, but the stone was gone. He looked at the ring for a while, blowing the ash off it and turning it over and over in his hands. After a while, he put the ring back into the pile of dust. He hesitated. Then he took the orbital bracelet out of his jacket pocket and added it to the shallow grey cone, pulled the 2 poison warning rings off his fingers and put them there too. He scooped a handful of the warm ash into one palm, gazing at it thoughtfully.
Chernow Gurge, good morning.
He turned and rose, quickly stuffing his hand into his jacket pocket as though ashamed of something. The little white body of Fleer Imsaho floated in through the window, very tiny and clean and exact in that shattered, melted place. A tiny grey thing, the size of a baby's finger, floated up to the drone from the ground near Gurge's feet. A hatch opened in Fleer Imsaho's immaculate body. The micro-missile entered the drone. A section of the machine's body revolved, then was still. "Hello," Gurge said, walking over to it. He looked round the ruined hall, then back at the drone. "I hope you're going to tell me what happened."
"Sit down, Gurge. I'll tell you."
He sat on a block of stone fallen from above the windows. He looked dubiously upward at where it must have fallen from.
"Don't worry,"
Fleer Imsaho said.
"You're safe. I've checked the roof."
Gurge rested his hands on his knees. "So?" he said.
"First things first," Fleer Imsaho said. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Sprant Fleer Imsaho Wuhandrahan Zato Trabiti, and I am not a library drone."
Gurge nodded. He recognized some of the nomenclature Chark Hub had been so impressed with long ago. He didn't say anything.
"If I had been a library drone, you'd be dead. Even if you'd escaped Nikosar, you'd have been incinerated a few minutes later."
"I appreciate that," Gurge said. "Thank you." His voice sounded flat, wrung out, and not especially grateful. "I thought they'd got you. Killed you."
"Damn nearly did," the drone said. "That firework display was for real. Nikosar must have got his hands on some Equivtech effector gear, which means, or meant, the Empire has had some sort of contact with another advanced civilization. I've scanned what's left of the equipment. Could be Hamamda stuff. Anyway, the ship will load it for further analysis."
"Where is the ship? I thought we'd be on it, not still down here."
"It came barreling through half an hour after the fire hit. Could have snapped us both off, but I reckoned we were safer staying where we were. I had no trouble insulating you from the fire, and keeping you under with my effector was easy enough too. The ship popped us a couple of spare drones and kept on going, braking and turning. It's on its way back now. Should be overhead in 5 minutes. We can go safely back up in the module. Like I said, displacement can be risky."
Gurge gave a sort of half laugh through his nose. He looked around the dim hall again. "I'm still waiting," he told the machine.
The Imperial Guards went crazy on Nikosar's orders. They blew up the aqueduct, cisterns and shelters, and killed everybody they could find. They tried to take over the Invincible from the Navy, too. In the resulting onboard firefight, the ship crashed, came down somewhere in the Northern Ocean. Big-ish splash. Tsunamis swept away rather a lot of mature cinnabuts, but I dare say the fire will cope. There was no attempt to kill Nikosar the other night. That was just a ruse to get the whole castle and the game under the control of guards who do anything the Emperor told them."
"Why, though?" Gurge said tiredly, kicking at a blister of board metal. "Why did Nikosar order them to do all that?"
"He told them it was the only way to defeat the culture and save him. They didn't know he was doomed too. They thought he had some way of saving himself. Maybe they'd have done it regardless, even knowing that. They were very highly trained. Anyway, they obeyed their orders."
The machine made a chuckling noise.
Most of them, anyway. A few left the shelter they were supposed to blow up intact, and got some people into it with them. So, you're not unique. There are some other survivors. Mostly servants. Nikosar made sure all the important people were in here. The ship's drones are with the survivors. We're keeping them locked up until you're safely away. They'll have enough rations to last until they're rescued.
Go on.
You sure you can handle all this stuff right now?
Just tell me why, Gurgi said, sighing.
You've been used, Jurno Gurgi,
the drone said matter-of-factly.
The truth is, you were playing for the culture, and Nikosar was playing for the Empire. I personally told the Emperor the night before the start of the last match that you really were our champion. If you won, we were coming in. We'd smash the Empire and impose our own order. If he won, we'd keep out for as long as he was Emperor, and for the next 10 great years anyway. That's why Nikosar did all he did. He wasn't just a sore loser. He'd lost his empire. He had nothing else to live for, so why not go in a blaze of glory?
Was all that true? Gurgi asked. Would we really have taken over?
Gurgi, Flia Imsahu said, I have no idea. Not in my brief. No need to know. It doesn't matter. He believed it was true.
Slightly unfair pressure, Gurgi said, smiling without any humour at the machine, telling somebody they're playing for such high stakes just the night before the game.
Gamespersonship.
So why didn't he tell me what we were playing for?
Guess.
The bet would have been off, and we came in all guns blazing anyway.
Correct.
Gurgi shook his head, brushed a little soot off one jacket sleeve, smudging it. You really thought I'd win? He asked the drone. Against Nikosar? You thought that even before I got here?
Before you left Chark, Gurgi. As soon as you showed any interest in leaving. SC's been looking for somebody like you for quite a while. The Empire has been ripe to fall for decades. It needed a big push, but it could always go. Coming in all guns blazing, as you put it, is almost never the right approach. Azad, the game itself, had to be discredited. It was what had held the Empire together all these years, the linchpin. But that made it the most vulnerable point too. The drone made a show of looking around at the mangled debris of the hull. Everything worked out a little more dramatically than we'd expected, I must admit. But it looks like all the analyses of your abilities and Nikosar's weaknesses were just about right. My respect for those great minds which use the likes of you and me like game pieces increases all the time. Those are very smart machines.
They knew I'd win, Gurgi asked disconsolately, chin in hand.
You can't know something like that, Gurgi. But they must have thought you stood a good chance. I had some of it explained to me in my briefing. They thought you were just about the best game player in the culture. And if you got interested and involved, then there wasn't much any Azad player could do to stop you, no matter how long they'd spent playing the game. You've spent all your life learning games. There can't be a rule, move, concept, or idea in Azad you haven't encountered 10 times before in other games. It just brought them all together. These guys never stood a chance. All you needed was somebody to keep an eye on you and give you the occasional nudge in the right direction at the appropriate times.
The drone dipped briefly, a little bow.
Yours truly.
All my life, Gurgi said quietly, looking past the drone to the dull, dead landscape outside the tall windows. 60 years. And how long has the culture known about the Empire?
You're thinking we shaped you somehow? Not so. If we did that sort of thing, we wouldn't need outsider mercenaries like Shahobahom Zah to do the really dirty work.
Zah, Gurgi said.
Not his real name, not culture-born at all. Yes, he's what you'd call a mercenary. Just as well, too, or the secret police would have shot you outside that tent. Remember timid little me nipping out of the way? I just shot one of your assailants with my crew, on high X-ray so it wouldn't register on the cameras. Zah broke the neck of another one. He'd heard there might be some trouble. He'll probably be leading a guerrilla army on Ia in a couple of days from now, I imagine.
The drone gave a little wobble in the air.
Let's see. What else can I tell you? Oh, yes, the limiting factor isn't as innocent as it looks either. While we were on the little rascal, we did take out the old effectors, but only so we could put in new ones. Just 2, in 2 of the 3 nose blisters.
We put the empty one on clear and hollows of empty blisters in the other two. But I was in all three, Gergely protested.
No, you were in the same one 3 times. The ship just rotated the corridor's housing, fiddled with the AG and had a couple of drones change things round a bit while you were going from one to the other. Or rather down one corridor, up another, and back to the same blister. All for nothing, mind you. But if we had needed some heavy weaponry, it would have been there. It's forward planning that makes one feel safe, don't you think?
Oh, yes, Gergely said, sighing. He got to his feet and went back out onto the balcony, where the black soot snow fell steadily and quietly.
Talking about the limiting factor, Flair Imzaho said cheerily, the old reprobate is overhead now. Module's on its way. We'll have you aboard in a minute or two. You can have a nice wash and change out of those dirty clothes. Are you ready to leave?
Gergely looked down at his feet, scuffed some of the soot and ash across the flagstones. What is there to pack?
Not a lot, indeed. I was too busy keeping you from baking to go in search of your belongings. Anyway, the only thing you seem to be fond of is that tatty old jacket. Did you get that bracelet thing? I left it on your chest when I went exploring.
Yes, thanks, Gergely said, gazing out at the flat black desolation stretching to the dark horizon. He looked up. The module burst through the deep brown overcast, trailing strands of vapour. Thanks, Gergely said again, as the module swooped, dropping almost to ground level, then racing across the scorched desert toward the castle, drawing a plume of ash and soot off the ground in its wake as it slowed and started to turn, and the noise of its supersonic plummet cracked round the forlorn fortress like too late thunder. Thanks for everything. The craft swung its rear toward the castle, floating up until it was level with the edge of the balcony parapet. Its rear door opened, made a flat ramp. The man walked across the balcony, stepped up onto the parapet, and into the cool interior of the machine. The drone followed, and the door closed. The module blasted suddenly away, sucking a great swirling fountain of ash and soot after it as it climbed, flashing through the dark clouds above the castle like some solid lightning bolt, while its thunder broke across the plain and the castle and the low hills behind. Ash settled again. The soot continued its soft and gentle fall. The module returned a few minutes later to pick up the ship's drones and the remains of the alien effector equipment, then left the castle for the last time and rose again to its waiting ship. A little while later, the small band of dazed survivors, released by the 2 ships' drones and mostly servants, soldiers, concubines, and clerks, stumbled into the daytime night and the soot-like snow to take stock of their temporary exile in the once great fortress and claim their vanished land. Part 4. The Past Pawn. Lazy matching, dull siding, the ship went slowly through one end of a tensor field 3 million kilometers long, over a wall of monocrystal, then started to float down through the gradually thickening atmosphere of the plate. From 500 kilometers up, the 2 slabs of land and sea, the one beyond them of raw rock under deep cloud, and the one beyond that of still-forming land, showed clear in the night air. Beyond its crystal wall, the farthest plate was very new. Dark and void to normal sight, the ship could see on it the illuminating radars of the landscaping machines as they moved their cargoes of rock in from space. Even as the vessel watched, a huge asteroid was detonated in the darkness, producing a slow fountain of red glowing molten rock which fell slowly to the new surface or was caught and held, moulded in the vacuum before it was allowed to settle. The plate beside it was dark too, and near the bottom of its squared-off funnel a blanket of clouds covered it completely as its rawness was weathered. The other 2 plates were much older and twinkled with lights. Chark was at aphelion. Givant and Osmalon were white on black, islands of snow on dark seas. The old warship slowly submerged itself in the atmosphere, floating down the blade-flat slope of the plate wall to where the real air began, then set out of the ocean for the land. A sea ship, a liner on that ocean and bright with lights, blasted its horns and set off fireworks as the limiting factor went over, a kilometre up. The ship saluted too, using its effectors to produce artificial auroras, roaring, shifting folds of light in the clear, still air above it. Then the 2 ships sailed on into the night. It had been an uneventful journey back. The man, Gurgey, had wanted to be stored at once, saying he didn't want to be awake during the journey back. He wanted sleep, rest, a period of oblivion. The ship had insisted he think it over first, even though it had the equipment ready. After 10 days, it had relented, and the man, who'd become increasingly morose during that time, went thankfully into a dreamless, low-metabolism sleep. He hadn't played a single game of any description during those 10 days, hardly said a word, couldn't even bother to get dressed, and spent most of his time just sitting staring at walls. The drone had agreed that putting him to sleep for the journey was probably the kindest thing they could do. They'd crossed the lesser cloud and met with the range-class GSV So Much for Subtlety, which was heading back for the main galaxy. The inward journey had taken longer than the outward, but there'd been no hurry. The ship had left the GSV near the higher reaches of a galactic limb and cut down and across, past stars, dust fields and nebulae, where the hydrogen migrated and the suns formed, and in the ship's domain of unreal space, the holes were pillars of energy, from fabric to grid. It had woken the man up slowly, 2 days out from his home. He still sat and stared at the walls. He didn't play any games, catch up on any news, or even deal with his mail. At his request, it hadn't signalled ahead to any of his friends, just sent one permission to approach burst to Chark Hub. It dropped a few 100 metres and followed the line of the fjord, slipping silently between the snow-covered mountains, its sleek hull reflecting a little blue-grey light as it floated over the dark, still water. A few people on yachts or in nearby houses saw the big craft as it cruised quietly by and watched it manoeuvre its bulk delicately between bank and bank, water and patchy cloud. Icaro was dark and unlit, caught in the star shadow of the 350-metre length of silent craft above it. Gurgey took a last look round the cabin he'd been sleeping in, fitfully, for the last couple of ship nights, then walked slowly down the corridor to the module blister. Fleer Imsaho followed him with one small bag, wishing the man would change out of that horrible jacket. It saw him into the module and came down with him. The lawn in front of the dark house was pure white and untouched. The module lowered to within a centimetre of it, then opened its rear door. Gurgey stepped out and down. The air was fragrant and sharp, a tangible clarity. His feet made cramping, creaking noises in the snow. He turned back to the lit interior of the module. Fleer Imsaho gave him his bag. He looked at the small machine. "Goodbye," he said.
"Goodbye, Journo Gurgey. I don't expect we shall ever meet again."
"I suppose not." He stepped back as the door started to swing closed and the craft began to rise very slowly. Then he took a couple of quick steps backward until he could just see the drone over the rising lip of the door and shouted, "One thing! When Nikosov fired that gun and the ray came off the mirror field and hit him, was that coincidence? Or did you aim it?" He thought it wasn't going to answer him, but just before the door closed and the wedge of light thrown over it disappeared with the rising craft, he heard the drone say,
"I am not going to tell you."
He stood and watched the module float back to the waiting ship. It was taken inside. The blister closed, and the limiting factor went black. Its hull, a perfect shadow, darker than the night. A pattern of lights came on along its length, spelling "Farewell" in Moraine. Then it started to move, rising noiselessly upward. Gurgey watched it until the still-shown lights were just a set of moving stars and fast receding in a sky of ghostly clouds. Then he looked down at the faintly blue-grey snow. When he looked up again, the ship had gone. He stood for a while as though waiting. After a time, he turned and tramped across the white lawn to the house. He went in through the windows. The house was warm, and he shivered suddenly in his cool clothes for a second. Then suddenly, the lights went on. Boo! Iain Maristanu leapt out from behind a couch by the fire. Chamlis Amalgnay appeared from the kitchen with a tray.
"Hello, Journo. I hope you don't mind."
Gurgey's pale, pinched face broke into a smile. He put his bag down and looked at them both. Iain, fresh-faced and grinning, leaping over the couch, and Chamlis, fields orange-red, setting the tray down on the table before the banked fire. Iain thudded into him, arms round him, hugging him, laughing. She drew back. "Gurgey!" Iain, "Hello," he said, dropping his bag and hugging her.
"How are you?"
she asked him, squeezing him. "Are you all right? We annoyed Hub until it told us you were definitely coming. But you've been asleep all this time, haven't you? You didn't even read my letters." Gurgey looked away. "No, I've got them, but I haven't." He shook his head, looked down. "I'm sorry." "Never mind." Ye patted his shoulder. She kept one arm round him and took him to the couch. He sat, looking at them both. Chambliss broke up the damp sawdust banking on the fire, releasing the flames beneath. Ye spread her arms, showing off short skirt and waistcoat. "Changed, haven't I?" Gurgey nodded. Ye looked as well and handsome as ever, and androgynous. "Just changing back," she said. "Another few months, and I'll be back where I started." "Ah, Gurgey, you should have seen me as a man. I was dashing." "He was unbearable," Chambliss said, pouring some mulled wine from a pot-bellied jug. Ye threw herself onto the couch beside Gurgey, hugging him again and making a growling noise in her throat. Chambliss handed them gently steaming goblets of wine. Gurgey drank gratefully. "I didn't expect to see you," he told Ye. "I thought you'd gone away." "I went away," Ye nodded, gulping her wine. "I came back. Last summer. Chark's getting another plate pair. I put in some plans. And now I'm team coordinator for Farside. Congratulations, floating islands." Ye looked blank for a second, then laughed into her goblet. "No floating islands, Gurgey." "Plenty of volcanoes, though," Chambliss said sniffily, sucking a thread of wine from a thimble-sized container. "Perhaps one little one," Ye nodded. Her hair was longer than he remembered, blue-black, still as curly. She punched him gently on the shoulder. "It's good to see you again, Gurgey." He squeezed her hand, looked at Chambliss. "Good to be back," he said, then fell silent, staring at the burning logs in the fireplace. "We're all glad you're back, Gurgey," Chambliss said after a while. "But if you don't mind my saying so, you don't look too good. We heard you were in storage for the last couple of years, but there's something else. What happened out there? We've heard all sorts of reports. Do you want to talk about it?" Gurgey hesitated, gazing at the leaping flames consuming the jumbled logs in the fire. He put his glass down and started to explain. He told them all that happened, from the first few days aboard the limiting factor to the last few days, again on the ship, as it powered out of the disintegrating empire of Azad. Chambliss was quiet, and its fields changed slowly through many colours. Ye grew slowly more concerned-looking. She shook her head frequently, gasped several times, and looked ill twice. In between, she kept the fire stocked with logs. Gurgey sipped his lukewarm wine. "So, I slept all the way back until 2 days out, and now it all seems, I don't know, deep frozen. Not fresh, but not decayed yet. Not gone." He swilled the wine around in his goblet. His shoulders shook with a half-hearted laugh. "Oh well." He drained his glass. Chambliss lifted the jug from the ashes at the front of the fire and refilled Gurgey's goblet with the hot wine. "Jana, I can't tell you how sorry I am. This was all my fault. If I hadn't—" "No," Gurgey said. "Not your fault. I got myself into it. You did warn me. Don't ever say that. Don't ever think it was anybody's responsibility but mine." He got up suddenly and walked to the fjord-side windows, looking down the slope of snow-covered lawn to the trees and the black water, and over it to the mountains and the scattered lights of the houses on the far shore. "You know," he said, as though talking to his own reflection in the glass, "I asked the ship yesterday exactly what they did do about the Empire in the end, how they went in to sort it out. It said they didn't even bother. Fell apart all on its own." He thought of Harmin and Mononine and Inklate and Atsen and Bamoyer and Za and Olos and Crowo and the girl whose name he'd forgotten. He shook his head at his image in the glass. "Anyway, it's over." He turned back to Ye and Chambliss in the warm room. "What's the gossip here?" So they told him about Hafliss's twins, both talking now, and Baruelal leaving to go GSVing for a few years, and Alt's Hap, breaker of not a few young hearts, being more or less acclaimed, embarrassed, forced into Baruelal's old post, and Iain fathering a child a year back. He'd get to meet mother and child next year, probably, when they came for an extended visit. And one of Shuro's pals being killed in a combat game 2 years back, and Ren Meiglin becoming a man, and Chamlis still hard at work on the reference text for its pet planet, and Tron's festival the year before last, ending in disaster and chaos after some fireworks blew up in the lake and swamped half the cliffside terraces. 2 people dead, brains splattered over lumps of stonework, hundreds injured. Last year's hadn't been half so exciting. Gergely was listening to all this as he wandered round the room, reacquainting himself with it. Nothing much seemed to have changed. "What a lot I've missed," he began, then noticed the little wooden plaque on the wall and the object mounted on it. He reached out, touched it, took it down from the wall. "Ah," Chamlis said, making what was almost a coughing noise. "I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't think that's too irreverent or tasteless. I just thought—" Gergely smiled sadly, touching the lifeless surfaces of the body that had once been Morin Skell. He turned back to Iain and Chamlis, walking over to the old drone. "Not at all. But I don't want it. Do you?" "Yes, please." Gergely presented the heavy little trophy to Chamlis, who went red with pleasure. "You vindictive old horror," Iain snorted. "This means a great deal to me," Chamlis said primly, holding the plaque close to its casing. Gergely put his glass back on the tray. A log collapsed in the fire, showering sparks up. Gergely crouched and poked at the remaining logs. He yawned. Iain and the drone exchanged looks. Then Iain reached out and tapped Gergely with one foot. "Come on, Ger now. You're tired. Chamlis has to head back home and make sure its new fishes haven't eaten each other. Is it all right if I stay here?" Gergely looked, surprised at her smiling face, and nodded. When Chamlis left, Iain put her head on Gergely's shoulder and said she'd missed him a lot, and 5 years was a long time, and he looked a lot more cuddleable than when he'd gone away, and, if he wanted, if he wasn't too tired. She used her mouth, and on her forming body, Gergely traced slow movements, rediscovering sensations he'd almost forgotten. Stroking her gold-dark skin, caressing the odd, almost comic unbuddings of her now concaving genitals, making her laugh, laughing with her, and, in the long moment of climax, with her then, too, still one, their every tactile cell surging to a single pulse, as though alight. Still he didn't sleep, and in the night got up out of the tousled bed. He went to the windows and opened them. The cold night air spilled in. He shivered, pulled on the True's jacket and shoes. Iain moved and made a small noise. He closed the windows and went back to the bed, crouching down in the darkness beside her. He pulled the covers over her exposed back and shoulder, and moved his hand very gently through her curls. She snored once and stirred, then breathed quietly on. He crossed to the windows and went quickly outside, closing them silently behind him. He stood on the snow-covered balcony, gazing at the dark trees descending in uneven rows to the glittering black fjord. The mountains on the far side shone faintly, and above them, in the crisp night, dim areas of light moved on the darkness, occluding starfields and the far side plates. The clouds drifted slowly, and down at Icro there was no wind. Gergely looked up and saw among the clouds, their ancient light hardly wavering in the cold, calm air. He watched his breath go out before him like a damp smoke between him and those distant stars, and shoved his chilled hands into the jacket pockets for warmth. One touched something softer than the snow, and he brought it out. A little dust. He looked up from it, at the stars again, and the view was warped and distorted by something in his eyes, which at first he thought was rain. No, not quite the end. There's still me. I know I've been naughty not revealing my identity, but then maybe you've guessed, and who am I to deprive you of the satisfaction of working it out for yourself? Who am I indeed? Yes, I was there, all the time. Well, more or less all the time. I watched, I listened, I thought and sensed and waited, and did as I was told, or asked to maintain the proprieties. I was there all right, in person, or in the shape of one of my representatives, my little spies. To be honest, I don't know whether I'd have liked old Gergely to have found out the truth or not. Still undecided on that one, I must confess. We, left it to chance in the end. For example, just supposing Charkhub had told our hero the exact shape of the cavity in the husk that had been Morin's skull, or Gurgi had somehow opened that lifeless casing and seen for himself. Would he have thought that little disc-shaped hole a mere coincidence? Or would he have started to suspect? We'll never know. If you're reading this, he's long dead, had his appointment with the displacement drone and been zapped to the very livid heart of the system. Corpse blasted to plasma in the vast erupting core of Chark's sun. His sundered atoms rising and falling in the raging fluid thermals of the mighty star, each pulverized particle migrating over the millennia to that planet-swallowing surface of blinding, storm-swept fire to boil off there, and so add their own little parcels of meaningless illumination to the encompassing night. Well, getting a bit flowery there. Still, an old drone should be allowed such indulgences now and again, don't you think? Let me recapitulate. This is a true story. I was there. When I wasn't, and when I didn't know exactly what was going on, inside Gurgi's mind, for example, I admit that I have not hesitated to make it up. But it's still a true story. Would I lie to you? As ever, Sprant Fleer Imsaho Wuhandrihen Zero Tribiti, Moran Skell.
This has been The Player of Games, written by Iain M. Banks, read by Peter Kenny.